Queen Cleopatra wants to eliminate me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Naval Battle and Shipwreck of Bond. King Kong Pirates successfully avoided the pursuit of the Apollo. In terms of single combat, the King Kong Parrot is not afraid of any opponent. Its 72 guns are very fearful of the enemy. 10 minutes later, the King Kong Parrot suddenly appeared behind the fleet led by the Sunshine. It was definitely an accident. Princess Eve was overjoyed and said to the captain, "Hey Captain. Hurry up and catch up. At least we can destroy one of their ships. When the main ship reacts, we will have a chance to escape." "Well, it's risky to do this, but it's worth a try," Bond nodded. The King Kong Parrot approached at the maximum speed. The merchant ship in front also discovered them. Hundreds of sailors shouted and gathered at the stern, raising their guns and shooting. Pop, 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 the sound of gunfire like popcorn rang out. The bullets whizzed past Captain Bond's head. He didn't even think about it and threw Princess Eve down first. There were only a dozen people on the deck. They all dodged in time. Otherwise, someone would have fallen down. "Fire!" the captain yelled. Then, 3 large-caliber main guns fired. Under the impact of the huge waves of the explosion, the sailors gathered at the stern of the merchant ship were easily blown away like ants. "Rogue!" Eve pushed Bond away and slapped him. Bond stood up, covering one side of his face, looking very wronged. When he pounced on Eve, he touched the part that he shouldn't have touched. Eve thought he did it on purpose, so she hid him. In fact, he did it on purpose. There was no way, it was just his nature. Except for the commander's wife, he didn't dare to do it. Other women on the ship, including dozens of maids, were harassed by him unconsciously. The Golden Parrot slowly turned the rudder and passed the merchant ship. It was confirmed that it had lost its combat effectiveness and there was no need to waste ammunition. The leading Sunshine and several other ships were alarmed by the sound of the artillery fire. They increased speed and turned the rudder. They communicated through shouting and flag signals, trying to encircle the other side. The speed of the King Kong Parrot did not decrease, and the ship turned sideways during the slow turn. One side of the cannon was aimed at another merchant ship. After a round of shelling, the merchant ship caught fire and billowed thick smoke. Without caring about that, the King Kong Parrot slowly turned the rudder and sped up, and fled the scene directly. It would be too late if we didn't leave now. The captain of the Sunshine behind was so angry that he screamed. He chased after it immediately, and he was determined not to give up until he caught up. In terms of ship condition, the King Kong Parrot was the best. At least, no ship in the Bay of Natal could catch up with it. The artillerymen were all rowing in the bottom cabin, and finally even Captain Bond had to go down to help. Only the helmsman and Eve were left on the deck. Speaking of which, on the shore, a soldier found Howard's body at the foot of the mountain and reported to his superiors after returning. It is speculated that he was assassinated by his own people. It is unclear how much property he lost. What is certain is that several of his big gold teeth were pried away, and his pocket watch was also missing. There was a bloody hole on his back, close to his spine. He must have been killed with a single blow. It was really tragic that a great hero of his generation ended up like this. The battle on the shore was coming to an end, and nearly 100 bandits were captured. Those who ran fast went into the primeval forest. At this time, night fell, and the sky was dotted with stars. The crescent moon shone in the sky. The sea breeze blew, and the strong smell of blood made people sick. Joseph sent someone to take Sushu and others from the fortress to the Linhai Hotel. Outside the door of the hotel, the collapsed lobby had been cleaned up. Sushu's noble lady temperament remained unchanged. She first congratulated him on the victory. Several people talked and laughed, just like usual. Although it was dark, Joseph could see on his eyes were red and swollen from crying. Did the goddess Arsir cry for him? Has she ever worried about him? He couldn't help but wonder. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, because reality made people feel depressed. Lieutenant Miller came forward to start a trade with the Shaka people. All the muskets of the bandits who died in the battle belonged to the Shaka people. I believe King Shaka would be very happy to know this. Speaking of the spoils of war, the inventory was not completed until after 10 o'clock in the evening. 1,671 bandits died on the battlefield, 4 soldiers died on our side, and 8 were injured. More than 1,400 complete long and short muskets were picked up. Needless to say, all the personal belongings of the bandit leader in the hotel were confiscated. The coins and valuables of 5 countries were seized, filling a large basket. There are conditions for exchanging guns, but they are not high. He wants 40 war horses and corresponding fodder domesticated by the Shaka people. The captain agreed readily, and this deal is very cost-effective for both parties. Come to the door of the hotel to hand over tomorrow morning. They occupied the hotel and moved in as victors. There were layers of sentries set up around. Trouble is coming. Becca cried to Joseph that Miss Margaret was missing and asked him for help. In the VIP room on the east side, the ladies were all there, dining together. Becca looked at Joseph pitifully, while Joseph glanced at the lady. The lady had a face full of anger. She said that she had asked many people, and the last person who saw Margaret was the gardener. Normally, Miss Margaret never left the hotel, and she would always say hello before going out. Maybe something unexpected happened. Okay. Miss Becca. You go back first. Joseph couldn't bear to see her crying like apricot blossoms soaked in dew. He added, I will track it down for you tomorrow morning. After coaxing Becca away, Joseph explained the matter for a while. Joseph turned around and told Anna that he wanted to hire Margaret as a tutor for the 2 children. Mrs. Anna thanked her repeatedly. As the saying goes, people don't know etiquette without learning, and jade can't be made into a useful tool without being polished. Parents should consider their children. Little John and little Maya, starting with their older brother, should receive formal education. At this moment, Miss Margaret was imprisoned with Cowboy Punk. She was scared to death and regretted following the 2 thieves until they were caught. She asked Stephen in a funny way, Are you a devil? Stephen answered yes and performed for him. The lady fainted after gnawing on the head of a dead man on the spot. This night was long, tormenting, and worse than death for her. The stinging pain in her lower body woke her up. Moonlight poured into the cabin from the cracks on the top of the broken ship. In the dim light, a man with glasses and a white beard lay on her. Her rapid breathing sounded in her ears. There were several other men beside her, including a tramp. The 6 men ravaged her one by one and vented their animal desires. She didn't think of resisting because she didn't dare. The real devil was not only Stephen. In the night, several ships docked one after another. One of the slave ships held hundreds of black slaves. The United Fleet lost the Golden Parrot. It was futile to search for it in the vast ocean. After the discussion, Howard's fleet went ashore first to find out the truth. They wanted to meet up with the coalition forces and share the fruits of victory. Howard, Sunshine and Apollo were the first to dock. Because they were uneasy, they chose the gravel-covered shore. The coast 10 miles away from the harbor. The bandits were transported by boat. Melbourne, the captain of the Sunshine, gathered hundreds of bandits and headed towards the hotel. Their consideration was correct. They didn't know whether the coalition forces had defeated the French, and the situation was unclear. So they walked quietly. Not long after they walked, they passed this stranded medieval shipwreck. Several bandits smelled cigar smoke one after another. It aroused vigilance. However, none of them smoked. Where did the smell of smoke come from? Captain Melbourne waved his hand to signal everyone to be silent, and someone pointed to the sunken ship. Hundreds of bandits silently touched it. Under the bow, there was a huge hole caused by the collision with the reef that year, which could accommodate 1 person in and out. The smell of smoke came from here. Melbourne listened carefully for a while and heard strange noises and rustlings inside. He only vaguely heard one person say, "It's my turn, buddy, hurry up," another said, "Almost." Almost. Melbourne didn't understand what they were saying. He pointed at a few gangsters, and they had to sneak in with guns. It was pitch dark inside. It smelled bad. Crack, a gangster stepped on a rotten board and broke it. "Who is it?" someone inside said in horror. Then bang, a gunshot was fired from inside. Several gangsters were caught off guard and fell down. "Oh my God," he ran away. In the darkness, Dr. Allen was startled and terrified. He threw away his cigar and pulled out the pistol at his waist. He thought that Joseph's men had discovered this place. He hurriedly called for people to break out. The first shot was fired by a bodyguard. Outside the bow, a group of gangsters shot into the hole. After the gunfire stopped, Melbourne shouted, "Who are you in there? Surrender your guns and we won't kill you." There was silence inside for a while, and someone said, "We are the subordinates of Commander Joseph, don't get us wrong." As he was talking, a gangster climbed onto the deck and peeked in from the gap above. The only light in the cabin was half blocked by the head. Dr. Allen saw it clearly, raised his hand and shot him. Then blood dripped. Several people discussed that it would be better to fight their way out than to wait for death. Kill one and gain one. Dr. Allen hated Joseph and others to the bone, and vice versa. No one would spare the other. Melbourne lost 2 of his men, and he was furious, roaring, "Take down the French sentry." For a while, gunfire rang out, and the gangsters fired randomly from various gaps. In a hotel room, Joseph was about to fall asleep, and like everyone else, he heard gunfire not far away. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and cursed. He put on his clothes and went out. "Come back early." "Dear," Su Shu said suddenly. "I will." Joseph turned around and said. He thought, the goddess still cares about me. 19 war horses were equipped, and Joseph, Jackson and others each had at least 4 pistols. Here, Lieutenant Demark led 3 teams of nearly 100 soldiers to set off. The other troops stayed behind. Someone suggested pulling a cavalry cannon. Joseph agreed. It would be faster to allocate a horse to pull the cannon. The girl Becca came out from nowhere and led her white horse. "What are you going to do?" Joseph asked. "Sir, I want to carry out the mission with you," Becca whispered. When Joseph heard it, he said nonsense, and jumped on the horse. Time was limited, and there was no time to waste with her. "If you want to join the army, wait until you are an adult," Joseph said. So he ordered the soldiers to stop her. Less than 10 minutes after setting off, the cavalry team found a shipwreck on the coastline. A black mass broke through the cracks on the deck of the sunken ship and flew to the northwest. "What monster?" someone exclaimed. "Flying wizard," someone else shouted. A circle of bandits shot at the mass, and a man screamed and fell from midair. The vibration of the cavalry's hooves alerted the bandits. They leaned against the sunken ship to avoid. Joseph and others reined in their horses in time, otherwise they would become targets if they went forward. Waiting for reinforcements to arrive. 20 minutes later, 3 squads of soldiers with torches arrived. Melbourne saw that the number of the enemy had increased, and there were more than a dozen cavalry. Judging from their uniforms, they were French troops. As soon as they saw the battle, the bandits understood and were in a very low mood. The coalition had failed. No one would believe that 2,000 people could not beat 300 people. The appearance of the French army explained the above problem. Demark shouted, saying something like, "Surrendering your guns will not kill you." Seeing a cannon pushed out from behind the enemy team, the bandits were dumbfounded. It was a naked threat. Comparing the strength of both sides, the bandits were in danger of destruction. There were only 2 ways to go. One is to surrender, and the other is to run. "Go. Go back to the ship," Melbourne shouted. The bandits fled in droves. "Fire," Joseph shouted. Boom, a tongue of fire shot out a meter long. The shell exploded on the edge of the bandits. Several fell. "Chase," Joseph ordered again. The dense and short gunfire lasted less than 5 minutes. The bodies were scattered all over the rocky road leading to the shore. The 3 moored boats carried less than 10 people to escape. "I will be back," Melbourne shouted. Chapter 102 Prelude to Naval Battle. Unfortunately, 2 more soldiers died. War is like this. Even if it is an overwhelming victory, casualties are inevitable. A dozen prisoners were captured. The bodies of the 2 black soldiers were first transported back by the prisoners. Tomorrow, they will be buried with the other dead. After a solemn ceremony, the dead will rest in peace. At the same time, there is also an explanation for the living. They held torches to check and found several people in the sunken ship. A soldier found Cowboy Punk, who had been shot to death. In the corner, a naked woman was dying. The cowboy died, and the secret of the treasure map soon buried underground, which made people feel sorry. "Let's take the cowboy away," Joseph said after learning about the situation. After all, they had cooperated once, and from a humanitarian standpoint, Joseph didn't owe him anything. Cowboy Punk should be able to smile in his grave. According to the confession of the prisoners, the process of the gunfight near the sunken ship was gradually restored. Cowboy Punk and the strange woman were both captured by several unidentified people. The other party left 5 bodies and several packages at the scene, including the homeless man. There were several packages that were not taken away in time. After the packages were poured out, Joseph and others identified them and felt that they looked like clown costumes from a circus. One of the bodies looked familiar and fell from the sky outside the sunken ship. The torches were bright, and he took a closer look and said, "Manager, the manager of the circus. It was incredible that the circus people appeared here. Then, the rest of the things were easy to understand. The one who escaped was the devil Stephen, or Dr. Allen. Only the devil has such supernatural powers. Their appearance in the bay was not accidental. Joseph thought that they were coming for him. It should be a coincidence that they captured Cowboy Punk. They knew the secret of the treasure map by coincidence. Who is the strange woman? Could it be the missing Miss Margaret? The reason behind it needs to be verified. They carried the woman back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Becca immediately recognized Miss Margaret and burst into tears. The hotel's doctor said that Margaret had been raped by many people, resulting in shock. It was very infuriating. Joseph and others expressed regret. If Margaret wakes up, please notify me as soon as possible, Joseph said to Becca. Becca agreed with tears in her eyes. There is a kind of confusion that makes people feel uncomfortable. The victory of the decisive battle makes people feel pessimistic and bored. There are gains, such as the 40 horses exchanged and the personal belongings of the bandits. But no one feels happy and excited. The only comfort is that he is still alive. This battle is tiring enough. Another day, Frank stood on the pier and blew the horn. This is a signal for the King Kong parrot to return to the team. Everyone hopes that the King Kong parrot is safe and sound. Some things have to be prevented. Howard's joint fleet is still in the bay and is still a force that cannot be underestimated. The difference is that the joint fleet has lost too many people, and it is estimated that the gunners who operate the guns cannot be gathered together. The combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. But it is still necessary to prevent the possibility of the remaining bandits from forcibly landing. Here, the Shaka people and Joseph's team completed the handover. 40 horses and horse feet are in place, and Joseph regretted it when he saw it. Because the capacity of their ship was really limited. More than 500 members, plus 40 horses, it was not easy to settle. Several officers complained slightly. Miller even joked, when there is no food on the ship, we can kill the horses for meat. The listeners did not laugh, and they were in complicated moods. The bandits captured in the decisive battle, plus those captured near the sunken ship, captured a total of hundreds of bandits. The colonel asked Goering to select grooms from the captives. Goering went and asked those who knew how to raise horses and those who were willing to be grooms to raise their hands. 12 people raised their hands, untied the ropes immediately, and declared, "You are free." Some of them lied, but it didn't matter. No one could tell the truth from the false and would be held accountable. Some people seized the opportunity to survive, and who knows who didn't? Soldier Andre asked what to do with the rest of the people. Should they be dismissed according to the old rules? Shoot, Goering replied coldly. Military orders are like mountains. Hundreds of bandits stood in a row, their eyes covered with the black cloth, and the released captives executed them by shooting. In the playground in front of the hotel, there were constant cries and pleas for mercy. After a series of gunshots, less than 10 bandits could stand up. At this time, the orderly Frank brought the order from the highest commander. All the remaining bandits were released, and don't ask why. Afterwards, someone asked Joseph why he did this. Joseph said, "It is because we are too kind to the enemy that many people oppose us. Release the remaining bandits and let these people tell other forces what they have seen and heard. It has a certain deterrent effect. The purpose is to let others know that they are not easy to bully. If you want to take action, consider the consequences first." The brain of the highest commander is incomparable to ordinary people, and all officers and soldiers admire him. The listener is helpless, and in fact, the speaker is also helpless. The law of the jungle is unchanging. You have to adapt to it, otherwise you will be ruthlessly swallowed up by the trend. A few hours later, the steel parrot appeared. Goering saw a dozen small black dots in the telescope, heading this way. Another war was imminent. Even Joseph couldn't stand it. Can people have a pleasant vacation if they are always fighting? Prepare a dozen small boats and take Joseph and others on board. The staffing of the Golden Parrot returned to normal. The attack and defense requirements can be met as soon as possible. The final naval battle kicked off. On the shore, 2 squads of soldiers were left, guarded by Goering. There were also 16 cavalry guns and 40 war horses. The war horses were temporarily stored in the stables of the hotel. On the dock, 16 cavalry guns were surrounded in a circle. They can change their formation at any time. Just protect yourself. The ladies gathered in the middle of the artillery and held up flower umbrellas to shade themselves. There were chairs and maids to serve. Joseph was very thoughtful, fearing that if a similar situation like Miss Margaret's disappearance occurred, he would not be able to find the door even if he cried. Here, the Duke and Dumas returned to the hotel. The corpses were scattered all over the road, which was shocking. There were Shaka soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. Judging from the situation, Howard's alliance failed not long after the fierce battle. There was still a reward notice for Joseph on the blown-up door. Becca threw herself into her mother's arms, as if she had been wronged. She told the Duchess that it was Joseph who saved Miss Margaret. "Well, then you should thank him well," the lady said softly. She didn't mention a word about her daughter's departure. "It's good to see someone," the lobby manager said to Duke Dumas. "Mr. Duke, there is a man named Richard looking for you." Duke Dumas was in the corridor leading to his room, and the lobby manager was talking behind him. "Oh. Bring him to my study in 10 minutes, Duke Dumas said. More than 10 minutes later, Count Richard, Father Bocchi and the sisters appeared in the study. Several people still didn't give up on the treasure map, and wanted to cooperate with Dumas' power to share the huge wealth. Originally, Duke Dumas had given up the reward of £1.3 million for Joseph. But when he heard about the treasure map of Blackbird, his heart was aroused with desire and excitement. It is said that the treasure map is in Joseph's hands. The two kinds of wealth added together are definitely an astronomical figure. Having wealth is equivalent to having everything. Status and honor are nothing. Once you work hard, you can get endless wealth and glory for several lifetimes. Even a fool would be jealous. After the excitement, they calmed down. With these few rotten garlics, they are far from being the opponent of the French army. It is conceivable that 2,000 bandits have failed. It is said that they shot the captives, which is chilling to think about. Now there is only one way to go, which is to find foreign aid. Jean Valjean's pirate alliance is the closest and is the first choice. There is no time to lose. After they discussed the distribution plan, Duke Dumas released a pigeon. Before, Duke Dumas colluded with pirates many times to do some murder and robbery business. The old rule is to split the profits with Jean Valjean in a 30-70 ratio. Duke Dumas gets 30% and the pirate ship gets 70%. All he has to do is provide accurate information. If the pirate ship takes action, he can reap the benefits. This time the situation is different. First of all, there is too much wealth involved and the background is more complicated. They also have to pay corresponding actions and costs. The news that has been spread will adjust the distribution method. Duke Dumas gets 50%, and half of it will be handed over to Count Richard's partners. The rest is to spy on more information. Duke Dumas heard from people in the hotel that Colonel France has a good impression of his daughter, which is a good opportunity. The couple did not mention the treasure map and the reward explicitly. They talked to their daughter and supported her to rely on Colonel Joseph. There are some things that a father cannot say, and it is more appropriate for his wife to come forward. Becca ran into the VIP room, and there was no one else inside. The window overlooks the dock. She watched with her father's telescope. On the dock, the soldiers jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. Joseph commanded on the spot. The Qing dynasty man forgot to put his long braids into his tricorn hat. His beard was not trimmed, and it had not been trimmed for at least 3 days. His military uniform was wrinkled and had never been changed. It was dirty with dark red dried blood stains. He looked very sloppy, but it did not affect his unique image in the eyes of the girl. Very manly. As a mother, she can understand her daughter's little thoughts. The Duchess walked behind her and put her hand on her shoulder. "What are you looking at, Becca?" asked the lady. The Duchess was of pure Jewish descent, with a slightly hooked nose. With a floor-length corseted wool brocade dress, she had the temperament of a noble lady. The purple dress had a slightly retro color. "Oh. It's Mom," Becca blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Look at the French. It seems that there will be another war." "Are you looking at that short officer?" asked the lady with a smile. Becca didn't answer immediately. There was a pause in the middle. She said, "No, Mom." After a little thought, she said, "Is Miss Margaret better? I have been praying for her. I hope she will recover soon. She is still in a coma, poor Margaret," the lady continued. She and her daughter stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the window. The palm trees blocked the sunlight, making it a little shade. The mother and daughter talked to each other, and the scene was so beautiful. They talked about Margaret and then talked about her brother, who was fostered in her uncle's house. He came once last year. He was a handsome and sunny boy. According to their family's plan, when they saved enough money, The whole family would move to Washington to reunite with her brother and uncle's family. However, when your greed for money reaches an endless level, reunion will be an unattainable dream. "Do you like that person?" the lady suddenly said. Becca blushed immediately. She didn't expect her mother to be so straightforward. The Duchess was determined to set a trap for her daughter. There was a component of inducement in it. As soon as she said this, she felt cramped and even uneasy. For the so-called reunion, she first satisfied her desire for money and would do anything to avoid pregnancy, even when facing her closest relatives. "Mom, I just saw that he was nervous." "Nervous for no reason. This kind of nervousness seems to be addictive," Becca murmured. "Adolescent girls don't know anything. At the age of falling in love, when they meet someone they like, they don't know how to express it." As a person who has experienced it, the mother brought some hints, obscure hints. The two chatted for a long time, and then gave her a physiological hygiene lesson. In indescribable language, she reminded that the rescue measures after a woman has sex with a man can try to avoid the woman from getting pregnant. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Becca blushed and ran out of the room. The lady was left standing there in shock, her face burning. Chapter 103, Naval Battle Ball. King Kong Parrot was 1,000 meters away from the nearest Apollo. Seeing his old friends again, Captain Bond was so excited that he almost cried. "I love you," Bond said. A soldier said, "We love you too." The scene was very harmonious, and Joseph was very satisfied. Finally, he could have a proper naval battle. Yesterday, the King Kong Parrot was chased like a dog. Today, it's time to take revenge. "Go up and sink him," Joseph gave the order. "What is the Colonel's plan?" Miller asked. "Just fight." "That's it," Joseph thought about it and said. "The Army, which originated from the Army, is actively transforming into the Navy. The road is taken step by step. However, he has lost his patience and plans to adopt a quick battle and a quick decision to end the war as soon as possible. If you take a steady approach, you can annihilate the enemy in the movement, which takes a lot of time and the so-called guerrilla tactics. If you force the attack, you must pay the corresponding price." Several officers did not understand the meaning of his order. "What does it mean?" "To put it bluntly, it is a losing-lose style of fighting, charging headlong." He dared to do this because Joseph expected that the opponent's firepower configuration and output would be greatly reduced due to insufficient personnel. More than a dozen ships were running at full speed, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, and rushed straight towards the Golden Parrot. The shouting and yelling could be heard from far and near, and there was a lot of bluffing. Judging from the sound, the bandits really had a serious shortage of combat personnel. "Humph! A few little grasshoppers," Joseph said with a sneer. The captain of the Apollo was full of confidence. He was not an opponent on land, but he was definitely a match on the sea. He made the same mistake as Chief Howard, underestimating the opponent. It took a long time to talk, but it was actually very short. The distance was closer, and the Apollo took the initiative. The Sunshine followed closely. The left and right wings were the Giraffe commercial battleships led by Coman. Coman was the only surviving partner leader in the land decisive battle. On the day of the decisive battle, he led 100 or so remaining bandits to escape. He was the first to board his own ship. But he was unwilling to give up. He contacted other forces at sea and decided to defeat the King Kong at sea. The other partners were not so lucky. Howard's was assassinated, and the remaining 5 leaders all died on the battlefield. In the eyes of the living Coman, the more people died, the fewer people would participate in the distribution of wealth. The despicable creed of a speculator ruined him. The 3 main guns of the Apollo fired, making a loud noise that shook the earth. All the shells missed and fell into the water, splashing 3 waves in front of the King Kong. The second round of artillery was ready to fire, and the King Kong was no more than 50 meters away at this time. The original sailor establishment on the Apollo totaled 500 people. The scale and capacity were not as good as the former, and the number of people was similar. They lost more than half on land and near the sunken ship. Most of the current combat personnel are logistics personnel. It is not practical to let carpenters, cooks and slaves operate the guns. There are gunners who are knowledgeable, but they cannot be assigned to 2 gun positions. It is too late to train the others. This is incomparable with the King Kong Parrot. Take the maids around Sushu for example. The maids participate in combat training on a daily basis. They have to learn everything and have special instructors to guide them. In other words, the maids are not maids in the true sense, but they have different divisions of labor. She can transform into a musketeer, a sailor or half a gunner at any time. If any position is vacant, almost every mate can temporarily replace it. The situation on the Apollo is worse than expected. After the first round of shelling, the captain was in a panic because of the bandits' fury. The cannon barrel was loaded with shells first, but the gunpowder was forgotten to be loaded first. When he realized it, he would definitely waste the corresponding time to start over. It was the turn of the King Kong parent to fire, and all three main guns hit the target. Boom boom boom, the hull of the Apollo shook violently. The side mast fell down. Fire! Fire your guns, the captain yelled. Boom, one shot was fired, only one shot, and the shell passed over the King Kong and hit the sea behind. The moment the two ships met, the main gun and the guns on one side of the King Kong all fired, and the guns on the other side also fired at the same time. The guns on the other side were facing the Giraffe. Amid the rumbling explosions, the King Kong passed by. The hull was hit by two shells from the Giraffe. One of the shells exploded on the deck, and although they lay down, 2 French soldiers were killed. There were 87 French people when they left Egypt with Joseph. Now it is the first time that casualties have occurred. The result is very sad. There is no need to mention the damage to the deck and bulkhead on the ship. The Giraffe was commanded by Coman himself, and the coordination and mobility of the personnel were poor. After the artillery fire, the ship was completely under attack. All the guns on one side of the Giraffe hit the Giraffe. First of all, in terms of the number of guns, the Giraffe had twice as many guns as the latter. In addition, the artillery was well equipped and the response was quick. The point-cutting bombardment was adopted, that is, more than 30 guns on one side were all adjusted to bombard a target. This was a tactic that Joseph had recently conceived. This required close cooperation from all gunners. The target was the English icon on the side of the Giraffe. More than 30 shells, almost all of which attacked the icon. One shell could blast the ship's plate, several shells could blow a hole in the same place, and more shells could expand the hole. Then the ship was torn into two. At the same time, the Apollo also suffered the same blow. The Giraffe defeated the Apollo and the Giraffe. Directly facing the sunshine. The Giraffe, along with its leader, Coman, and his greed, slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Some people shouted for help, getting off the boat or jumping into the sea. They fell into the sea like dumplings. How could the ships farther away dare to approach? They all turned their rudders and fled. 2 battleships were lost in one encounter. The captain of the Sunshine and other captains saw that they had no fighting spirit. First, the Sunshine turned its rudder and fled. The King Kong pursued it relentlessly, and Joseph ordered the crew on the deck to row in the bottom cabin. 20 minutes later, they caught up with the Sunshine and sank it directly. In the next half-day, the King Kong caught up with the other 3 merchant ships. A round of artillery easily solved them. Joseph issued an order, refused to accept surrender. On the sea near the port, there were many wooden boards floating in several ships that were sinking with thick smoke. The survivors who jumped into the sea were effectively sniped by the returning King Kong. The bandits who took a boat or swam ashore alone could not escape the bad luck. The slave ship Danube was also sinking. All the captives Howards obtained from the trade with the Shakas were on this ship. Its cabin doors were sealed tightly. Pour hundreds of captured black slaves inside. They sank to the bottom of the sea together. The death of nearly 500 innocent people was what Joseph least wanted to see. Afterwards, he heard about this and was silent for a long time. There was also a merchant ship with tons of valuable goods such as ivory and rhino horns on it, which also sank to the bottom of the sea. According to Groom, the goods on this merchant ship included the shares of Duke Dumas. The groom was a sailor of the merchant ship and served the French after being captured. The captain took the initiative to participate in the fight, and his loss was his own fault. Duke Dumas' loss was a bit unfair. I don't know who to ask for it. The only few ships escaped by luck. They will never come back. To be alive, you also need good luck. From the comparison of the strength of Joseph's team and Howard's coalition. This is like a group of jackals, intending to beat up a lion. The jackals are cunning, but not united. Not only are they not well prepared, they are not properly commanded, and they misjudge the situation. This eventually led to their destruction. The lion is quite strong, with sharp teeth and claws. It is also quite smart, and the tactics it uses are very appropriate. Luck accounted for half of Joseph's team's victory. I won't say more, it's time to relax. Joseph ordered that all ship personnel take 3 days off. They all go to enjoy the beach, the sun, The sea bathing and the good bars. Being tense all day long is unbearable for anyone. Another day later, in the Linhae Hotel, a dance party was held mainly by the wife of the highest commander to celebrate the hard-won victory. The hotel has a ready-made band. The band composed of cellists, violinists, trumpeters, guitarists, and drummers played music. There were more than a dozen hostesses who changed into dresses to entertain on the spot. The Duchess and her daughter Becca, Count Richard and others were also invited to attend. There was no one else, and the so-called others all participated in the rebellion. It is said that a smaller medium-sized passenger ship also joined Howard's coalition. There were more than 100 sailors on the passenger ship, who were hired by the academic community in Spain. The scientific research team formed by them included both male and female intellectuals, nearly 100 people. Inexplicably, they also joined the coalition. The men went to war and never came back. A group of female researchers fled. It can be seen that wealth can turn a good person into a bad person, and turn a scholar or lady who is powerless into an executioner. Having said that, Joseph's team still has to spend money. Drinks, food, room rentals, and tips cost a lot a day. The band and hostesses are also paid. The income from these few days is enough to support all the expenses here. In the hall, a beautiful waltz was played. Officers, sailors, and ladies danced gracefully. Duke Duma asked the wife of the highest commander to dance, and the wife accepted. In fact, Joseph didn't like this atmosphere at all, thinking it was too noisy. He lit up his cigar and walked out of the hotel. In a corner of the dance floor, the Duchess noticed Joseph's movements. She leaned close to her daughter Becca's ear and said, "Becca, Colonel Joseph saved Miss Margaret. You should thank him in person on behalf of Margaret." "Oh. Okay, Mom." Becca thought her mother was right and immediately looked for Joseph's trace. "I think I saw him just leaving the hotel," the lady took the opportunity to say. After saying that, even she felt ashamed. Chapter 104 Memories. "Captain Joseph, you are really here?" A sweet and tender voice sounded from behind, which scared Joseph. He turned around and saw Becca, a lovely girl. "It's Becca," Joseph smiled and said. There was a long row of wooden chairs under the palm tree. Joseph sat there and enjoyed a moment of peace. "Captain Joseph, are you thinking about something?" Becca jumped over, lively like a chick. Before that, her mother chose a corset dress with exposed chest for her. After putting it on, she found that her body was not well developed, and it was better not to expose it. "It will be fine in 2 years," said the Duchess. She felt regretful that her daughter's figure was not very attractive to the opposite sex. She changed back to the current dress that girls wear. A plaid dress with red floral patterns on a white background. Seeing Becca, Joseph seemed to see his lost youth. There was a dual feeling of appreciation and relief. "Oh yes, I miss my hometown, and my hometown is always irreplaceable," said Joseph. The dimples on Becca's face appeared and disappeared when she spoke. Very attractive. She sat on the bench next to Joseph. They could smell each other's scent. "Your hometown," Becca thought for a moment and said, "is it the Qing dynasty?" "I heard that you are from the Qing dynasty." Since the naval battle in 1798, Joseph was severely injured and lost some of his memory. Now he is recovering bit by bit. More and more memories came to his mind, which made people sigh. "Yes, I am from the Qing dynasty," Joseph said. It is not difficult to enter a person's inner world. You need to ask and answer, and interact. The two people chat happily and talk about the past of this life. "I didn't expect that I could chat with a yellow-haired girl, all because she was a satisfactory audience. When I was very young, since I can remember, I have been to many places and lived in many different houses," Joseph narrated. "I never knew where my hometown was until I was 17 years old. His father was a small official in the court, and his career was not smooth. He was often transferred by the Ministry of Personnel. Every few years, his family would move to an unfamiliar county. He can now think of Jiaxing, Wuzhou, and Yanzhou. His father had been the county magistrate of the above places. What was 17-year-old Li Baoke doing at that time? It was 1777, the 42nd year of Qianlong's reign. In this year, Qianlong's mother died in Chongchun Xiangun, Yuanmingyun, and was buried in Taidong Mausoleum. The whole court followed the emperor to pay homage for 100 days. He remembered that the white mourning band on his father's right arm had not been removed for a long time. In his memory, Li Baoke won the third place in the provincial examination of Jiangsu and Zhejiang under the recommendation of a certain inspector, a superior of his father. The next year, 18-year-old Li Baoke went to Beijing to take the exam. Unfortunately, he failed to get a ranking. In the 43rd year of Qianlong's reign, the Ministry of Personnel issued documents, and Li Baoke was summoned to join the Fujian Navy. He became a clerk. The fleet he was in was encircling and suppressing the great pirate Zheng Yi at the time. Who is the great pirate Zheng Yi? He was praised by later generations as one of the 10 most famous pirates in history. He is as famous as Henry Morgan, Roberts, Blackbeard, Redbeard and other pirate captains. Zheng Yi's successor, his wife Zheng Shi, was recruited by the Qing dynasty in 1824 and was given the title of Qianzong. This Zheng Yi has been roaming the southeast coast for many years. In his heyday, he owned nearly 1,000 pirate ships and more than 1,000 cannons. He has been a scourge along the coast for many years. Small countries in Southeast Asia have been harassed repeatedly and suffered terribly. The memory of Li Baoke in those days ended when he was a clerk. I really can't remember how I got to the present. The sequelae of the head injury made him forget the history of this period. The past is unbearable to look back. Hometown is just a distant thought. Captain Joseph, did you have your sweetheart in your hometown? Becca asked suddenly. The topic was sensitive and Joseph didn't know how to answer. Becca changed the subject and alleviated some of the embarrassment. Miss Margaret had it. She fell in love with a talented poor boy, but her parents insisted that she marry an older rich man. There are many such stories, which are more realistic. Some literary works have had such settings. It is probably the best ending for a woman to elope with her beloved and live a happy life. According to Becca, Miss Margaret was an unfortunate person. The man later betrayed her, and when the two were in poverty, he sold her to a brothel as a prostitute. Hearing this, he felt deeply sorry for Margaret. He asked about Margaret's situation. Becca said that Margaret woke up, but her spirit was a little dull. Then, Becca talked about what happened to Margaret afterwards. On her 7th day in the brothel, she and her sisters were sent to a cruise ship to serve some rich people. Margaret, who had a strong personality, jumped into the sea and committed suicide. What happened next was a matter of course. The passenger ship carrying the Duc Dumas family passed by and rescued Miss Margaret. Hey, tell me about your experience, Chief Joseph, Becca said. Joseph smiled lightly. He tried his best to recall his sweetheart, but his impression was very vague. He remembered that when he was 15 years old, he followed his father to the governor's mansion to pay his respects to the old man. The third concubine was as beautiful as a fairy, the kind that would make one's heart beat at first sight. That kind of captivating smile tormented him for more than half a year. After thinking about it, it can't be counted. Suddenly, a familiar name and a beautiful figure flashed through his mind. By the way, Miss Qiuyan, is she okay now? Wang Qiuyan, 18 years old, waiting to be married. The same age as Li Baoke. He is a descendant of an official, and his poetic talent is well known far and wide. He is good at painting and is good at fine brushwork of flowers. That day, Li Baoke accompanied his mother to the temple to burn incense, and happened to meet the gentle and jade-like daughter of the Wang family. In just a few words, the two sides had a lot of secret feelings. The above scene is translated into modern Chinese as follows: Hey, beauty. Come over and play for a while, Li Baoke said with a smile. He reached out to stop Miss Wang Qiuyan and was stunned by her beauty. Get lost, Wang Qiuyan scolded. If you don't get out of the way, I'll call for help. The so-called secret feelings between the two sides was actually Li Baoke's imagination. Later, the Li family asked people to act as matchmakers many times, but they were all rejected by the Wang family. The matchmaker brought back the original words of the Wang family: you are a playboy, you don't even take a piss to look at yourself. A toad wants to eat swan meat. To be honest, Miss Wang Qiuyan was the first person he wanted to marry. Later, until now, I don't know if Mrs. Anna and Sushu count. Love is something that has no fixed pattern and is difficult to define as true or false. Then tell me about you and your wife, Becca said. To satisfy her curiosity, Joseph described his encounter with Sushu as extremely romantic. Can you imagine, on the avenue full of redbud rain, my wife and her classmates appeared. She was like a goddess. I fell in love with her at first sight. In fact, at that time, he was thinking about having sex with that girl. Having sex with the most beautiful one among several girls would definitely give him a sense of accomplishment. Now it is described as sacred and inviolable. Joseph said that his dazed look and blurred eyes fascinated the little girl. Dear, The dance is over. I didn't expect you to be here. The refreshing dove tone sounded. It was Su Shu's voice. It was not only the female overseas student Su Shu, but also the person representing the goddess Esther. She stood nearby for a long time, just wanting to listen to what they said. Fortunately, Joseph's performance was not bad, not only satisfying, but also happy. The little girl blushed and stood up. The superior's wife ignored her. She just felt that it was unnecessary to take an underage girl as an imaginary rival. The two walked away arm in arm, leaving the little girl alone in a daze. Joseph looked at his pocket watch when he left, and he didn't expect that they had been chatting for more than 2 hours. There is a secret room in Duke Duma's room. After returning from the ball, he turned the lamp holder on the wall of his bedroom and a door flashed out. Entering the door, it was another room. His cousin Dr. Allen hugged him. Devil Stephen was sitting next to him. In the last fierce battle on the shipwreck, 5 of the 7 people were lost. It was annoying. This account was put on Joseph again. In fact, the shipwreck had nothing to do with Joseph. It was an accident. The cousins began to conspire. Only 2 people knew the specific details. One for hatred, and the other for huge wealth. At the beginning, Dr. Allen left a set of medical and surgical instruments here. Now it comes in handy. Further inside the secret room, there are several compartments, one of which is used as an operating room. Devil Stephen caught a wounded bandit in the mountains. A tall and broad sturdy man. Allen first removed the bullets from the man's body. There were 3 placed on a tray. Taking advantage of his coma, another operation was carried out. Hundreds of iron sheets with a thickness of 5 millimeters were embedded in the man's skin. Each piece of iron was connected with a fishing line with good toughness. The operation lasted for a day and a night. The armored monster was finally formed. The doctor drew a tube of Stephen's blood, green blood, and injected it into the veins of the armored monster with a syringe. The body functions of the armored monster were healing at a miraculous speed. At least most of it could be restored. It was visible to the naked eye that the gaps between each piece of iron stopped bleeding. A transparent stratum corneum was formed. 10 minutes later, the armored monster woke up. After the body shook violently, it stopped. The monster sat up mechanically on the operating table, and its head and neck could move. "Where is this? Who are you?" the monster asked. "I am Dr. Allen, the one who saved your life," Dr. Allen said, putting the last instrument in the box and covering it. "I am the Devil Stephen." "Dr. Allen is my master," Stephen said. Chapter 105 Love Potion. 3 days later, Joseph began to select candidates for the cavalry. He forced the duck to the shelf. The bosun Ken became the new cavalry captain. Most of the cavalry were selected from the Black brothers, and 12 captured grooms were among them. All 39 cavalry were under his jurisdiction. Joseph originally wanted Jackson to be the captain, but Jackson refused to agree and insisted on being his chef. He had to give up. He temporarily asked Jackson to be the cavalry instructor, and he had no reason to refuse. While teaching the cavalry riding skills, he also taught them the most basic cavalry square formation. He made many scarecrows for the cavalry to chop and kill. He also trained them to shoot on horseback. This is different from operating a musket on land. Every day, the girl Becca was eager to see Joseph. There was no way she would miss him after not seeing him for a day. What else can she do? Just meet and chat? Joseph, this old man, was not a bad person, and he never thought of attacking the little girl. Every time, the Duchess wanted to get information from her daughter. Every time she was disappointed. Like her husband, she only cared about the secret of the treasure map. That afternoon, the Duchess came to her daughter's room. She handed her daughter a small porcelain bottle. "What is this, Mom?" Becca asked. "It's a potion," the Duchess smiled and said. "It's a potion that can capture your sweetheart. Your sweetheart will love you to the point of madness after taking it, so amazing." "Is it the magician's love potion?" Becca stared at the small porcelain bottle in her hand excitedly. "I remember a novel that mentioned this potion. It was made by a witch herself." "I think so," the lady said. The origin of the potion was deliberately added with fantasy by the lady. It was originally sold in an antique shop in Boston, America. It is said that it was invented by a famous witch in the Middle Ages. Duke Dumas bought it for a gold coin. "This is a beautiful lie." Touching his daughter's hair, he turned his face to reveal a complicated expression. The young girl, who was not well versed in the world, did not understand and really believed it. Usually, a spell is needed to cast a magic potion. She naively asked her mother the spell. Say you love me, the Duchess quickly said the so-called spell. Oh. I thought the spell was long, Becca nodded. How could she know? Her mother gave her a bottle of aphrodisiac. Men who take it will have dangerous primitive animal desires. The excited little girl found Joseph in the playground. Joseph had just practiced the whole process of sprinting and slashing for the cavalry. As fast as a rabbit, as fast as a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves. Black Whirlwind ran away wildly. There was a row of scarecrows at the corner of the playground. Joseph raised his knife and cut off the head of each scarecrow accurately. He won the applause of the onlookers. Becca was also among the audience, applauding enthusiastically. The hero in the little girl's mind was generally like this. Little John was also there, and the maid was in charge of watching over him. There were more than a dozen girls from the hotel among the onlookers, which was definitely a beautiful sight. The sailors were surrounding them, and Captain Bunt was chatting enthusiastically with a girl. Captain Joseph. Hi. Captain Joseph, Becca waved at him. Joseph handed the horse reins to the soldier and walked towards Becca. My dear lady. What can I do for you? Please tell me, Joseph nodded slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. When talking to a lady, one must pay attention to the corresponding etiquette, which is a respect for the other party. I would like to invite you to lunch, is it okay, Chief Joseph? Becca said shyly. Why not? Joseph answered readily, indicating his agreement. Will your wife interfere with you? Becca suddenly asked this question. Hey, Joseph laughed. My wife is very open-minded, she won't mind. In a small hall of the hotel, the waiter prepared lunch. There was an open bottle of red wine. Thank you. Chief Joseph, Miss Margaret asked me to express my gratitude for you, Becca said, holding up the wine glass. You're welcome. If it's convenient, I will visit Miss Margaret. Joseph smiled and raised his glass. Cheers, the two said at the same time. After taking a sip each, they cut a steak with a knife and fork. They talked a lot more. Gradually, Joseph felt his whole body burning, even his pores were enlarged. At the same time, he felt something in his lower body. He didn't think much about it, secretly cursed himself, and even pinched his thigh hard. Can you not be so embarrassing? It's incredible that a little girl can arouse impulse. The pain of pinching his thigh didn't work. He felt his face swelling and heating up, and his hands holding the knife and fork were shaking. The shaking made the table tremble slightly. Seemingly inadvertent, the girl Becca has been paying attention to the other party's reaction. The love potion obviously took effect. The girl was so excited. The next step is to recite the spell. Say you love me, she whispered. What? Joseph said, not hearing clearly. Trying his best to control the abnormality of his body. Say you love me, she spoke louder. Joseph heard it. I'm sorry, he shook his head and said, you are too young, really. I don't want you to misunderstand, Becca. His mind was a little fuzzy. He spoke intermittently, but still forced himself to be calm. The extremely high male hormone in his body stimulated his senses and body organs. His hand could not help but reach out to the other side. People with weaker self-control would have lost control long ago. But who is he? He is Joseph, an elite commander who can endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Okay. I'm leaving. Joseph gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The silly little girl is still waiting for the miracle of love. The desire and excitement for the unknown made the little girl blush. The sweetheart left resolutely, which was equivalent to pouring a basin of cold water on her head. It was cold from head to toe. Joseph hurried back to the room and remembered that his wife was not there. His wife and Mona and her group should be near the pool of water behind the fortress at this moment. It is a good place for leisure and entertainment. His wife was not there, and he thought of Anna. Anna, the incarnation of the goddess Nephthys. Without caring about that, Joseph knocked on Anna's door. Knocking is a polite word, but it is actually a rough push of the door. What's wrong with you, Joseph? Anna asked as she sat on the bed. Seeing Joseph in this state, she was not sure what happened. She was a little surprised. She was feeding little Maya, not shy about exposing her breasts. Hey, Joseph smiled awkwardly and closed the door. Still shamelessly sat over. I'm a little thirsty, so I came by your room to ask for a drink of water, he said. I'll get you some water after I finish feeding the baby, she said. Her tone of voice was disordered. I have enough milk, if you don't mind. You can drink some first to quench your thirst. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to the side. Joseph leaned forward, and his nose touched her hair. He stared at Anna's breasts. This reminded Anna of the first time she dated Joseph. It was still in the Rose Garden Hotel in Cairo, and Joseph seemed more impatient than he is now. That room was filled with the fragrance of roses, just like now. This room is also filled with the fragrance of roses. Okay, Joseph said shamelessly. He made excuses for himself in his heart. He was not proactive. He was shameless and scalpless, leaning down, and really leaning in to suck the milk. Little Maya reached out her hand to push him. Babies also know how to guard their food. It was almost time for little Maya to eat, and Anna put the child in the crib. Now she could feed quietly. Feeding was not the purpose, and both of them knew it. He put his hands on Anna's shoulders and pushed her back on the bed. Strangely, Joseph was different today from the past. He was like a different person. From Alexander to before entering the door, he had been rejecting her. He seemed to be a gentleman. I don't know why today. Who cares? That night, Joseph, who was in high spirits, took his wife and Anna to visit Miss Margaret. Accompanied by the Duchess and Becca, they walked through the garden and arrived in front of a row of wooden houses. It can be seen that Becca was in a bad mood, with slightly red eyes and traces of crying. Joseph and Anna, when they met again, it was as if nothing had happened. Just like usual. Madame Souchou didn't think there was anything unusual. Miss Margaret on the bed was pale and haggard. She tried to sit up and greeted the superior and his wife. Routine greetings from several people. They all hoped that she would cheer up and recover soon. The lady of the chief officer asked her jokingly that if there was a chance, she might hire Margaret to work on the Golden Parrot. As the chief financial officer and part-time tutor. The monthly salary was 10 francs. 10 francs is almost equivalent to 10 pounds. It is definitely a high salary, and anyone who hears it will be tempted. It is better than her selfless dedication in the hotel. The Duchess was very angry about poaching in front of the master. She didn't dare to show it. Don't dare. Miss Margaret fell into deep thought and didn't respond immediately. Miss Margaret, living in a different environment can make you forget all your previous troubles. I am the mother of little John, and I sincerely invite you to join, Anna said, putting herself in the other person's shoes. She was also anxious about the education of her children. The Duchess won't mind, the lady of the chief officer remembered to ask the master. The Duchess replied with a fake smile, since the commander's wife has such thoughts, why would we mind? Then she changed the subject and said, but my daughter Becca has lost a good teacher, it doesn't matter. We will compensate the Duke and the Duchess for their losses, the commander's wife said again. After a conversation, the Duchess proposed a strange idea. She wanted her daughter Becca to go on the King Kong to learn and gain experience on board. To borrow a famous saying, it means that if you learn from the strong, you will also become a strong person. It is the same as the Chinese saying if you keep company with a good, you will be good, if you keep company with a bad, you will be bad. Joseph and others were all surprised, but they still agreed. The Duchess said this as a delaying tactic. As she and her husband expected, Jean Valjean's pirate ship should be approaching the Gulf of Nadal. Fighting against a famous pirate gang, the King Kong has almost no chance of survival. Therefore, the previous words are not counted. A few more days passed. The cavalry training basically completed the basic training subjects. The next step is the proficiency of horse riding and archery. During this period, Souchou, the incarnation of the goddess Isis, and Joseph had another quarrel. The goddess Isis thought that he was deliberately delaying time. It was unknown when they would reach the destination, the Mariana Islands. In desperation, Joseph changed his itinerary and decided to set sail tomorrow. And tomorrow, they will face the biggest conspiracy. How lucky they need to be able to survive in this golden age of navigation. Chapter 106 Margaret's Conflict. It is better to prepare for a rainy day and be prepared for danger in times of peace. This means that even in peacetime, you must have a sense of crisis and make the best preparations and the worst plans. For an outstanding leader, this is an essential quality. The French army fought alone and was surrounded by enemies. Joseph had to always consider the future of this army. Therefore, it is particularly important to establish an effective reconnaissance and defense system at any time. Lieutenant Emmerich and his reconnaissance team received a secret order on the first day of the holiday to carry out a special mission. There are sentries of the Emmerich team on the two capes of the Nadal Bay. Once there is an invading enemy, they will send a signal to the inside of the bay, loud a wolf smoke. Wolf smoke is the smoke produced by burning wolf feces. This thing is available on the beacon towers on the ancient Great Wall. According to the ship's doctor, Miss Margaret also had a fatal injury. There was a 1-inch wide wound on her chest, which should be caused by a sharp weapon. Joseph couldn't figure out who would do such a cruel thing to a woman who was not competitive with the world and put her to death. There is a possibility of murder to silence the witness. After leaving the cabin, Margaret's eyes were very special, as if she had something to say. Joseph had this feeling. Reasoning in the normal way. The situation inside the shipwreck was complicated. Cowboy Punk died from random gunfire because he was in a bad position. Margaret was lying in the corner with Cowboy Punk and 7 murderers. The relationship between them was subtle. Among them, someone must know the secret of the treasure map. Cowboy Punk knew that he would not live to see the day of sunlight. Maybe he would take the secret to the grave. Will he reveal the secret before he died? The possibility is very high. Miss Margaret is definitely the best person to entrust. It seems that there are many suspicious points about Miss Margaret. According to the intelligence of his men, the Duke and Duchess have been unusually concerned about Miss Margaret in recent days. The hotel bodyguards are often seen cruising near Margaret's cabin. It is more like surveillance than protection. In the eyes of the waiters and hostesses, it does not fit the couple's personality. The Duchess visited every day, bringing flowers or fruits. Becca often went, so it was understandable. She had deep feelings for Miss Margaret. Joseph bribed a waiter and learned the above news. Could it be that the Duke and Duchess also coveted Blackbeard's treasure? This idea was expected. A little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Joseph walked through the garden alone. Before he got close, he could see that guards had been added in front of a row of wooden houses. This strengthened his judgment. So he turned around immediately and happened to meet the girl Becca. Becca had a small bamboo basket on her arm. There was food in it. "Hi. Commander Joseph, you are here," she said. "Can't I come here?" Joseph said with a smile. "No," Becca stammered. "Commander Joseph can come anywhere in the hotel." She came to deliver food to Miss Margaret. She cooked it herself. "Miss Becca made it, you must try it if you have a chance." Joseph smiled. Becca became excited, her eyebrows dancing with joy, and said, "Captain Joseph, wait for me, I will make soup for you tonight." "Thank you, Miss Becca," Joseph said. After speaking, Becca was about to leave. "Miss Becca, I have nothing to do, I will go with you," Joseph suddenly said. Okay, Becca was very happy. Just as the two were talking, 2 smoke signals rose in the distant sky. The first person to discover this situation was the guard on duty at the port. The guard immediately blew the horn for emergency assembly and preparation for war. He took Becca's bamboo basket, and Becca naturally put her arm around Joseph's arm. Joseph thought for a while, and still cooperated to take the arm of the young girl Becca. Overly intimate actions make people feel uneasy and their faces swell. Suddenly hearing the horn, Joseph's face changed. "What's the sound?" Becca asked. "Nothing, my soldiers are gathering for training," he said lightly. On the surface, he was calm, but his heart was surging. He knew, what is coming will come, and you can't hide from it. If an enemy fleet appears, it will take at least half a day to cross the center of the bay from the beginning to the dock. So, they have plenty of time to prepare. There is no need to rush. Approaching the wooden house, he saw 3 bodyguards with muskets on their waists. Their faces were dull and serious. They exchanged glances with each other, but finally did not dare to say anything. The highest French commander in front of them, who killed people like crazy, was a terrifying existence for them. How could they dare to respond? The leader signaled to another bodyguard, who left immediately to find the Duke and Duchess. Entering the room, Joseph saw Miss Margaret again. After chatting for a few words, Becca fed Margaret soup with a spoon. Joseph was sitting opposite. "Miss Margaret, I want to ask you something, I wonder if you are convenient to say it," Joseph asked. "Colonel Joseph, please say," Margaret said. "Who wants to kill you?" Joseph asked. "Huh?" Becca turned to Joseph, surprised that he asked this. Margaret was very nervous when she heard it. She glanced at Becca and then looked out the window. "Don't worry, Miss Margaret, I'm the only one who can protect you now and make sure you won't get hurt," Joseph thought as he spoke, with unquestionable majesty in his words. Oh, Commander Joseph, I don't know what you're talking about," Margaret said, with a complicated expression on her face that had just regained its color. Joseph followed Margaret's gaze and happened to see someone looking inside. He seemed to understand something. Ha ha ha, Joseph laughed. Margaret and Becca didn't know why he laughed. A strong man with the strongest power, who had absolute power over life and death. He was confident that he could make everything clear and transparent. Achieve the desired effect. He didn't hesitate anymore and took out a bamboo whistle from his arms. He put it in his mouth and blew it. Whoosh, a sharp whistle sounded. A few minutes later, 2 squads of soldiers rushed to the scene. "Commander Joseph, what are you going to do?" Becca asked, puzzled. Joseph didn't respond. He gave the soldiers an order: "From now on, the wooden house will be under military control. No one can be allowed to leave unless there is a written order from the superior. A radius of 50 steps is measured, and those who cross the line can be killed without mercy after persuasion." This series of measures was carried out vigorously. The task was completed in more than 10 minutes. Several bodyguards withdrew from the circle in dissatisfaction. And the Duke and Duchess, who heard the news, also stared at each other. Joseph said to Becca, "For the safety of Miss Margaret, he must do this." Becca didn't understand. "What's the difference between this and robbery?" She was a little angry and slammed the bamboo basket on the ground. Turning to leave, Joseph hugged her from behind. "I didn't expect that little girls have a lot of flesh." Becca, listen to me, there are some things you don't know," he said. "I don't want to hear, I don't want to know. In my home, you are too much." Becca didn't move Joseph's arm. The strange electric current made her body soft. "Give me 10 minutes, 10 minutes please," Joseph said almost in a begging tone. "I want you to know the truth." He really couldn't be persuaded. Becca sat there angrily. "Thank you, Sir Joseph," Miss Margaret said, speaking from the heart. Becca looked at Margaret strangely. Why should she thank Joseph? Is there something wrong? "You're welcome," Joseph said with a faint smile. "Margaret, Miss Becca is here, you are very safe now. There is no need to worry about anything." "Again, who wants to kill you?" Joseph asked. As soon as the topic was mentioned, Margaret showed a terrifying expression, which was mixed with a great resentment. It's Dr. Allen, that beast." Margaret suddenly felt relaxed when she said this name. "My uncle? How is it possible?" Becca frowned when she heard it, and looked at Margaret with a scrutinizing look. "At first I didn't know he was your uncle," Margaret said, explaining to Becca. "I heard them say that they were going to seek refuge with Duke Duma, and I knew that the beast was very close to your family." Margaret continued, "That day in the sunken ship, Dr. Allen stabbed me, killing to silence you because you knew about them." Joseph interrupted. "Yes," Margaret admitted. Becca knew that Miss Margaret was raped by many people, but she didn't expect that her own uncle was also involved. However, she still didn't want to believe it. After all, there was no evidence. She hadn't seen her uncle in person. In her impression, Uncle Allen was a medical doctor and a gentleman. It was unlikely that he would do such a cruel thing. "Duke and Lady Duma have been asking me about what happened in the sunken ship these days," Margaret said. "I guess they want to know some secrets, otherwise, I would never be alive now." "Since the Duke and Duchess asked this, they must have met Dr. Allen," Joseph said again. "Oh. It's inexplicable. Sir Joseph." "Margaret. What are you talking about?" Becca said. "This world is too complicated for a simple girl to understand." No one answered her. "Dear Becca," Margaret said apologetically. "We don't want you to get involved, but there's no way. In the classroom, you will never get to know the truth. This world is not as beautiful as you think." Becca was in a state of confusion and said nothing. At the age of 14, she tried to figure out the thoughts of the middle-aged man, Joseph, and guessed the thinking direction of the young man, Margaret. Margaret did not reveal the secret of punk for the time being, because she was not sure whether the officer in front of her was as insidious as Dr. Allen and the Duke and Duma. This laid the groundwork. Joseph expressed his understanding. When the time came, the secret would be revealed to the world. Moreover, he did not have to get the treasure map, because he was not poor. This was the first reason. The second reason was that the risk was too great. Every treasure excavation in history was accompanied by bloody storms. Fratricide, and separation of wives and children were common. He was responsible for the 578 lives of the Golden Parrot. Let everything take its course. Chapter 107. Zhang's Pirates. The tides washed the beach, leaving a sea of shells and groups of crabs. On the sea route 170 kilometers from the east coast of Africa, the battleship Prometheus hoisted the pirate flag and took the lead. This battleship has a second deck and 72 guns. It is a standard type of battleship. The legendary Captain Jean Valjean is on the deck at the bow. His new partner, General Payne, communicated in English and had a good chat. Behind them, there is a huge fleet of 38 pirate ships of various standards. A tall man and a short man. There are also more than a dozen pirate leaders. The tall man is a Chinese, middle-aged man. He wears a black silk horse-drawn. He is Captain Payne, an important leader of the Zhang pirate group. His men call him General Payne. It is said that Payne served in the Qing Navy in his early years and was a deputy steward on a warship. This position is equivalent to the deputy captain. It is reasonable to call him General. Captain Jean Valjean, who received the news of the whaling ship, did not take the reward of £300,000 seriously. It was not his turn to do it himself. He sent a small leader named Jimmy, and several ships set off. Jean Valjean had more important things to do at that time. He was eager to accept new members and expand his strength. Half a month ago, it was this Captain Payne who asked to join the gang. He brought 26 pirate ships and accompanying families, a total of more than 3,000 people. Among them, there were 11 gunboats. He became the second in command of Jean Valjean's forces. The hulls of the 26 pirate ships were all painted in white circles with a large Zhang in the middle. It is the unique symbol of the Zhang Yi pirate group. Speaking of the reason for the defection, Payne still feels uneasy. According to Payne, a year ago, he and Zhang Yi went out to travel. When they arrived in Brunei, they both fell in love with a woman who sold betel nuts. The woman's surname was Shi, and she was very smart in business. She actually sold a whole ship of betel nuts to the pirates. Payne was deeply impressed and attracted by her. After several contacts, his affection for her grew day by day. Payne decided to marry the woman of the Shi family. After giving the woman a betrothal gift, Payne invited the woman to the base to meet the man's parents. Unexpectedly, on the day of the wedding, the groom was not him. The leader Zhang Yi used despicable means to force the couple to marry the woman. This made Payne, the big boss, furious. The matter was not over. The leader Zhang Yi took the initiative and sent someone to assassinate him. After Payne escaped by chance, he had to lead his men to rebel. And his parents and first wife all died in the chaos. In this way, more than 20 ships under his command contacted Jean Valjean in the Indian Ocean, swore allegiance, and became Jean Valjean's men. They held a big feast in Jean Valjean's lair and celebrated for 10 days. Later, after receiving the news from Duc de Ma, Jean Valjean was not calm. Joseph's bounty was £300,000, plus the conservative estimate of the property of the Golden Parrot. It exceeded £1 million. That's not all. What's shocking is that the famous Black Bear treasure is actually in Joseph's hands. So he sent a pigeon message to Jimmy to stay on the spot and set off together after reuniting with the fleet. The above news is definitely the most important news in history. I'm afraid that Jean Valjean will only catch up with this once in his life. Let someone's eyes whiz with green light. With this batch of wealth, Jean Valjean has the confidence to expand his pirate territory to the level of competing with European countries. How can the opportunity be missed? Jean Valjean used all his elite troops and set off on the journey with General Payne. The little man is Captain Jean Valjean. There are scars all over his bald head. He is taller than a dwarf and shorter than a normal person. But he was a sturdy, thick-browed, tanned white man. A falcon stood on his shoulder. It is an honor for Payne to serve Captain Jean Valjean, General Payne said. In the next few years, we will sweep across the Indian Ocean and assist the captain to become the overlord of this area. Yeah, Jean Valjean nodded and said, General Lane is far-sighted and will achieve great things in the future. What you said is exactly what I want. Becoming the overlord of the sea is exactly what Jean Valjean wants. After getting rich, he actively expanded his armaments. Madagascar Island and New South Wales, Australia, are Jean Valjean's two major goals. He must first defeat the Kingdom of Mykenlina in Madagascar and establish his base on the island. Port Jackson, Sydney Port, in New South Wales is also one of the targets. It was a British colony at that time. Port Jackson was garrisoned by the First Fleet of Great Britain, UK. At present, with a continuous increase of immigrants, Sydney City has been formed. The First Fleet stationed in the port received an order from Marshal Nelson in England. From now on, the entire fleet will go to the Gulf of Natal to forcibly fight for the treasure map. Needless to say, the treasure of Blackbeard was finally exposed, and almost everyone knew about it. The navies of Portugal, the Netherlands, Spain and other countries, and all the colonial garrisons near the Indian Ocean, moved after receiving the news. All the major forces in European countries focused on the Golden Parrot. This was something Joseph never dreamed of. However, due to time constraints, most forces came up empty-handed. The news that Napoleon finally got was different from others. Some officers returning from Egypt reported that Colonel Joseph, who was affiliated with the 35th Battalion of the Second Army, took advantage of his position and absconded with a large number of Egyptian cultural relics. This was of course the one-sided statement of the gendarmerie captain Henry and his uncle. There were more officers who vindicated Joseph. They even debated in court. In the end, the side with more people won and cleared Joseph's grievances. In Cairo and Alexandria, Joseph made many official friends, and he didn't expect that they would come in handy at a critical moment. This matter caused a sensation. Just as the matter came to an end, new news came one after another. First, there were wanted orders from various countries, until the treasure map of Blackbeard appeared. Emperor Napoleon finally couldn't sit still. He instructed his navy minister, "Blackbeard's treasure now belongs to France, you have to get the treasure and ensure the safety of Colonel Joseph. By the way, see Joseph, let him come to see me," Napoleon said finally. When he said this, it was already very late. The French fleet was halfway there and had to turn back. It is said that the Golden Parrot disappeared and no one took the treasure map. In other words, Joseph is still alive. Let's cut to the chase. As soon as Jean Valjean's fleet approached the Bay of Natal, thick smoke immediately rose from the land on the Cape. "This Joseph will be a good opponent," Jean Valjean said. "Hand the telescope to General Payne. Let him see the French outpost." "Well, not bad. If we go now, they should be well prepared. If they flee to the primeval forest, we will not be able to catch up with them," Payne said what he was worried about. The pirates had their own way. They released a carrier pigeon and brought Duke Dumas a brilliant plan. After receiving the message from the carrier pigeon, Duke Dumas' face turned extremely ugly. He went to the secret room to discuss with his cousin Alan, and then found Count Richard, the priest and the sisters. Several people on the same boat started to plot. Dr. Allen said bitterly, "I can't wait any longer. I will give Joseph a big surprise." Ha ha ha. His surprise refers to the newly transformed armored monster. The armored monster injected with devil's blood is invulnerable to swords and guns, and has great strength. He was specially equipped with a weapon, a large battle axe. Count Richard was also ready, with an iron hook on his waist. This iron hook was found in the garden, saying that he encountered a thief. On the day of the theft, the homeless man who was taken and disappeared, and it was speculated that it was related to the homeless man. The loss was not large, and the matter was left unresolved. Count Richard still doesn't know that the tramp is Dr. Allen's subordinate. After plotting for a long time, they finally reached a consensus. They united to control Joseph's family first. In this way, they could coerce Joseph and force him to surrender. It would be even better if Joseph could be caught directly. Then rely on the pirate ship to defeat the French army. With a treasure map and £1.3 million in hand, the big scales were used to divide the gold and silver, which was so beautiful. At this time, bodyguards were looking for Duke Dumas everywhere. The Duke and Duchess rushed to the garden one after another and found that Miss Margaret's residence had been controlled by the French. "Becca is still in there," the lady said worriedly. A bodyguard confirmed that Miss Becca invited Colonel Joseph into the room. Later, for some unknown reason, a whistle sounded inside and the soldiers surrounded the place. "Huh? I don't have such a daughter," Duke Dumas said with a cold face. "I even doubt if she is my biological daughter." "Dumas, you can't say that, you are insulting us mother and daughter," the Duchess roared. Dumas walked away with a wave of his hand, and the lady followed him chattering. "Dumas, you have to apologize to me, you can't tarnish my reputation. Oh, if it weren't for my family supporting you, you would still be an apprentice watchmaker in Sicily." This sentence directly hit the former's sore spot. He turned back suddenly, his eyes were very scary, and he seemed to want to kill someone. "Yes, I'm sorry. Dumas, I don't want this," the lady stopped and stammered. Chapter 108, Shocking Change. The army was frequently mobilized, and the soldiers built fortifications on the dock. Later, the soldiers protecting Margaret were also withdrawn, leaving only 2 soldiers to guard. The position needed manpower. Joseph commanded on the spot. With several great men in the army, the fortifications were built in a template. Among them, there was the setting of fire points, a mesh cross structure, and the first thing to consider was the extension range of the enemy's artillery fire. Lieutenant Emmerich and his group lit 2 smoke signals on the cape, which conveyed an extremely important signal. Lighting 1 smoke indicates that the enemy's strength is average, lighting 2 smoke signals indicates that the enemy's strength is strong. Therefore, looking at the construction of the position, even the most mentally retarded person can guess that the invading enemy is far stronger than Howard's alliance. The waiters and hostesses in the hotel went out to sea. While watching the excitement, everyone was worried about their own fate. The fire at the city gate affected the innocent. Everyone understands this principle, including all the officers and soldiers of the Shaka people. Any invader must have an attack target. What about outside the target? It's hard to say. Generally speaking, the probability of being implicated and being angered is higher. The position barrier was made of sandbags and stones, with 2 levels of position buffering. The seaside hotel was the last position. At this point, Joseph had bad intentions. Once the war started, the hotel could not be guaranteed to be reduced to ruins. Duke Duma went out to take a look and was so angry that his teeth itched. He really didn't expect that Joseph could use his hotel as a shield. The Shaka soldiers also participated in the construction of fortifications. After completion, they had to retreat to the fortress, because King Shaka had ordered to maintain a neutral attitude. The Golden Parrot was completely abandoned and anchored 1 kilometer away, becoming an empty ship. Everything that could be unloaded was left, even the oars. All 72 artillery pieces were unloaded and transported to the designated location on the shore. All the supplies on the ship were moved away and stored in the Shaka fortress. If the army was defeated, the supplies would be a gift to the Shaka people. Try to be free of worries. In addition, there are ladies including the wives of the chief officers. Their placement is quite troublesome. Joseph thought about it and planned to temporarily settle them at the foot of the mountain. 5 carriages were loaded with cash and silver from the Golden Parrot. They were guarded by a dozen fully armed maids. The signal was 3 long and 2 short horns. If the signal was blown, it would mean the defeat. The ladies could set off, either to seek refuge with King Shaka or to find another way to make a living. The plan was this, and the ladies had prepared their luggage in the hotel. Anna complained that this life of displacement was too much. There was no way. Who asked you to be in the same boat? There are many choices in life. Since you have chosen a path, you have to bite the bullet and go on. Otherwise, please leave. Joseph underestimated Duma, and he didn't expect them to start in advance. Yes, you are ruining my hotel, and I will catch your wife, and the 2 will balance each other. Joseph was in the trench of the position, and he had just put on a cigar. Pa pa pa. He heard gunshots from the direction of the hotel. He rode on his horse and arrived at the hotel a few minutes later. There were gunshots again, from the direction of the hotel near the guest rooms. It's bad. That's the ladies' room. Sure enough, a blood-stained maid ran out panting and fell to the ground. Quick! Quick! Madam, the maid stopped breathing before she finished. People at the door didn't know what was going on and ran over to watch. Several waiters and a dozen hostesses were horrified. Go and call for help, Joseph said to Frank. He was the first to rush into the hotel and picked up a pistol. The hotel lobby was empty. The middle of the corridor was the only way to Sushu's guest room. Just halfway through, plop, there was a sudden sound, and a wall burst open. Caught off guard, Joseph was pushed to the opposite wall by the shock wave of the explosion. Then he bounced and fell. Broken bricks and wood chips splashed all over the ground. In the thick gray fog, a huge figure passed through the wall. The figure stood in the corridor, almost blocking the passage. Who is it? Joseph shouted, rolling and crawling up. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the black shadow. At this time, noisy voices and ladies scolding could be heard from the direction of the garden. The one who wants to kill you, Harry, the black shadow replied in a silly voice. Pa! A gunshot rang out. Joseph pulled the trigger without hesitation. He heard the crisp sound of bullets hitting metal. The gray fog gradually dissipated, and a giant iron tower was lying across the corridor. It was almost 2 heads taller than him, and was covered with iron pieces. Only his eyes and ears were exposed. What was even more exaggerated was that the giant was carrying a mountain-splitting axe on his shoulder, and his momentum was really terrifying. Just when he was stunned, the mountain-splitting axe came at him diagonally. Joseph retreated back a dozen steps. The mountain-splitting axe hit nothing and smashed a hole in the right wall. No. There was someone behind him. He could feel the man's rapid breathing. Joseph glanced back and saw Father Boki standing there at some point, no more than 10 steps away. He had a weird smile on his face. "Get out of the way," Joseph shouted. "If he can't beat the giant, can he beat you?" Joseph drew his sword and stabbed. The priest dodged easily. Joseph slashed with two swords to the left and right, and the priest dodged beautifully. If dodging the first sword was a coincidence, dodging the other two swords was definitely a stroke of genius. Stunned. Joseph was stunned. He didn't expect that Father Boki was a real person who never showed his true colors. What do you think? People who dare to covet treasures are basically capable. The armored monster and the priest locked Joseph tightly. "Little mouse," the armored monster said contemptuously. "Isn't it?" The colonel officer who was prominent in front of others was just a mouse in the eyes of the big guy. "Hand over the treasure map and I will spare your life," the priest finally spoke. "What if I don't hand it over?" Joseph sneered. "If you don't hand it over, I will kill you," the priest stopped smiling and said. Frank led two small teams of soldiers and rushed into the hotel. There were more than a dozen muskets sticking out from the bar, behind the back chairs, and in some corners. After the gunshots, bullets were fired from all directions at the door. And a soldier fell down. The soldiers left the hotel. Goering and Miller, who received the news, were shocked and rushed to the door of the hotel. The war was imminent, and the back door caught fire. How could this be possible? A waiter outside the door asked what happened. A soldier told him that Duke Duma had held Chief Joseph and his wife hostage. As members of the hotel, the waiters and hostesses felt that the situation was serious. They were at a loss. Chief Goering told them clearly that as long as they drew a line with the hotel, they would not be implicated. "You should hide on the dock," said a squad leader. The waiters and hostesses went to the dock. Goering couldn't help asking himself, who gave Duke Duma the courage? He dared to hold the highest French official and his relatives hostage. Mona was also among them, and Miller was very worried. "Everyone, do your own thing. I will rescue Joseph," Jackson said to Goering and Miller. "Okay. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Jackson," Goering said sincerely, and Lieutenant Miller agreed. Jackson asked the two officers for one person. Bosun Ken, the active cavalry captain, and his 39 cavalrymen. As soon as they arrived, they immediately went into battle. "Huh? Want a treasure map? You have to defeat me first," Joseph sneered. The alternating palm movements were the starting moves of Bagwikwan. In the corridor, a fierce fight began. There were constant shouts. There was a rumbling sound of breaking walls, which was caused by the axe being chopped and smashed, destroying the scene. The saber was not conducive to use, so it could only be sheathed. The axe chopped vertically, and he used the Bagwikwan sticky word formula, slapping the back of the axe with one palm, using the force to hit the force, and the axe head of the axe was completely immersed in the floor. The armored monster was so angry that he screamed. He tried hard to pull out the axe. The combination of Bagwikwan strikes is like a storm. Especially in a small space, it can show its true power. Every punch hit the iron plate, causing the fist to tremble and Joseph to grimace in pain. The back of his hand was already bleeding, his own blood. The monster was covered in iron armor, like the golden bell and iron cloth shirt of horizontal training kung fu. Find the vital points and flaws, otherwise you will never beat him. After a few moves, Joseph found that the armored monster had two defensive weaknesses, a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. So, next, Bagwikwan hit the opponent's eyes, and you had to jump high to hide it. This indirectly disturbed the monster's vision. Later, he had to be on guard against Father Boki's sneak attacks. He often kicked him when he was not paying attention. He had to turn his hand to block and cut the opponent's ankle with his palm. At the moment of blocking, Joseph's wrist shook and cut the priest's ankle. The priest took a blow and should be careful when he attacks again. Eastern boxing is amazing, the priest couldn't help but admire. "You are not bad," Joseph replied. Joseph was attacked from both sides and suffered terribly. Finally, he found an opportunity and chopped the ground with his axe again. The axe head once again sank deep into the ground and got stuck in the floor. He bent down to pull it out. He did not hesitate anymore and swooped over the monster in one swift step, jumping over it like a wooden horse. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Fierce Fight in the Corridor. Turn right at the end of the corridor, and you will see a corridor. There are dozens of high-end guest rooms. At the door of Sushu's room, there are several corpses. 2 of them are maids, whose throats were cut. The maids still hold pistols in their hands. He didn't have time to think, and ran into the back garden along the corridor. Count Richard and the sisters have been waiting here for a long time. Under the stairs of the back hall porch, the Count finally showed his treasure, a 2-foot-long iron hook. The iron hook was a testimony of his early years as a coolie at the dock. The fact that it has survived until now is enough to prove that he is a nostalgic person. As a powerful gangster boss in Philadelphia and a behind-the-scenes promoter, Richard has a dual identity as a businessman. All gang members must have an iron hook. Unfortunately, his men were killed in the big fight on the American line. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of the big brother to go out in person. The sisters, one on the right and one on the left, stood on both sides of the Count, each holding a 2-inch-long dagger. They took a graceful stance. To facilitate the battle, the sisters changed their outfits and cut their long skirts short, revealing their long legs. Hey, Joseph laughed at the 3 people. There is an old Chinese saying, "Don't give up until you see the Yellow River." That's what you are talking about, Joseph said, drawing his sword. There is another saying, "Don't turn back until you hit the wall," Joseph said. Joseph, hand over the treasure map, and I will spare your life, Count Richard said. His eyes were gloomy and scary. Don't talk to him, just knock him down first, said Sister Jenny. The priest followed and stood behind Joseph. The armored monster remained in the corridor, and his task was to block any enemy that passed through. The gunfight in the hotel became more intense. A dozen musketeers were no match for the well-trained soldiers. The soldiers shot in from various windows and the door, and the battle was resolved within 10 minutes. Joseph took action first. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Ding ding dang dang, a series of collisions rang out, and the sword and the iron hook fought. Each strike produced a spark. Count Richard was just able to parry it. The iron hook was short in length, which was not conducive to long-range combat. And an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The sisters approached from both sides, and the daggers swish 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 stabbed directly at the vital points. Joseph was forced to draw back his sword to defend. Tisk tisk tisk, your thighs are so white, Joseph laughed. Damn hooligan, his sister Leah scolded. After one round, several people separated. Joseph thought, it's a bit difficult to defeat a group of people, so it's better to defeat them one by one. Joseph, you are not our opponent, give up as soon as possible, Count Richard threatened. It's not that easy for me to give up, Joseph said coldly. Who is the weakest among the several people? Who is the strongest? After judging the situation, Joseph decided to knock down the strongest one first. After comparing in the corridor, the priest was the best among the several people. The next round of group attack began, and Richard, the sisters, and the priest launched attacks at the same time. It can be seen that the priest and the sisters are responsible for harassment, and Count Richard is responsible for the main attack. Joseph responded calmly, and forced the iron hook away with a few swords. He looked exhausted and gasped. Father Boki behind him thought he had got a chance and went up to kick him. Joseph glanced at him from the corner of his eye, turned his head and kicked sideways, which was within the attack range of bagwood boxing and kicking. Bang! A kick hit the priest's leg. The priest fell out in midair. Then, Joseph stepped back a few steps and threw a sword. The priest rolled on the spot and barely avoided the sword. The saber chopped on the ground. Sparks flew. The priest who dodged was very embarrassed. After standing up, he shook his right sleeve and a white shadow flew towards Joseph's face. At this time, Joseph had just stood still, and before he could think, the 3 people from Lichar rushed over. Joseph's body tilted, and the white shadow whoosh, passed by and pierced the tree trunk more than 10 meters away. Flying knife, Joseph blurted out. Unexpectedly, the priest had a backup plan. Another round of fierce fighting, with the good skills of Bagwickwin, it was not difficult to deal with him. He was hit by an iron hook without paying attention. The tip of the hook scratched Joseph's left arm, and blood dripped. It was impossible to judge how deep the wound was for the time being. His back was cut by his sister for 2 inches, and blood just came out. The strange smile on the priest's face reappeared. Every time Joseph paused, he threw a flying knife. The 5th flying knife shot off Joseph's tricorn hat and shook off his long braid. I really underestimated them. I didn't expect that they cooperated with each other so well. Especially the flying knives were hard to guard against. Joseph was like this, thinking little about himself. Even in danger, he was still thinking about the safety of others. I wonder if the ladies are okay? With 2 goddesses sitting in, I guess they can't suffer any loss. With the 3 generations of demons of Little John, it's enough for the Duke and his gang to drink a pot. At this moment, in Miss Margaret's room, more than a dozen muskets were pointed at several ladies. Several of the original band members also turned into gunmen, with a manager as the leader. Becca stood at the head of Miss Margaret's bed, looking confused. She didn't know why it turned out like this. The chief's wife, Miss Mona, Mrs. Anna and the 2 children were all imprisoned. The Duchess handed Becca a pistol. "Baby. Watch them, whoever resists, kill her first." Margaret was lying on the bed, and at a glance she recognized her old enemy Alan, the first person to hurt her in the shipwreck. Therefore, she was very excited and wanted to eat that person alive. She said to Becca beside her, "Are you going to shoot me?" "Becca. You saw your Uncle Alan clearly there." "Sorry. Miss Margaret, eh?" Becca really didn't know what to say. Little John sat on the chair, looking at these people curiously. The Duke and Duchess of Duma, Dr. Allen. One of the short men wearing a ghost mask and a red cloak kept staring at him. "Hi. I recognize you, the Devil Stephen," Little John said excitedly. He had seen Stephen's performance in the circus on St. Helena. It was at that time that Little John's primitive devil nature was accidentally awakened. Impressed, Stephen chose to remain silent. Dr. Allen's obscene eyes swept over several ladies. If it weren't for the presence of his cousin's family, God knows what he wanted to do. Duke Duma, Dr. Allen and Count Richard, 3 forces, joined forces. They thought that everything would be fine if they took the chief's wife and other female relatives hostage. In fact, they were all wrong. It looked right on the surface. Under the pure strength of the pirate group, the chances of winning are relatively large. Hearing the rumbling of cannons outside, Duma nodded proudly to Dr. Allen. Dr. Allen guessed that their pirate accomplices had arrived. Everything seemed to be under control. As he spoke, 38 warships arrived at the port. Goering and several officers were shocked by the dense fleet on the sea and the flags of the pirate ships. What a big battle. There are Jean Valjean's pirate ship and Zhang's pirate gang. The leader of the pirate ship, Jimmy, took the lead in launching the attack. The joining of the new member Payne has a certain impact on the status of the leader Jimmy. So, he's eager to show himself. The first 5 warships lined up and opened fire. Boom boom boom, a series of bombings. The dock was filled with smoke, and several piers were blown to pieces. Jean Valjean saw it through the telescope. He said to General Payne, "The pier and the dock have no fortifications, and our artillery can't get close to the French position." "Oh? The problem is, if the pier is blown up, how can we get ashore?" General Payne thought for a while and said. The French were too cunning, making the artillery of 38 warships useless. 38 warships, a total of thousands of artillery. When Captain Jean Valjean heard it, he quickly ordered Jimmy's vanguard fleet to stop the attack. Most of the fleet approached the coast, and the sound of horns rose and fell. More than 200 small boats carried pirates to land by force. The first wave of pirates was at least 2,000. Some of the small boats carried cavalry guns. Such a large-scale landing battle is rare in the history of pirates. With their current strength, they can attack a kingdom. Chapter 110 Gulf War. More than 200 small boats landed on the 2-kilometer-long coastline. Strangely, there was no resistance. The pirates were quite surprised. Joseph's camp wanted to fight a land war, that is, a positional war. Don't even think about it at sea. Thousands of pirates near the port raised the pirate flag and went ashore. The pirates were dressed in various costumes, including naval uniforms from all over the world, which looked very eye-catching. Among them were some Asians. Mainly Chinese, but also Filipinos and Malaysians. That is, the pirates under the command of the former Zhang family. No, on the Prometheus, General Payne saw something wrong at a glance. The French are just so-so. They dare not confront head-on. Jean Valjean said, "Brother Payne, don't be too nervous, I hope you are right." Payne shook his head and said. The pirates gathered one after another, and Jean Valjean and Payne also went ashore. At this time, the artillery on the French position began to fire. The pirates here have not yet established their positions. Goering smiled and said to Miller, "If I were their commander, I should avoid the front and go back from both sides." He pointed to the beach and Miller nodded. Fighting positional warfare is not the pirates' strong point. I saw that they also have cavalry cannons, but only 3, Miller said. Lieutenant Miller, they have a lot of troops and their combat effectiveness is stronger than Howard's coalition forces. Today will be a tough battle. Captain Bond couldn't get a word in at the side. On land, you have to listen to other people's orders. He glanced in the direction of the hotel and suggested to the 2 officers to reinforce Commander Joseph. No. If we withdraw more manpower, it will disrupt our strategic deployment, Goering said. Miller also expressed helplessness. War is to start from the overall situation. Please believe in Jackson's strength, he will bring the commander back safely, Goering said at last. After 3 rounds of bombardment by 72 artillery pieces, the pirates' flag bearer fell first. Captain Jean Valjean and General Payne quickly commanded their troops to avoid the front, leaving a field of corpses and debris on the narrow beach. Goering ordered to stop the bombardment. Further bombing was a waste of ammunition. Thus, the 2 armies formed a confrontation. Jean Valjean sent Jimmy to negotiate. In that era, flag-raising ceasefire negotiations often occurred. If it can be resolved by negotiation, there will be no fighting. There is a saying that when 2 countries are at war, they will not kill the envoys, there are fewer scruples. The French camp sent Captain Bond. According to the rules, neither of them carries weapons. The 2 walked to the middle area, shook hands with each other, and said something. Bond is a man who pays great attention to his appearance, which is in sharp contrast to Jimmy's sloppy and wretched appearance. In the telescope, the 2 people negotiated for more than 10 minutes, and finally broke down, both shaking their heads and waving their hands. When they parted, Bond still politely extended his hand and wanted to shake hands. Jimmy hesitated for a moment, and also extended his hand to shake it. It is estimated that both sides said take care. After returning, Captain Bond explained the content of the negotiation. The pirates demanded that the French camp hand over the treasure map and £1 million, and Joseph's personal reward would be forgotten. As a reason for the pirate ship to withdraw. Bond's conditions surprised the pirates. According to the purpose of the highest commander, he collected taxes from the Jean Valjean group, not much, £10,000 or French currency would do. Otherwise, there was no need to say otherwise, just start fighting. The French are crazy, said General Payne. Yes. It is said that they have never stopped collecting taxes from the second party so far. To be honest, they are more like robbers than us. Jean Valjean said this, half out of emotion. He took out a piece of meat from the leather bag on his waist and fed the falcon on his shoulder. But who are they? They are the largest pirate force in the Indian Ocean and regarded the French conditions as a joke. What else can we say? Just start fighting. They surrounded the French position from 3 directions. After discussing, Jean Valjean adopted General Payne's strategy and organized a strong attack from the back to drive the French army to the beach. In this way, the artillery of 38 pirate ships can be put to good use. Seeing the pirate forces gathering in the direction of the hotel, Goering and Miller understood the pirates' intentions. 16 cavalry guns quickly moved to the outskirts of the hotel and soon arrived at the reserved location. The first round of attack began, and some pirates raised their shields and charged. Shields can effectively block bullets, but they are not very effective against artillery shells. But it can still effectively reduce casualties. Shouts and sounds of killing were like waves, and guns and cannons rang out. For a time, the smoke was filled with smoke and enveloped the surroundings. Here, Joseph had more than a dozen more wounds on his body. The priest's flying knife almost took his life. When the knife was shot at his face, Joseph bit the flying knife with one bite, and the tip of the knife just reached his throat. Except for the priest who adopted a guerrilla approach and was not injured. Count Richard had a rib broken by a kick. The long legs of the younger sister and the elder sister were all scratched by the tip of the sword. What was he thinking of picking the thighs of ladies? In the corridor, the armored monster gave Jackson a headache. This guy is invulnerable to swords and guns, and the sound of the musket attack was heard. Jackson fought against a mountain axe with a sword, and fought for more than 10 rounds, but was forced back to the hotel lobby. A soldier found a grenade, lit it and threw it into the corridor. If 1 doesn't work, then 2. If 2 doesn't work, then 4. More than 20 grenades were thrown, and the corridor was blown to pieces. The armored monster was finally knocked down. The battle outside was huge. It gave Count Richard and Dumas, Allen and others in the wooden house hope. If it goes as expected, the powerful Jean Valjean pirate army can resolve the battle in an instant. Most of the time, Basically Jean Valjean only needs to report his name, plus the pirate's cruel means, to make the other side terrified. Therefore, the battle on the pirate ship is very fast. For Duma and others, the longer it drags on, the greater the loss. It is unbearable. From your first decision, you will bear the corresponding consequences. Therefore, people should consider comprehensively, make the worst-case plan, and avoid taking extreme measures. The gambler's mentality is not good. Jackson and the cavalry soldiers stepped over the monster's body and swarmed in. After stepping over it, the monster slowly got up from the ground. It turned out that he was just stunned. The iron pieces on his body fell off in many places, and the mud and blood were mixed together. The scene was too horrible to look at. Where am I? He thought. The big guy stumbled away, looking for his companions. Mark. Collins. Oh. I remembered that he was a sailor on the Sunshine. He left the hotel and just saw the first glimpse of the sun. A French soldier raised the NGII musket. Sergeant André pulled the trigger, and the big guy felt a chill in his chest and fell down. Joseph in the battle failed to defeat the 4 opponents. The arrival of Jackson and others easily resolved the battle. Count Richard, the sisters and the priest had to flee. Can they escape? Before several people completely got into the jungle, dense bullets were fired from behind. After the gunshots, several people fell into the bushes. This was very ironic for Joseph. Several cavalry dragged out the 4 bodies and confirmed that several people were shot on the back and were dead. Joseph took a last glance. It's a pity for the sisters' big white legs. Chapter 111 2 Battlefields. The pirates regrouped. They launched another exploratory charge, which was quickly repelled. The rear position had a slight slope. It was a cabbage field. Jean Valjean and General Payne went up until they were standing high enough to have a clear view of the entire battlefield. They were surrounded by flag bearers and a group of pirate cronies. They have more cavalry artillery and can fight in a mobile manner, which is a big threat, Captain Jean Valjean said. Then we can attack from 3 sides, with 2 feints and 1 main attack, so that we can disperse their artillery firepower, General Payne said, pointing in the direction of the position. He quickly adapted to the role and was worthy of being a fierce general under the former Zheng family. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of the French army is the strongest I have ever seen, General Payne said again. In just 3 trials of fire, it was easy to find out the weight of each other. Very good. Brother Payne, Jean Valjean said, no matter how strong it is just a beast. Let's just try to bite an elephant like an ant. Jean Valjean laughed strangely. Payne remained calm. The flag bearer sent a flag signal to the sea to increase the number of troops by 3,000, 38 pirate ships, a total of tens of thousands of pirates. Adding a few soldiers is nothing. The number of pirates is increasing, and the French position is surrounded. Goering couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw it. The soldiers were also deeply worried. If the highest officer and other women were not held hostage, they should consider evacuating under such circumstances. On the Zhang pirate ship, gongs and drums were actually sounded to cheer for the pirates. Joseph was surprised when he heard it. The sound of gongs and drums was very familiar, and it seemed to evoke his early memories. Captain Joseph. Should we attack by force? The lady is in danger inside, said Jackson. Hush, he made a gesture to silence, and looked very fascinated. That's right. The Qing Navy also has such a gong and drum team. Cavalry Captain Ken and Jackson were both confused. A row of small wooden houses, and several gun barrels extended from the 3 windows of the central hall. The ladies are inside for sure. Later, the central hall door opened, and Dr. Allen pressed Mrs. Anna out, with a pistol pointed at his temple. Mom! Mom! Little John's anxious cry came from inside. Oh! Isn't this Joseph? Dr. Allen teased. It is undeniable that both of your wives are charming. His gray stubble was like pig bristles. When he spoke, the stubble rose and fell with the movement of his mouth. Old man Allen, what do you want? Joseph said coldly. I'm thinking, replacing you and having 2 beautiful wives at the same time. Hey, Allen's laughter was 60% lewd, and the remaining 40% was jealousy. Joseph, don't worry about me, just kill him, Mrs. Anna said. She was fearless in the face of danger, her almond eyes wide open. Joseph saw this and felt bad. He knew that Anna, the incarnation of the goddess Nephthys, only had 1 life in this life. This life was given to her by the goddess Esther's. In other words, Anna was just an ordinary woman, without any miraculous power. I love you, Anna said again, her eyes full of sadness. I love you too, Joseph said, trying to comfort her. Shut up, Dr. Allen said angrily. Including Jackson, all the guns of the 41 cavalrymen were pointed at the cabin. Okay. Cousin Allen. We should talk about the terms, a male voice came out of the room. Duke Dumas stepped to the side of Dr. Allen. From the beginning to the end, Joseph felt that this person was very cunning from the first time he saw him. From the Howard's coalition a few days ago to the current pirate group, there is the shadow of Duke Dumas. The fox will eventually show its tail. Now, the final mastermind has appeared, and the drama should end. Joseph smiled coldly, waved his hands to the left and right, and threw several heads under the wooden steps. The heads of Count Richard, the priest, Jenny and Leah. Before, Jenny, who was lying in the bushes, was seriously injured and crawled forward with difficulty. A cavalryman stepped on her back. He cut off the head abruptly, and the blood splashed on the cavalryman's face like a fountain. It was like slaughtering a live sheep. Jenny never dreamed that one day she would die in extreme fear. Dumas glanced at the head, his face twitched, and soon returned to normal. Dr. Allen, on the other hand, was used to seeing corpses and had disemboweled many people in his life. So he was used to it. Duke Dumas, tell me your conditions, Joseph said. Duke Dumas was indeed a man who had seen the world and turned a blind eye to threats. He put forward 3 conditions. The first was to let Joseph choose to commit suicide, and his head was worth £300,000. The second was to hand over the treasure map, and the third was for the French soldiers to leave the hotel. Moreover, he repeatedly swore to guarantee the safety of the women held hostage. In exchange for the safety of the 2 ladies, Miss Mona, Miss Margaret and the 2 children. Do you think Joseph would agree? He is not stupid. Before Jean Valjean's pirate ship arrived, there might be room for bargaining. Now there is only one situation, to fight to the death. Well, I will also tell you my conditions, Joseph said word by word. Release all the people inside, he said, while I am in a good mood, otherwise you will all die, Joseph said coldly again. I guarantee your safety with the personality of the highest officer. While speaking, several soldiers escorted a young waiter to the bottom of the stairs. Dr. Allen did not recognize this man. Duke Dumas saw that he was the nephew of the hotel manager. The waiter at the bar, a handsome young man. Uncle, save me, the young man howled like a pig. The manager heard it inside and couldn't help but turn pale. Damn. How could I forget him? Dumas thought so too. The manager had been following Duke Dumas for many years, and was truly his right-hand man. And the young man was brought by the manager from his hometown. The manager rushed out and said something to Dumas, who patted his shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly, the manager's whole body began to convulse, shaking. Blood dripped on the floor. When the manager was pushed away, Duke Dumas held a bloody sharp knife in his hand. The manager collapsed to the ground, looking at his old master in disbelief, and died with his eyes open. This scene stunned everyone at the scene. Dr. Allen was also slightly surprised. You are still cruel, Joseph thought. He licked his dry lips. Uncle! Uncle! The young man cried. Why kill my uncle? Why? The soldiers could understand his sadness. He exchanged glances with Jackson and said to the soldier, let him go. At this time, a dozen soldiers went around the back of the wooden house. The soldier let go. And the young man rushed up and fought desperately. Since they were at the closest distance, Dr. Allen had no time to think. He pulled the trigger of the pistol in his right hand away from Anna's temple. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man fell on the steps. Almost at the same time, there was a sharp whistle whoosh, and the shells of the pirate cavalry cannon came without thinking. For a moment, the sound of gunfire was loud. A violent explosion sounded more than 10 meters away. It was another wooden house on the ridge, and one side collapsed. When Dr. Allen fired, half of his body was exposed, and at least 3 soldiers shot him. Suddenly, a huge change occurred. Duke Dumas quickly got back to the room and closed the door. Joseph saw clearly, ran over in a dozen steps, and hugged Anna by the waist. The several muskets at the window were suppressed by the soldiers before they could fire. The musketeers inside fired a few shots randomly. Joseph was almost hit. Master! What's wrong with you? A vague voice came. A black shadow rushed out of the room at a very fast speed. Someone in the room screamed, "Ah! Devil!" The shadow picked up Dr. Allen and rushed in one direction without thinking. Several soldiers' eyes blurred, and after a gust of wind, they could not see anything clearly, and the shadow disappeared. Not far away, Stephen's more miserable scream came. "Master, I want to avenge you. Dr. Allen must be dead." Everyone tighten. "Level 1 alert," Joseph shouted hurriedly. "The devil Stephen is too fast, and this number of people may not be enough for him to fill his teeth." The soldiers on the scene formed a circle and guarded outside in 2 layers. A gust of wind blew by. A soldier disappeared on the spot with a scream. Another gust of wind blew, and the pistol in Joseph's hand rang. He could draw and fire the gun in less than a second, so he could naturally deal with Stephen's devilish speed. However, he could not guarantee that he could hit the target. "Joseph, I will kill you. Avenge Dr. Allen." Stephen's shrill voice made people's scalps numb. Behind him was Mrs. Anna, who was still in shock. "Cousin Esther. You have to save us," Anna shouted towards the cabin. "Mom! Mom!" Little John shouted excitedly when he heard his mother's voice. Little John was on a chair, tied up like a dumpling. The others were all tied up tightly. In the corner, Becca sat on the floor with an extremely horrified expression. The Duchess was very dedicated, holding a musket to guard several hostages. "Cousin Esther, save your husband. He is no match for the devil," Anna shouted again. "Nephthys, I really regret bringing you into the world," Goddess Esther had to speak. Everyone in the room looked at her. The twists and turns in the story were bizarre and not something that mortals could easily understand. They all felt incredible. "If you plan to exchange your life for it, I will be happy to help him," Goddess Esther said again. "Okay. I would rather die," Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She had no weapons and could not commit suicide, so she could only stand in front of Joseph and die in his place. Another gust of wind blew, and a smaller figure stepped forward. Devil Stephen stopped in time, his feet abruptly braked into the mud. He was only 1 step away from hitting this person. "Your name is Stephen," the person said. The tone was unusually gentle and beautiful. The breath she exuded was enough to melt the ice and turn a rainy day into a sunny day. "Yes. My name is Stephen," he said, as if he had fallen into another space and time period, forgetting everything before. He became very obedient, very well behaved. He crawled at the other person's feet like a pet. Everyone in the wooden house looked out from the window. The people at the scene also seemed to be brainwashed, staring in amazement. The soldiers were so shocked that their mouths opened wide, and some were so distracted that their muskets fell to the ground. It really is a devil. A devil in a red cloak, with a green face and fangs. The petite person is Princess Eve in disguise. If you don't know, you would really think she is a member of the cavalry. Eve took off her hat, revealing her flowing golden hair. Just like the posture of an ancient Greek beauty. Her original talent is to temporarily make her fellow tribesmen submit. "Stephen, remember, you are a devil, but not a bad person. You must learn to distinguish between good people and bad people," Princess Eve said softly. "I know. Dr. Allen is a bad person, so I can't be with him," Stephen murmured. "Yeah, that's what I mean," Eve said with a smile. Chapter 112 Battle for Positions. "Stephen, do you still recognize me?" a tall soldier wearing a mask said, taking off the mask to reveal the face of a wild boar. Stephen looked up and said in surprise, Tom, you are here?" "Yes, I am here," said little Tom. In the circus, little Tom suffered a lot of abuse. Only the devil Stephen brought him friendship like a friend. He helped him many times, pleaded for mercy when he was beaten, and handed him a piece of bread when he was starving. In short, Stephen is a kind-hearted devil. "If you can, Stephen, you are welcome to join our team. How about we have adventures and play together?" Joseph suddenly interrupted. The soldiers, including Jackson, almost fainted when they heard it. Good, Stephen said happily. To be honest, he envied little Tom's uniform. The top was still bright red. In order to distinguish the cavalry from the army soldiers, their trousers were sewn with strong stripes. This was the masterpiece of Taylor Good, who completed the transformation of 40 uniforms in 2 days. At this moment, Good transformed into a gunner, responsible for a ship-borne artillery. Looking through the window, Duke Duma could only say that it was incredible. Self-confidence was gradually shattered. The plan was in the stage of simultaneous disintegration. It was not a good thing that the devil Stephen was easily subdued by the French. How he did it was really hard to tell. Among them, the woman named Eve might use magic. Adding some conversations between the characters, Duke Duma further judged that the identity and background of these people were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. The people outside asked for help from the people inside. "Who is the wife of the chief tied to the chair?" What magical powers did she have? Everything was vague and confusing. Should he continue? No. Now the Duke and Dumas only wanted to renegotiate. The Duchess glanced at her daughter Becca and immediately had an idea. She immediately approached her husband and whispered a few words. Duke Dumas nodded repeatedly. As a daughter, she would never think that she could become a bargaining chip in the hands of her parents again. Speaking of Eve, according to the contract, Princess Eve cannot leave the Golden Parrot. Once she leaves, Goddess S can snipe her at any time. Goddess S did not speak, she was choosing a suitable opportunity. Thank you, Princess Eve, Joseph said to Eve. Others could not hear what he said, because the sound of gunfire was more intense and too loud. He put his arm around Anna's waist. The obesity of middle age made this woman have an extra circle of fat around her waist. Silent action, silent emotional exchange. It calmed Mrs. Anna down. Unexpectedly, Anna could stand up at the critical moment, which made Joseph grateful. And what about Mrs. Sushu? Sushu, the incarnation of Goddess S, actually put forward absurd conditions, which made people feel depressed. No more words. Duke Dumas lifted the white tablecloth with a wooden pole and came out to surrender and negotiate. Colonel Joseph. Don't forget that your wife is still in my hands, Duke Dumas reminded. Nonsense, Joseph responded. Duke Dumas, what tricks do you want to play again? Joseph, will accompany you to the end, he said again. The soldiers who went around to the back of the wooden house were lying in ambush under the back window, waiting for the order from their superiors. Duke Dumas inspected several windows. There was a fence outside the back window. The French position could be seen. The smell of gunpowder smoke spread into the room. The black captain in ambush waved his hand, and more than a dozen muskets were all pointed inside. Don't move, you are surrounded, said the captain. This change made the people in the house panic. Two of the bodyguards were about to fight back when they were knocked down by muskets. The Duchess was horrified and the pistol in her hand fell to the ground. Duke Dumas, who was outside the door, couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the situation in the house. What terms are there to discuss? Just surrender directly. Ha ha ha, Joseph laughed, stepped onto the wooden steps, grabbed Duke Dumas' white flag and threw it aside. Jackson waved his hand, and the cavalry outside swarmed in and quickly controlled the situation. Don't you want to negotiate? Joseph asked. Let's go in and talk. Several ladies and children were rescued and went to the hotel with Anna. 7 bodyguards were taken away with their hands raised high, all of them dejected. At the bottom of the stairs, Stephen asked Sushu who was passing by, "Are you the goddesses?" Sushu heard it, paused slightly, nodded, and said, "I'm glad that Joseph took you in, otherwise you would hardly survive today." Sushu's lips did not move, and the sound came from his body. Except for Stephen, no one else could hear it. "Oh my God. It's true," Stephen muttered, surprised. His legs seemed to be weak, and he collapsed on the first step. In the extremely ancient times, after the world was formed, the goddess Is and the goddess Nephthys, these two primitive gods, have already existed. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years old they are. Especially the goddess Is, since the birth of mankind, she has always been high above and worshipped by all living things. Stephen is really lucky to meet the characters in mythology. Enough of this small talk. In the room, Joseph, Duke Dumas and his wife were having the last round of negotiations. As expected, the couple really used their daughter as a bargaining chip. They declared that they would give Becca and Miss Margaret to Joseph as slaves. They only begged to spare the couple. They didn't dare to mention the treasure map again. Joseph was a good talker, and he nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. After the war, the couple continued to run the hotel. It was none of his business. Everything was for the sake of Becca and Margaret. "Is it over?" Jackson asked Joseph. "Yes. Miss Margaret is our tutor and financial director, and Becca," he glanced at Becca who was sobbing in the corner, and said, "Becca is a good girl, just like my own sister. I don't want them to be embarrassed." Hearing Joseph say this, the Duchess was deeply touched and ashamed. And what about Duke Dumas? He had his own little calculations in his heart. He was waiting and praying silently. Waiting for the French to be defeated. This was the result he wanted, at least he could get the reward from the pirate leader. The agreement between Duke Dumas and the pirate group still worked. Miller's artillery battalion opened fire. Of the 72 artillery pieces on the ship, 18 could adjust their positions and angles to participate in the battle. The 16 cavalry guns were divided into 3 groups to bombard the enemy in 3 directions. The soldiers in the first trench fired with the Angi rifle at a long distance and with ordinary flintlock rifles at close range. Through the telescope, Jean Valjean and General Payne saw the power of the French firearms and cavalry guns. This was also the first time they saw this new type of firearm. The range is more than twice that of the flintlock rifle, and it can be fired 3 times in a row. No wonder the French are so arrogant. It turns out that they are fearless, a small leader said with emotion. The toughest army, matched with some of the most advanced weapons, plus a first-class commander, made the pirates secretly call for being fooled. The 6th charge failed. Thousands of bodies fell in front of the battle. Leader Jean Valjean and General Payne did not expect that the bones were so hard to chew. It was far beyond expectations. They recruited another 2,000 pirates from the pirate ship. With more people, there are more things to do, and there are always people who are causing trouble. A group of pirates set their sights on the Shaka fortress. In the Shaka fortress, Binkaman panicked and reported to the captain, "It's not good, sir. The pirates are attacking us. How could this happen?" The captain was shocked. There was continuous artillery fire outside, and the sound of gunfire was repeated. The tremors could be felt in every corner of the fortress. It was difficult for the officers locked inside to find any abnormalities. The captain ordered all soldiers to be on alert and to check various locations. When the captain went to see, a group of pirates had climbed in from the high wall on the side of the castle, shooting and killing people everywhere. Some pirates knocked down the guards at the door of the main gate and were opening the gate. The situation was serious and had a tendency to spread. Lieutenant Binkerman organized a counterattack. Both sides suffered casualties, and the gate was finally opened, and more pirates rushed in. The captain saw that it was not good, and let a few confidants to slip away in the chaos. There was a secret passage leading directly to the mountain. The captain and several others took the horses and galloped down the mountain towards the mountain path. They were going to report the news here to King Shaka. As it got dark, the two sides paused in the battle. The pirates lit countless bonfires and set up tents. The nighttime is the most difficult for the weaker side. Joseph's position was pitch black, without a single light, which made it hard to tell the truth, and they dared not attack easily. The soldiers worked in shifts and were on high alert. In the eyes of Goering and Miller, it was expected that Joseph and others would return safely. In their impression, this commander Joseph seemed to be omnipotent. The officers gathered together to discuss countermeasures, and they had to guard against sneak attacks by the enemy. The pirates were doing the same thing. In this way, they spent a tense night. The ending of this chapter is a bit messy. Chapter 113 War doesn't believe in tears. In the early morning, before the mist on the beach had dispersed, the long-lost sound of gongs and drums was heard again. From the mouths of Goering and others, Joseph also found it hard to believe that there were yellow people among the pirates. Some yellow pirates were dressed strangely, similar to the people of the Qing dynasty. Most of them had pigtails. People were not fully awake yet, and the pirate group's attack began again. The sound of trumpets represented the charge. The hillside was densely packed with pirates, and the pirate flag fluttered in the wind. Joseph commanded in front of the battle, and behind this position was the Linhay Hotel. Goering and Miller were responsible for one side each. He said, "There are so many people." Joseph changed his uniform again, and several wounds on his body were carefully treated and bandaged. But there was still blood oozing from his back. The high-level pirates found Joseph, the supreme commander of the French. "Look! This man's head is worth 300,000 pounds, a pirate leader said excitedly. Jean Valjean and General Payne took telescopes to see at the same time. "It's really him," General Payne blurted out, put down the telescope, and his expression revealed a strange look. "Who is General Payne talking about?" asked Jimmy, the big boss. "Li Baoque," General Payne said, and added, "I didn't expect to meet him here." He looked in that direction, his eyes sparkling. It seemed to bring back distant memories. The listeners were puzzled. "Oh. So General Payne knows him," Jean Valjean thought for a while and said. "More than knowing," General Payne smiled awkwardly, "Brother, I was his subordinate back then." "What?" someone asked immediately. General Payne continued, "Li Baoque is a rare genius, an outstanding naval commander, and the captain of the Shinigami of the Qing Navy. Joseph is Li Baoque, there is no doubt about that. What was unexpected is that Li Baoque's family background is so deep." Several people fell into deep thought. This battle is not easy to fight. He invented a bombardment strategy, which was called artillery cutting in the Qing Navy at that time. This bombardment technique is very powerful. Only Li Baoque mastered this method, and no one has surpassed it so far. After listening to this, several high-ranking pirates were amazed. Someone asked again, "What is gun cutting?" General Payne answered in detail. It was the combat method used by the Golden Parrot in the last naval battle. With a gun-cutting technique, 2 battleships were sunk in one fell swoop. In the history of naval battles, there are not many such battles. The gun-cutting technique requires close cooperation of all highly qualified gunners and the commander's precise grasp of time. The shooting angles of each gun position are different, but the shooting targets are highly consistent. So it is easy to sink the opponent's warships by concentrating firepower on a single point. Joseph also found General Payne. This man is so familiar. He couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. The Qing dynasty costume made him feel a natural intimacy. He looked like a landlord. "Stephen," Joseph shouted. "Master, I'm here." Stephen trotted over from the other side of the trench. "Call me brother." Joseph showed a warm face. "I really hope to have a brother like you." "Yes, brother." Stephen was so excited that he almost cried. For the first time, he felt a feeling of being respected as an equal. Dr. Allen had always treated him as a slave because of the contractual relationship. Little Tom waved to Stephen not far away, and he turned into an excellent cavalry gunner. Stephen also waved his hand. Cavalry gunners can move cavalry guns to any designated position according to the orders of their superiors. Little Tom has endless energy and can always be the first to pull the gun to the destination. There are 2 hotel bodyguards who are his assistants. Not only bodyguards, but also 6 waiters and a dozen hostesses were hired by Goering to help on the battlefield. 2 devil-shaped people, without masks. The soldiers are gradually adapting to the scenery. From the original horror, suspicion, discrimination and uneasiness, they have become harmonious and indifferent. Everyone calls their names affectionately and treats them as brothers. The first batch of pirates attacked and withdrew after a few shots. Joseph looked through a telescope and found that the enemy's left and right wings were gathering in the west. The camera turned, and small boats on the sea continued to reinforce the shore. The pirates' actions were obvious. They were probably planning a general attack. Stephen was a quick runner. Joseph called him to convey an order. 10 guns were transferred from Goering's northeast and Miller's southeast to Joseph's west. The French have also made corresponding deployments, General Payne said, putting down the telescope. "I'm considering whether to unload the ship's artillery like the French," General Payne said again. Jean Valjean didn't say anything, which meant that he disagreed. The only suitable landing point on the coast, where it would be more convenient to transport artillery, is the narrow section of the East Coast port. Unfortunately, it is within the range of the French artillery fire. At the beginning, the artillery on the Golden Parrot was transported ashore from here. Joseph accidentally discovered that the pirate flag was also raised above the Shaka fortress. So he sighed, and the thing he was worried about finally happened. There were dozens of corpses hanging on the fortress, one of which was Lieutenant Ben Carmen. In this way, the supplies deposited by Joseph also fell into the hands of the enemy. An army of less than 600 people faced tens of thousands of pirates. The prospects were not optimistic. The situation was grim, and Joseph, who was always calm and composed, was still worried. After discussing, Jean Valjean and General Payne decided to negotiate again. Under the pressure of power, negotiation is usually the magic weapon for the strong side to win. It would be better if it could be done without bloodshed, and the pirates did not want to bleed and sacrifice. Combat casualties have a certain impact on the overall strength. The pirate group still sent the big boss Jimmy. Joseph thought about it and let Stephen go. Let the devil Stephen come forward to counter deterrence. I don't know what expression the desperado Jimmy would have when he encountered the legendary devil. After several instructions, Stephen jumped away. Looking at his back, Joseph always felt that Stephen was like a child. A child without scheming. It reminds people of Gay and Guangdu, 2 little guys. The 2 little guys followed Mrs. Ahmed to Paris, France, and started a new life. They went to the same church school. Before they parted, Joseph secretly stuffed 10 gold bars into Mrs. Ahmed's suitcase. Recently, Mrs. Ahmed had a suitor, a postman who drove a horse carriage. The postman held a bouquet of flowers every day and waited for her on her way home from get off work. His thoughts returned to reality in a trance. Joseph was worried and kept watching with a telescope. He saw Stephen and Jimmy meeting. Jimmy's expression was quite exaggerated. In horror, he pulled out a pistol. The action of pulling out a gun was very inappropriate and angered Stephen. A magical scene appeared. Stephen's head swelled rapidly and his fangs became more than 10 times larger. In the blink of an eye, Jimmy was swallowed whole by Stephen, including the gun. He spit out a pair of leather boots. The whole audience was in an uproar. In front of the battle, Joseph applauded. This was the effect he wanted. The soldiers immediately reacted and gave warm applause to welcome the devil back. "The devil eats people," someone among the pirates exclaimed. It caused panic among most people. Jean Valjean, General Payne and other high-ranking pirates did not believe their eyes. But it really happened. It seriously subverted people's perception of the world. Kill. Kill. Jean Valjean was furious. "Kill people if they stand in my way. Kill ghosts if they stand in my way." General Payne remained relatively calm and issued attack orders one after another. The decisive battle began, and the left and right wings were still responsible for feinting and harassment. The 8,000 pirates gathered in the west launched a full-scale attack. The sound of gunfire was intensive and continuous, and the French were forced to retreat to the second line of defense. Dozens of cannons continued to bombard, and the pirates fell in groups. The vanguard with shields had reached the first line of defense. 30 minutes later, Joseph ordered everyone to retreat to the third line of defense. The fixed artillery that could not be transported away in time was blown up on the spot. The barrel of the cavalry gun was hot, and there was a risk of bursting the barrel if gunpowder was stuffed in. Use the prepared wooden barrels to pour water to cool it down. Behind the third line of defense is the hotel, and defending the third line of defense has become the main task. The concentrated firing of 16 cavalry guns can temporarily delay the enemy's attack. Throw a musket to Stephen and leave him alone. Let him play by himself. Joseph lay on the trench, holding the NG Type 3 rifle and shooting. Basically, the enemies within a square of 30 meters in front of him were killed with one shot. But there were many shieldmen on the other side, and some hid behind their shields and fired hidden guns. Only artillery could pose a threat, and muskets were just decorations. Bullets hitting shields are useless. Quick! Move to the outside of the hotel and meet up with Lieutenant Goering to the east, Joseph ordered. After a while, Joseph and others retreated to the positions of Goering and Miller, relying on the outer wall of the hotel to fight back. This position is backed by the hotel and faces the dock, which is a strategic location. It can directly block the pirate ship from landing. The remaining dozens of artillery pieces were all turned around. There were also cavalry guns, and the density of artillery fire increased temporarily. Most of the shieldmen were knifemen, and their impact speed was the fastest. The gunners were a beat slower. The trouble is that after firing a shot, they have to stop and reload ammunition. Boom boom boom, the density and depth of the artillery fire were maximized. Broken shields and limbs flew everywhere. Half an hour later, the pirates were finally beaten back. Some soldiers brought buckets of water, and the water after cooling the muskets was boiling hot. Looking around, corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and it was too tragic to look directly. Officers at all levels reported casualties. Fortunately, due to the timely contraction of the position, large-scale casualties were avoided. 17 soldiers were still killed in the battle. There were dozens of wounded. Several seriously injured were sent to the hotel for treatment. The pirates suffered even more serious losses, with 3,000 people dying on the battlefield. A day of silence followed. Jean Valjean and General Payne felt a headache and powerlessness. "Let's find a way to unload the cannons on the ship," Payne suggested. The casualties were too great, and most of the pirates died under the artillery fire. If the pirates could have a certain number of cannons and engage in artillery battles, the battle should have ended long ago. Jean Valjean had to agree. It was a lot of trouble for the pirates to transport the artillery from the reef-filled coast to the shore. Each artillery piece weighed tons, and if they were not careful, the artillery piece could slide from the small boat into the sea. Joseph also noticed the pirates' movements and knew that they were carrying artillery. Once the pirates succeeded in transporting the artillery, the French position would be defenseless and exposed to artillery fire. Goering, Miller and others were pessimistic. When all the members were dejected, Joseph accidentally glanced at the dozens of small boats moored near the dock, and he had an idea. The small boats were left behind by the first batch of pirates who forcibly landed. Someone will make a big fuss about the small boats and take a risky move. The next step is to wait for nightfall. Chapter 114 Destroying the Treasure Map. When two armies are at war, they must maintain a high level of vigilance. Because during the pause in the battle or at night, spies often cross the border to gather intelligence. Assassinations and harassment often occur. It is much easier to capture prisoners. Therefore, the guards on duty dare not doze off, for fear that they will be put in a sack when they are confused. There are gunshots from several directions. Every time, a spy can be knocked down. This time, a little pirate was shot in the leg and was forcibly abducted by the guards. He was taken to several officers who were having a meal. There was a small square table in the trench. Seeing this man, Joseph was stunned, so he spoke in Chinese. "Are you from the Qing dynasty?" The little pirate was disheveled and looked about 17 or 18 years old from his height and figure. He was wearing typical tight clothes, which were very worn. "Are you Li Baoke?" the little pirate asked in surprise. "Oh. Do you know me?" Joseph smiled at him. "Yes. I heard about you from my companions," said the little pirate. He was very hungry, staring at the smoked ham on the table, drooling. He could only eat after completing the mission, and he could get a few corn cakes and a piece of pickle. The life of a pirate was not necessarily easy, especially for a little pirate at the bottom. Joseph laughed. He cut a piece of ham with a table knife, wrapped it with cabbage leaves, and handed it over. After thinking for a while, he put the meat package on the table again. "Untie his rope," Joseph ordered the guard. "Colonel Joseph, pirates are very dangerous," Miller interrupted. "No problem," Joseph waved his hand generously. The guard untied the rope from behind, and the little pirate was very confused. Joseph pointed to the cabbage ham and motioned him to eat. Hesitating for a while, the little pirate looked at the other officers. He knew how to read people's expressions at a young age. Seeing that no one answered him, he carefully reached out for the food and ate it up in big mouthfuls. Damn! He swallowed it without tasting it. On the square table were not only smoked ham and cabbage, but also bread, dried fish, jam, green apples and whiskey. The food came from the hotel, which was forcibly requisitioned, and the Duke and Dumar were also placed under house arrest. Others listened to the two people talking in Chinese, like ducks listening to thunder. The young man was called Wang Shoren, a typical Chinese name. His ancestral home was Zhengzhou, which was called the Central Plains in ancient times. Since his father's generation, they have been drifting to the coastal areas of Fujian and becoming bandits. Later, his father and family members were forced into a desperate situation by the court and surrendered to the Zhang pirate group until today. When Joseph heard that he was once the captain of the Shinhan and Payne's immediate superior, he was not calm. It turned out that he had such a deep connection with General Payne, one of the pirate leaders. Unexpected. Why don't I know these things myself? He thought. There's no way, the memory loss is not to blame. A table of delicious food captured Wang Shoren. There was no time to torture him. Wang Shoren simply sat with them for dinner, and the questions and answers were as smooth as flowing water, without any delay. Some things were confirmed, and Joseph translated the situation to the officers. The pirates planned to complete the transportation and placement of 300 artillery pieces today, a whole day. In other words, the pirates will not attack all day. Before dawn tomorrow, people will be surprised to see that 300 artillery pieces are surrounded on three sides and carry out a large bombing. Under this high-density bombing, the French position can't hold up for more than 10 minutes. After confirming the news, the officers were very depressed. After discussing, they decided to break out first and move to the direction of the primeval forest as originally planned. In this way, the cavalry team needs to attack first and open a gap. Wang Shoren was asked some questions again, and Wang Shoren answered them one by one. At the end, Wang Shoren knelt down and cried, begging Joseph to save the lives of their people. According to convention, if one person in this tribe rebelled, the others would be ruthlessly implicated and all their bodies would be abandoned in the sea to feed the fish. Alice, Joseph sighed, knowing that he could not help, but still comforted him. His father Wang Zai and his uncle were now on duty on the Taishang Liaojian. Following Wang Shoren's direction, it was visible with the naked eye that the Taishang Liaojian was anchored on the sea, 3 kilometers away, sandwiched between several battleships. Seeing this, Joseph's mind moved. Why not choose to break out at sea? The golden nugget could not be counted on, and it was estimated that it had been occupied by pirates. Besides, the entire ship was only an empty shell. There were no sails or oars. Speaking of this idea, even Goering felt bold. Haha. Colonel Joseph, let's organize the cavalry to break out first, Goering said with a forced smile. Look at the dock beach, Joseph pointed and said. The narrow dock was indeed under the control of its own artillery fire. Several officers didn't understand what he meant. There are more than 20 small boats there, Joseph said again. Miller asked puzzledly, Colonel, do you want us to go out to sea from here? Seize one of the big ships, that's about it, Joseph said, but not now. At night, Wang Shoren will take us to the Taishang Laojian. Several officers looked at each other in bewilderment. They suddenly realized why they didn't think of it. They looked at Joseph with admiration again. The beach ahead was unobstructed, and the pirates dared not approach easily. Then board a big ship on the small boat, a perfect plan. In order to make the plan more detailed and complete, they started to plot. They couldn't make it public first, to prevent their soldiers from being abducted and the plan from being revealed. For Wang Shoren, Joseph was very accurate in judging people, and he had ruled out the possibility of a false rebellion. It's good that it's not a trap. He ate almost half of the food on the square table. From this point, it was easy to determine Wang Shoren's status among the pirates. Don't talk about loyalty with a person who has not even had enough food for a long time. That afternoon, the highest officer found the thief Jackson and gave him a secret mission. Soon, Jackson and dozens of his trusted soldiers appeared in the stables behind the hotel. Their task was to make scarecrows. There were 42 war horses in the stables of the hotel, and a lot of hay. Instead of wasting hay, they plucked out all the flowers and plants in the garden. Stephen also came to help. At this time, the girl Becca sent a message saying that Miss Margaret wanted to see him. Joseph also went to the hotel. Margaret had been arranged in the guest room and was taken care of by a special person. Captain Joseph, I have something to tell you. Margaret sat on the bed, and Becca supported her. I'm afraid if I don't say it, I won't have a chance, she said. The situation of the war was clear at a glance, and they would not survive for long. She said it just because she considered this. Oh. You said, Miss Margaret, Joseph smiled as usual. The treasure map is in the priest's room, and his Bible was tampered with by Cowboy Punk. Huh? Joseph was really surprised. Count Richard, Father Bokeh, Sisters Jenny and Leah, what they tried so hard to get, is right in their own body. If they knew it in their grave, they would regret it. At this time, a figure flashed by the window, and Joseph and Becca saw it. It was the old gardener. Joseph drew his sword and chased him out. Miss Margaret behind him shouted, Sir Joseph, don't hurt him. I will, Joseph said. When he went out, the orderly Frank had restrained the old gardener, with a musket against his back. Lock him with his master, Joseph ordered Frank. Frank obeyed the order and took the old gardener away. The last news of the treasure map was best shared by the old gardener to the Duke and Duchess. Becca went to the front desk to find the registration book, and soon found the priest's room. The 16-page of the Bible. Joseph cut open the cover and pulled out a folded hand-painted paper. The paper was opened, and it was a 32-page map. Without looking closely, you can tell that it is a treasure map. Cowboy Punk copied it from the parchment scroll. Colonel Joseph, do I have a share of the treasure in the treasure map? Becca suddenly asked. Joseph frowned and said, everyone has a share. He was very unhappy. Seeing Joseph's displeasure, Becca felt that she had done something wrong. She was not a good student at such a young age and attached too much importance to money. It seems that she was greatly influenced by her family environment. She should be educated when she has time, not only Becca, but also some people. If it weren't for Blackbeard's treasure map, they wouldn't have been stranded until today. The treasure map is clearly a death warrant. He was still thinking about this while walking towards Margaret's room. Miss Margaret saw Joseph and hurriedly asked, have you found it? Found it, Joseph said calmly. Frank just came back, and Joseph took a pen and paper to write a list and asked Frank to call them to a meeting in Margaret's room, including the Duke and Duchess. In less than half an hour, everyone was there. The chief's wife, Mrs. Anna, Mona, plus a few officers, and of course Becca, the Duke and Duma. Becca, is this the drawing you found? Joseph asked deliberately. He unfolded the treasure map, showed it to everyone, and then folded it in half. Yes, sir, it's this piece of paper, Becca testified and confirmed that it was found in the priest's room. That's good, Joseph smiled faintly, and in full view of everyone, he stretched out his hand and tore the treasure map in half. Joseph, what do you want to do? The commander's wife said angrily. Everyone else had a bad premonition. Destroy it. Destroy the source of all evil, Joseph said again. Then he folded the treasure map in half again and tore it apart. Swish, with a sound. It tore the hearts and lungs of some people. "Commander Joseph, are you being too arbitrary?" Goering said. "Are you crazy, Colonel Joseph?" Duke Duma said with a cold face. Joseph did not speak either. Everyone opposed it, and there was nothing to say. Fold it in half and tear it apart, fold it in half and tear it apart again. First the commander's wife, then several officers, all left in anger. At a glance, Duke Duma had fainted on the ground and was unconscious. Lady Anna passed by Joseph and said, "I support you, Joseph." "Thank you," Joseph nodded in response. Everyone left, leaving only Becca and Miss Margaret on the bed. "Maybe you are right, Sir Joseph," Margaret said. It was not a compliment, because she herself was the first victim. If the treasure map continues to exist, who knows how many people will die. Joseph hopes that everyone will eventually understand and comprehend what happened today. Chapter 115 Night Attack. The Scarecrow put on the soldier's uniform and hat. At night, the French position was silent. Occasionally, there was a gunshot at the junction. The gunshot can alert the enemy and has a certain deterrent effect. The soldiers placed the Scarecrow on the position. On the other hand, the pirates' position was brightly lit, and some artillery had just been placed in place. In the midst of intense busyness, starting at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, when the clouds covered the moon, Joseph personally led the team. He led an elite team of more than 20 people to the beach. 2 of the soldiers carried a box of whiskey. The wine was a gift, and it was also a stepping stone. They got on 2 small boats and rowed towards the Taishan. This journey was surprisingly smooth. Even Jackson was surprised. It is important to follow the right person and take the right path. The boat rowed quietly, and after 20 minutes, it approached the Taishan. There were lights on the battleships that passed by, and there were not many pirates on duty on the deck, and they looked very lazy. A little further away, near the coast, there was a fire dragon that stretched from the sea to the shore. Human voices could be heard faintly. The pirates continued to dismantle the cannons and transport them ashore. There were heavy guards near the fire dragon passage. They were also on guard against sudden attacks by the French. Jackson's flying claw came in handy. The flying claw was placed on the side of the ship. Wang Shoren went up first, followed by Jackson. As soon as Wang Shoren showed his head, he was discovered. After a few shouts of surprise, he fell into calm again. After a while, the rope of the flying claw shook a few times, indicating that it was safe. Joseph and others climbed up one by one. When they got on the ship, there was a group of people waiting there in the dark. One of them came forward and shook Joseph's hand and said, "I have heard of you for a long time. I have heard of General Lee's name for a long time. You are welcome. I am new here, please take care of me," Joseph said. He didn't expect that he was so famous. "He is my great-uncle Wang Jin," Wang Shoren introduced. He also introduced his father Wang Zai, another shorter man. "Come to the cabin to talk," Wang Zai said. Joseph and his group followed them down the cabin. In a corner of the cabin, several people had been controlled. There were the captain and first mate of the ship, and several right-hand men. Seeing so many people from his hometown, Joseph was also very excited for a while. He hurriedly asked someone to bring up the whiskey. "I would like to present a box of foreign wine. Although it is not as good as our Fenju, Dakwa, and Zhuangyuanhong, it is not a respect at all," Joseph said modestly. Wang Jin and Wang Zai both clasped their fists to thank them. "Generally, you know what, we really have good wine on the ship, the first-class Chu wine," Wang Jin said. "Oh. Then I must try a big bowl of it," Joseph said. This wine originally belonged to the captain. Now that the captain was arrested, the Wang family members are more willing to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Later, a clan member brought 2 jars of wine and used 2 large bowls to give each person who came up a bowl. Joseph gulped down a few mouthfuls and shouted that he was happy. Jackson also gave a thumbs up and praised it as a good wine. Next, Joseph and several leaders entered another small cabin and got back to business. Wang Shoren has not returned to the team for a long time. Once he is discovered by other pirates, there will be only one consequence. The whole tribe will surely die. So now these people can only stick together and stay with the French to have a chance to survive. Originally, Joseph planned to use the Taishan for his own use. After coming up, he found that the ship was too small and had only more than 30 guns. It was not suitable for the French personnel. Wang Jin suggested, "General Lee, There is a ready-made good ship. I wonder if the general has the courage to take it down. Oh, why not? Joseph said confidently. But I don't know which ship you are referring to, Joseph said again, and at the same time glanced at Jackson. Jackson's eyes were firm and powerful, which gave Joseph great encouragement. Prometheus, Jean Valjean's first ship, Wang Jin said. Joseph had seen this battleship through a telescope. It was a pure battleship, slightly larger than the commercially modified Golden Parrot, with a standard 72 guns. It should be a good ship in appearance. Can Jean Valjean's first ship be bad? If you want to seize the ship, it is not an easy task. On the other hand, the pirates on the shore have increased their troops several times, and the personnel of each ship are generally insufficient. Like the Prometheus, there are less than 100 pirates on board. If nothing unexpected happens, the sneak attack will definitely succeed. First, you have to get close to the Prometheus, which requires passing through 17 pirate ships to reach it. The target is 1 kilometer to the left front of the Taishang. Wang Jin and Wang Zai said that they could give it a try and approach it with their own ship. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from other ships, you have to find a legitimate reason. Someone saw the 2 big bowls and thought that there should be no objection to contributing wine to the upper level. Do it as soon as you say it. Prepare 10 jars of Verdeoqua wine and a box of foreign wine whiskey. The Taishang paddled and set off. Sure enough, it aroused the suspicion of several pirate ships, holding up torches and asking questions. The Taishang took the initiative to approach the ship to explain the situation and illuminated the jars of good wine with torches. Make the other party believe it. Joseph and his men changed their clothes, put on various small hats, and pulled them down to cover their faces. They dressed up like ordinary pirates. They all carried knives and at least 2 pistols. They were less than 100 meters away from the Prometheus and were discovered. They made gestures and flag signals, and the side responded. Behind the ship, 3 small boats were lowered by cables, and more than 30 skilled men came down the ladder. The plan was to return from both sides and wait for an opportunity to board the ship. The thief Jackson was the leader. The 2 ships quickly handed over and put on the deck. Wang Jin knew a little English and said, "Our Captain Jiang offers us good wine. I hope the first mate and your captain will accept it." "Thank you, my friend." The first mate on the other ship was quite polite. A leader waved and said, "Bring all the wine over." Wang Jin took the lead and carried a jar of wine onto the deck, and Joseph was the third. For fear of arousing suspicion, those who carried the wine were all yellow people. There were dozens of pirates on the deck, and the torches illuminated the surroundings. Seeing that nothing was wrong, everyone sheathed their swords and guns. Joseph noticed that from the bow to the stern, there were 2 teams of pirates, each with 10 people, patrolling alternately with torches. Joseph was relieved to leave these people to Jackson. As soon as they met, Wang Jin greeted the first mate first and said hello to the pirates. "You can go back." The first mate's smile disappeared quickly. He just said thank you, which made the atmosphere very awkward. Wang Jin and others couldn't leave or stay. It was like the Zhang pirates who defected to the ship, like being raised by a stepmother. "Do you still want me to drive you away?" the leader said impatiently. There was no mercy. "I have a good cigar that I seized here. I want to present it to the first mate," Joseph said, taking out a wooden box of cigars from his arms and showing off. His shouting attracted the attention of most people. "Wait a minute. Very good." The first mate smiled again. The change of expression was too fast, which made people emotionally unacceptable. Joseph took out the cigar at the right time. It gave Wang Jin and others an excuse to stay. But he was seen with a wry smile on his face, trotting towards the first mate, offering the cigarette with both hands. Not only did he offer it, he also struck a match and lit it himself. The first mate was very satisfied and exhaled a puff of the cigarette. The way he held the cigarette was very handsome, and the hair in his arms was a little long. He was a mixed race, half Russian and half Dutch. He was tall and handsome. "Stop and don't move, kid," a vigilant shout startled everyone. It was the little leader. He took out his musket and pointed it at Joseph. The pirates who didn't know what was going on also drew their swords and guns. The atmosphere became tense for a while. Joseph stood there as if he had a thorn in his side. He resisted the little leader's hawk-like gaze and looked down. It was his leather boots that betrayed him. The black leather boots were not new, but well maintained and shiny. The style and texture of the colonel-level official boots were more sophisticated. He pretended to be at a loss, holding the cigarette box stupidly. Wang Jin and the others could not help but touch their waists, their hearts pounding. He should wear such good leather boots, the little leader said. Leather boots. Everyone looked at his leather boots and doubted his identity. The leather boots were given to me by General Payne, Joseph explained, and his reaction was fast enough. Only Wang Jin, who knew English, could understand what he meant and quickly said yes. It's because I seized a box of cigars, Joseph said again. Okay. Don't scare people, the first mate grinned. The pirates also laughed and put away their swords and guns again. It's boring to convict someone based on a pair of leather boots. Okay. For the sake of your cigars, I'll treat each of you to a glass of Munich beer. It was rare for the first mate to be so happy, and a dozen people led by Wang Jin followed him down to the cabin. There were not many people in the cabin, at least 40 pirates. Joseph estimated that there were more in other parts of the ship, and there were no more than 200 pirates on the whole ship. There was a large wooden barrel on a table. There was a small valve under the barrel. A young pirate poured a glass of beer for each of them. The beer hung in the glass, with white foam. Wang Jin and Wang Zai drank a glass first. Hey, boy. Take off your leather boots, the young leader standing behind Joseph said. What are you doing? Joseph was stunned. Then he understood. The young leader repeated it again. If you anger the leader, you will be whipped at the least, or your hands and feet will be broken. It's not a joke. Hey, leader, you should take off your shoes for me. You can't let people walk barefoot, right? Joseph laughed. Ha ha ha, you know what's good for you, the leader laughed strangely. While he was bending over to take off his shoes, a short knife fell out of Joseph's sleeve. When the young leader raised his foot to take off his shoes, he naturally couldn't stand steadily. When Joseph reached out to help him, the short knife pierced his heart from his armpit. The young leader said and his head drooped. The pirates next to him didn't notice anything unusual. Then, Joseph turned his head and nodded to the brothers Wang Jin and Wang Zai. A dozen people showed their short knives. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Successful Escape. The massacre began, with screams. Some pirates died without understanding what was going on. In the narrow cabin number 5, the short swords were fully utilized. The long swords and long-handled muskets were not able to be used at all. By the time the first mate reacted, half of their men had fallen. Go up and call for help, the first mate shouted. As soon as a pirate stepped onto the stairs, Wang Shoren stabbed him in the back with a knife. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out, and no one knew who fired the gun and who was hit. People outside the cabin would never hear it. On the deck outside the cabin, another massacre was also coming to an end. 2 patrolling pirates were all killed. The torches that fell to the ground were picked up again. The nearby ships did not find anything unusual and thought that there was a quarrel on the other ship. 20 minutes later, all 197 pirates of all sizes on the entire ship were cleared. Wang Shoren, his father Wang Zai, and his uncle Wang Jin were full of admiration for this group of people. In terms of killing skills and professionalism, no team can compete with them. The decisive and neat action was jaw-dropping. Wang Shoren estimated the time for Li Baoke, and it took an average of 2 to 3 seconds to knock down a pirate. In the cabin, everything was over in less than 3 minutes. The Chinese have a long history of worshipping martial arts. It can be seen that General Li has a martial arts foundation. It is clearly some powerful martial arts footwork. The terrifying killing method is incomparable to ordinary killers. As the old saying goes, diligence makes you proficient, while laziness makes you lose. The excellent assassination technique is the result of Joseph's team's long-term hard training. Among them, Jackson and Joseph often give practical guidance. This is inseparable from the hard training of the soldiers. It was another morning. The leader Jean Valjean and General Payne did not have breakfast and could not wait to go to the front. 300 artillery pieces were ready, waiting for the leader's order. To be honest, Jean Valjean was a little excited. Are you ready, brothers? Jean Valjean asked. We are ready, Chief, the first gunner and the second gunner nearby answered. Very good. Victory's always hard won, he sighed. Under the military order, 300 cannons fired in unison, shaking the earth. Gun smoke and dust covered the area of 1 kilometer with the hotel as the center. Although there was an agreement with Duc Dumas before, there was an obligation to protect the seaside hotel. Before firing, the leader Jean Valjean repeatedly ordered to avoid the hotel as much as possible. However, the gunner's ability was limited, and a small number of shells still hit the hotel. The smoke was too big and the situation could not be seen clearly for a while. The hotel was estimated to be in bad condition. After a round of artillery fire, the pirate camp waited for the French to surrender and negotiate. Defeat was not the goal, but the goal was £1.3 million and a treasure map. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. The smoke gradually dissipated, and several pirate leaders continued to use telescopes to look. No. There was no sign of human activity on the French position. This is not in line with common sense. Instead, there were some people holding white flags behind the hotel. They were people from the hotel. A big leader asked, "Big leader, do you want to fire again?" After hearing this, Jean Valjean lifted his chin and fell into deep thought. "I don't think it's necessary. The French should have been hit hard. They are hiding in the trenches and dare not show their heads. A random attack can solve them," said General Payne. Big leader Jean Valjean nodded, then shook his head. He held the falcon on his shoulder in his hand. "Go, baby. Go and have a look," Jean Valjean said to the falcon. As he spoke, the falcon took off, circled in the sky, and flew away with a cry. The falcon flew back and grabbed something in its talons. It was an arm in a red uniform, and the sleeves were stuffed with weeds. Several high-ranking pirates took a look and seemed to understand something. "Damn it. We were fooled." Jean Valjean was so angry that he threw his arm to the ground. In fact, there was not a single living person in the entire French position, all of them were scarecrows. How did the French evaporate overnight? The pirates quickly occupied the dock. In the hotel, Jean Valjean and General Payne were faced with a pile of shredded paper, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. The shredded paper was left by the torn treasure map. The agreement between Duc Dumas and the pirates was terminated. The hotel and the Dumas were lucky that they were not angered. However, more than a dozen hostesses became the pirates' spoils. The losses of the Duke and Dumas were too many to estimate. The French confiscated part of his property and some of the stored food on the hotel. Most importantly, their daughter Becca was also missing. Another bad news came, saying that the people on the Taishan colluded with the French army and hijacked the battleship Prometheus. After hearing the news, the pirates were dumbfounded. They were like the Duke and Dumas, who stole the chicken but lost the rice. Jean Valjean fainted immediately. At this time, the Prometheus was sailing on the sea at full speed. Joseph and his wife, as well as the officers, stood on the deck of the ship, breathing the free air to their heart's content. The soldiers were busy cleaning the deck and the cabin. The officer's wife instructed that every inch of the ship should be wiped clean. It looked too dirty at first. When the ship passed the Cape, Lieutenant Demarque and his squad boarded the ship. As soon as he boarded the ship, Demarque saluted. Joseph and others saluted in return. Demarque almost cried out, "I thought I would never see you again." Everyone laughed. This laughter revealed helplessness and solemnity. Isn't it? It was a miracle to escape from the hands of the pirate army. To be honest, Demarque and his dozen men were planning to wander. "Colonel Joseph, where are we going?" After leaving the Cape, the helmsman asked. "Captain, where are we going?" "Mariana Islands," Joseph said without hesitation. "But each of you has the freedom to choose," he said, facing Captain Bond, the first mate, going and other officers. "You decide your own path, I will not interfere." After Joseph finished speaking, he turned his face to the sea. There was silence behind him. What does silence represent? The answer is not very clear. Some people were determined to leave the team, while others were struggling. The struggle was that the spirit and atmosphere of this team were very cohesive. There was a future in being with Joseph. But it also brought huge risks. "Joseph's opinion is also my opinion," said the officer's wife. "We will choose an appropriate time to break up. Thank you for your long-term support and assistance to my husband and me." The officer's wife expressed her gratitude first. Everyone nodded in agreement. When Joseph left Egypt, he took 87 soldiers with him, and now there are only 73 left. He promised to bring his brothers home, and it was time to fulfill his promise. For the French soldiers who died on the battlefield, in addition to their personal belongings, Joseph personally issued a pension of 500 francs for each person. At that time, Sergeants André and Frank will send them to each house according to the list of the dead. In fact, These soldiers will have their own reception office to take care of their return. There are corresponding records for each battle they have experienced. Each soldier will receive corresponding merits. The French government will provide corresponding rewards. The fate that awaits them, perhaps returning to the battlefield, is none of Joseph's business. Judging from the current situation and the foreign policy of the Napoleon Empire, the returning soldiers seem to be a foregone conclusion. Similarly, it has nothing to do with Joseph. He can only pray and bless his former brother silently. The honor of this team is based on various legends and merits. No doubts are allowed to exist. This is Joseph's principle. He cares about his reputation and the reputation of this team, even after leaving the French army. The most important point is that their gray income is really not visible. This is what people are most worried about. Don't let the above problems affect the image of Joseph's team. How can Jean Valjean's pirate group give up? 38 pirate ships chased the Prometheus. The current Golden Parrot has become the ship of the leader Jean Valjean. And the Duke and Dumas boarded the passenger ship to return home half a month later, to seek refuge with relatives far away in America. She left this sad place forever. What about Becca? She became Ms. Margaret's assistant. She was responsible for the financial management of the ship. Now Margaret has recovered from her injuries and can walk alone without help. She has her own office on the ship. Chapter 117, Dwarf Tribe, I. According to the nautical chart, the Prometheus cannot reach the Mariana Islands directly. Captain Bond, the first mate, and several experienced sailors studied for a long time, but they could not come up with a specific plan. The distance is too far and the news is relatively closed. The sailors on the ship have never been to such a far place. Let's take it one step at a time. The helmsman corrected the direction little by little. It is not precise, but a general direction with errors. In the age of exploration, it is not easy to open up a new route. Like a blind man crossing a river, he moved forward by feeling the stones. It is certain that he needs to cross the Indian Ocean. First, he will pass through Madagascar Island. The first stop of the plan is Garoba Island. Garoba was the name of the Chinese at that time. It is actually Java Island, which is very close to Asia. It is now a Dutch colony. Since the dissolution of the Dutch East India Company in 1799, Java Island has been directly governed by the Dutch government. Joseph and others left in a hurry and could not raise the corresponding supplies. The food and freshwater reserves on the ship could not exceed 10 days. It was the biggest problem. On the Prometheus, people performed their duties. Wang Jin, Wang Zai and 46 others joined, and 13 musketeers from the hotel were recruited to fill the vacancies. The devil Stephen became a messenger and received the first salary in his life, 2 francs and 16 centimes. He received it from Miss Margaret every month. When he received the salary this time, Miss Margaret told him clearly, "Stephen, your uniform expenses are worth 2 francs and 20 centimes, which will be deducted from your military pay this month. In other words, you still owe 4 centimes." Stephen was very depressed. He didn't even have the money to warm up, but he was in debt. Margaret was probably the first person in history who dared to trick the devil. He complained to the highest officer. Joseph said, "Okay, brother. I will make up the 4 centimes." He thought for a moment and said, "You know, Miss Margaret has just taken office. As the first financial officer, she has the right to formulate rules and regulations. I must obey and respect them. I hope you can understand." "Oh. Okay. But what if I don't have money to buy things?" Stephen said with a sad face. "Haha." Joseph laughed. "It's enough for your salary next month," Joseph said. Hearing this, Stephen jumped away. The ship sailed at high speed. Joseph guessed that a lady had performed a miracle. There was always a strange wind that filled the sails. The journey was very smooth. The pirate group behind was miserable. They encountered hurricanes and huge waves many times. If they continued like this, they would not catch up with their opponents, but would get themselves into trouble. The gains would not outweigh the losses. After weighing the pros and cons, the pirate leaders collectively voted and had to change their course and return to their nest. In this way, on the 6th day of sailing, people discovered an island. The island was lush and green. There is a white sandy beach and many palm trees. The estimated area is about 10 square kilometers. There is a mountain range in the center. It is not shown on the nautical chart, so let's call it the nameless island for now. It is not certain whether there are people, but there should be fresh water resources. Even if it is just a little water. Joseph deliberately delayed time and wanted to seek supplies, so he anchored near the coast. He sent Lieutenant Demick to the island for reconnaissance. A team of 10 people got on a small boat and paddled ashore. Joseph didn't put away the telescope until they disappeared in the palm forest. Time passed by minute, and Joseph on the boat took his pocket watch to check many times. It was almost night, and there was no news. Everyone on the boat was anxious. At this time, someone found that there was green smoke coming out of a part in the center of the island. Demick's group did not return, which meant that they encountered a situation, and the possibility of anomalies could not be ruled out. Okay. Joseph decided to lead the team to search for the dispatch team himself. He and Jackson organized more than 30 people to set off. Stepping onto the beach, Joseph felt that there were eyes watching him in the woods. It's hard to say, the role of the third sense. They followed the footsteps of Demick and others into the jungle. The light was dim. At first, the traces were regular: trampled weeds, cut branches, small lizards on tree trunks sticking out their tongues, and occasionally snakes crawling by. Towards the center of the island. Hearing the sound of flowing water, the footprints turned slightly and walked towards the water source. The light became brighter, and a stream appeared. The stream water was clear and there were small fish swimming in the water. Someone tasted the stream water and it was very delicious. They were very vigilant, gathered in place, and observed the terrain. Confirmed that there was a sign of human footsteps in the weeds on the other side of the stream. Joseph waved his hand and stepped on the exposed stones to go over. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Joseph said. I feel it too, Jackson said. The conversation between the two people made the others nervous. The question was who was watching them. Was it a human or a beast? If it was a beast, a gunshot would be enough to warn them, so that Demick and his 10 people would not disappear silently, right? After crossing the shore, more than 30 people formed a queue. The soldiers with swords had to protect the musketeers. Walking deeper, the forest became more lush and the light became darker. Until they saw a forest path. The path should be a path often walked by humans. There are people on this island, someone said. The fact that they can make Demick's people disappear shows that the people on the island are very powerful, Jackson said. Joseph said nothing, thinking about the problem. The compass showed that the path was heading north, and the terrain was higher. The blue smoke seen from the boat was in this direction. It's best to find them before sunset, otherwise we have to spend the night here, Joseph said. According to the time calculation, it will be dark in 2 hours. Suddenly, the half-human high grass on the side of the path swayed, heading towards their direction, at a very fast speed. The soldiers were on full alert. The muskets were ready to fire at any time. When they were close, they stopped moving again. Less than 3 meters away, a whole giant lizard appeared, weighing 300 kilograms. The strange thing was that there were more than a dozen broken javelins on his head and body. The javelin didn't kill the monitor lizard, it was so lucky. The monitor lizard looked at them and ran away in another direction after more than 10 seconds. It was a false alarm. What did you see, Jackson? Joseph asked. The javelin was very short and just pierced into the flesh, which means that the person who threw it didn't have much strength, otherwise the big lizard would have died. Jackson expressed his opinion. Yet, Joseph nodded. He agreed with his point of view. The terrain became lower again. After walking for a few hundred meters, someone with sharp eyes saw an open field. The rotten leaves on the ground could produce water. A soldier picked up a branch from the ground. The branch was smooth, more than half a meter long, and one end was sharpened. It was definitely not an arrow. Passing it to Joseph, he smiled and asked the soldier who handed it to him, "Don't you think it's a child's toy?" The soldier was speechless. I now have reason to suspect that it was the person who took the child's toy who kidnapped Demick and others, Jackson teased. Great minds think alike, Joseph responded. When they reached the open field, a soldier pointed at the felt hat on the ground and shouted, "Someone has been here." "It's not one of us," the soldier said. As soon as the pioneer soldier left, Joseph hurriedly stopped him. "Something is wrong here," Joseph pointed to the ground. "Look, bubbles are coming up from the ground. It looks like a swamp." Someone threw a branch over, and the branch sank little by little. "But why does the road lead here?" Jackson said to himself. Soon, they all understood. This is a trap. A trap carefully set by hunters. Who did it? It's terrible. Judging from the messy footprints at the intersection, Demick and others have stayed here. If people got stuck, there should be traces on the mud. They must have also discovered the swamp and found another way out. Lieutenant Demick is meticulous and experienced in walking in the mountains and forests. If he can't find the swamp, Joseph really looks down on him. Find another way, Joseph said. Don't waste time, that's the only way. Jackson nodded in agreement. The soldiers searched at the intersection and found a bush that had become lighter in color and looked withered. After pulling it away, a path was revealed. This path is estimated to be wide enough for children under 10 years old to walk on. According to rumors, some cannibals are short in stature. Various signs indicate that there are cannibals on the island. The weeds around the path were trampled down, which further confirmed people's guess that the people of Demick had also walked on the same path. But the intersection of the path was blocked by branches again, indicating that someone was causing trouble and did not want to be discovered. It couldn't be the people of Demick who did it. Thinking of this, Joseph felt a chill on his back. As the terrain went up, a soldier accidentally fell while climbing the mountain. His face hit the ground. This fall made him make a new discovery. Look, someone said. You need to lie on the ground to see, and you can see small footprints, just like the footprints of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Because of the light weight, the footprints are very shallow. In addition, it is difficult to find because they are walking on the edge. Oh my goodness, Joseph muttered. This kind of people is a little too young. An hour passed in a blink of an eye. We encountered a strange forest. It is strange because the trees look like locust trees, but they are not. They are taller than locust trees, with dense branches and leaves, and the leaves are dark red. The fallen leaves on the ground are rotten, making the soil look like red soil. No one knows this kind of tree. It seems to be a new species. Demick and others disappeared from here. Under each tree, there are bones of animals or people. Because they are covered with weeds, they are not very obvious. What is more strange is that the branches that people pull apart when they walk through do not bounce back. In addition, the further you go, the lower and thinner the weeds and shrubs grow. The pioneers opened up the road and just pulled lightly with the back of the knife. The leaves separated automatically as if they had senses. I heard rustling around, and there were a lot of reptiles shuttling in the grass. People heard it and communicated with each other. Could it be that a group of animals appeared? Just as I was daydreaming, there was a super big old tree in front of me. The tree is moving, someone exclaimed. Stop scaring people, someone else said. Incredibly, the branches were really moving, and every tree around was moving. Oh my god. Man-eating trees, someone immediately connected it to the legendary magical tree species. It is said that man-eating trees are very rare. Their destination, Java Island, has one. Man-eating trees can strangle nearby creatures with their branches, entangle them and suffocate them to death. The tree grows by nourishing the flesh and blood of creatures. I didn't expect to see it here. How can I not panic? Joseph shouted, took a circular formation, and narrowed the range. Try to keep a distance from the trees. Swish, countless branches stretched out to humans, and the soldiers in the outer circle waved their swords. The branches broke with a single cut, and blood-red fluid oozes out of the broken parts. Swish, the branches were injured and violently spasmed and retracted. New branches attacked from all directions. The soldiers responded calmly, and the branches mixed with fallen leaves rustled down. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the cracks in the forest and shines on the sword, which is as bright as snow. Someone noticed that the branches can only extend to length that does not reach below the knee. After notifying each other, everyone else also discovered it. I understand why other vegetation in the forest is relatively short. For example, once the sword thorn bush reaches a certain height, it will be attacked by the man-eating tree and eat the part above the sword thorn. However, creatures that are short in height can survive here. It can be said to be a great blessing of nature. If you need a route to the Mariana Islands, check the map. Chapter 118, Dwarf Tribe, Part 2. Swish, swish, the seemingly chaotic, yet regular sound was getting closer. This sound was frightening. All the branches of several man-eating trees were cut off. The colorful fallen branches and leaves formed a layer 2 inches thick. The broken branches oozed red blood juice with a pungent smell. In this way, without the obstruction of branches and leaves, people's vision was clearer. The rustling sound stopped at the same time. Oh my god. What is that? A soldier exclaimed. People looked in the direction he pointed and were all stunned. The legendary little people finally revealed their mysterious veil. An army surrounded them. To be precise, it was a huge army of little people. The army of little people riding warthogs, with more than 1,000 people, surrounded them. "I bet," a soldier said, "nonsense, we have arrived in the land of little people." Others chose to remain silent. Some people thought they were hallucinating. The little people were smaller than expected. The height of a 2 or 3-year-old child was less than half the length of an adult's arm. Blue hair, brown skin, an ugly face. They have human features. Sharp teeth reveal their carnivorous nature. Every little man, male or female, wears a kind of linen fabric. It is the inner membrane of a certain tree bark, painted with the colors of various flowers and plants, forming clothes of various styles and colors. There are more scars on the exposed parts. Humans wear clothes not only to avoid the cold, but also to protect the body from injury. The most important thing is to cover up. Any sense of shame is the product of the development of civilized society to a certain period. It shows that the little people have reached that level. In addition, the ropes wrapped around the body are on various parts and have certain functions. For example, the rope in front of the chest is tied with more than a dozen javelins behind. Everyone holds a javelin in his hand, which is sharpened. The mount of the little people is a pocket-sized warthog. The warthog also has a bridle. The blue hair of the little people looks charming. Some people notice that some little people have pheasant feathers on their hair. It is speculated that the little people with many feathers must have a high status in the tribe. Next, a little people leader with feathers in his hair came out. He was an old man with a beard hanging down from his chest. The warthog he rode was also larger than his companions. The leader Iruara spoke a lot, and his attitude was not friendly. Joseph and others did not understand what he said, but they could feel his anger. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will definitely not give them a good face if they invade your territory. The same principle applies. Then, the leader waved his hand, and the little people roared in groups, with their arms back, ready to throw javelins. "Everyone, let's talk it out." Joseph hurriedly put away his sword and ordered his soldiers to put away their weapons. Attitude determines everything during the negotiation. Although he chattered and gestured for a long time, the other party did not understand, but his expression changed a lot and he was not so nervous. The hand holding the javelin slowly put it down. It was dark in a moment, and night fell. Joseph and others lit torches, and the fire was bright. The surrounding dwarfs were terrified. Many dwarfs whispered. In this world, before civilization appeared, the sun and fire, which represent light, were generally totems worshipped by intelligent creatures. At the beginning, people who could create fire were called gods. Under the order of the leader, all the dwarfs turned over and got off the pigs. The leader walked to Joseph, not even as high as his knees. He bowed to Joseph and said something. Everyone relaxed. Then, the dwarfs guided them to the station. That is, the center of the man-eating tree forest. The dwarfs seemed to have a way to control the man-eating tree. Wherever it passed, the branches avoided it. Many years ago, when the dwarfs first appeared, they lived on this land. With their physique, a slightly larger beast could wipe out their tribe. It was the protection of the man-eating tree that allowed the dwarfs to reproduce and thrive until now. This is a primitive village formed by low thatched houses. There are walls with cobblestones, and a wooden box for bottled wine can be used as a house. They walked carefully, fearing to damage people's houses. A soldier kicked down a wall without paying attention. "Sorry. I didn't mean to do that," the soldier explained. His attitude was understood by everyone. A wooden boat turned upside down on the ground was the gathering place of the little people. It was only as high as a person's waist. Originally, the leader of the little people wanted to invite them to the biggest house as guests. It seemed that adults could not fit in, so they had to give up. The old and young in the village saw the fire and gathered around curiously. Joseph and his friends were also curious. The little children of the little people were only 1 finger high. Joseph easily held the child in his hand and marveled. "It turns out that the legend of the little people is true," Jackson said. "No. The little people should be smaller, like a matchstick. They are just one race, one tribe." Joseph expressed a different opinion. Others agreed with this view. It was very difficult to communicate because of the language barrier. Joseph sat on the ground and talked to several people of the little people. Some female little people brought food with shells and handed it to everyone. The food they entertained the guests was various insects that they could not name, and small fish pierced by spears in the stream. People could not enjoy it, so they all expressed their gratitude. Some soldiers took out cheese, preserved fruits, ham and other things they had prepared from their backpacks and gave them to them. The little people were very happy to eat such delicious food for the first time in their lives. A piece of cheese the size of a palm is probably enough for several little people to eat. The leader of the little people pointed to the northeast and said something with a look of horror on his face. The direction he pointed to was exactly where the green smoke came out. Maybe there are other creatures on this island. They did not stay for too long, and their purpose was to find Demek and others. Looking at various signs, Demek and others were not captured by the little people. So where are they? There may be some connection with the direction pointed by the little people. After a short rest, Joseph's team continued to set off. The little people sent them to the edge of the woods. After walking a section of the mountain road, they could faintly see a fire in the valley in the distance. Joseph ordered the soldiers to put out the torches and move forward in the dark. In this way, they were in the dark and the other party was in the light, which made it easier for them to move. As they got closer, they could hear people talking. The other party spoke in Dutch, occasionally inserting a sentence in English. As they got closer, Joseph and his men looked out from behind the trees. This was a camp with more than a dozen tents. Bonfires were lit outside the tents at the intersection, and a group of people were grilling and drinking around several bonfires. After checking the number of people, there were more than 70 people in the open. There were 7 or 8 musketeers on sentry duty, all of whom looked absent-minded, patrolling around the entire perimeter of the camp. Judging from their clothing, they were dressed in all kinds of clothes, including farmers, craftsmen, and sailors, and there were more red-haired Dutchmen. Joseph guessed that they did not look like pirates, but a group of organized adventurers. It was certain that Demek and others were in their hands. Not at the scene, or in one of the tents. In the dark, Joseph whispered something in Jackson's ear. Jackson agreed and disappeared into the night. There were a total of 13 tents, and Jackson approached quickly with a light body. There was a guard at the door of one of the tents, and a shaded oil lamp was hung on a wooden pole. Jackson knew something was wrong inside. He was just about to go over and knock down the guard. Suddenly someone spoke, and a red-haired woman came out of another tent, followed by 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards each carried a lantern. The red-haired woman was less than 30 years old, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, and her posture was arrogant and domineering. She was wearing a short leather jacket and leather pants made of sealskin. She held a horsewhip and had a musket on her waist. When she passed by the guard immediately bowed and was very respectful. She looked like an important person. He thought, let's investigate it first. Observe each tent. Most of the tents are temporary accommodations, some have people, and some don't. Most adventurers gather together, drinking, barbecuing and chatting. Finally, he went around the guard again, knocked him out, and dragged him into the bushes. When he got closer to the tent, he heard voices inside. After listening for a while, someone said, the Dutch are targeting the little people and selling them all over the world. They can probably make a lot of money. Oh, they are more valuable than black slaves, another person replied. Look, Zinster. You are discriminating against us again. If Colonel Joseph was here, you wouldn't say that. One person was unhappy. It sounded like the black soldier Orpha. Orpha was one of the black slaves rescued from One-Eyed Dragon Donald, and has now grown into an excellent soldier. He is very smart. In more than half a year, he learned French and a little English. Sorry, Orpha, you think too much, said the first person who spoke. Okay, don't say anything. I hope we can leave as soon as possible. I guess the commander will send Jackson as the vanguard. This sentence was said by Lieutenant Demek. Jackson was happy, he guessed it right. So he went in. The tent was dark. Feeling someone coming in, Demek asked, who is it, Pioneer Jackson? He joked. Brother Jackson, you are. Let us out, Orpha said anxiously. Haha. Orpha. Wait till I see you, Jackson said. Striking a match and lighting the torch. When the fire lit up, the scene inside the tent surprised Jackson. There were more than 10 scouts including Demek. There was a wooden plank rack on the east side. There were wire pigeon cages on the rack. In each pigeon cage, there were more than a dozen little people. They didn't make a sound, peeking out through the wire. Each of them looked dazed. Jackson opened his mouth wide, came to his senses, and untied his brothers. I can't swallow this breath, Demek said hatefully. Jackson. Where's the colonel? Demek stretched his muscles and said. Outside, Jackson responded. Hey. I swear. Colonel Joseph must not let the red-haired devil have an easy time, Orpha said. He still knew their superiors. The Dutch were tough, with many people and many guns. But they provoked the wrong person. Orpha approached the pigeon cage, and his skin color scared the little people, and they all hid behind. He put his head close to the pigeon coop on the second floor. A blue-haired woman looked at him curiously and reached out to touch his nose. "How fun," said Orpha. A French soldier said, "Send them back to Paris and they can be sold for a lot of money." They didn't plan to release the dwarfs from the pigeon cooperative. Later, after the battle, the dwarf prisoners will become one of their trophies and be sent back to the ship. Before leaving the tent, Demek suddenly asked Jackson, "Hey, man. How did you avoid the hounds?" Jackson was stunned and his tone changed. "Do the Dutch have hounds?" "Yes, at least 10, Demek said calmly. Chapter 119 Captain Tess. Jackson realized that he had fallen into a trap when he learned that the Dutch hate hounds. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the hounds to not find a group of people approaching the camp. You know, even the most ordinary hounds have a keen sense of smell and superb tracking and hunting abilities. If they were not discovered, it means something is fishy. As soon as he pulled open the tent, he heard barking and chaotic footsteps from many places outside. Pa, pa, pa. Gunshots followed, one after another, intertwined with the barking of hounds. The Dutch took action first, which meant that Colonel Joseph and his men were also attacked. It was an organized and planned attack. The purpose was to catch all the rescuers in one fell swoop. "Listen, people inside, come out and surrender quickly. Captain Tess promised to spare your lives," someone shouted outside the tent. The lights outside the tent were bright, and Jackson and his gang walked out in disappointment. Hundreds of adventurers, like stars supporting the moon, supported a woman standing in the open space. In front of the open space, 8 hounds were led by 8 Dutchmen. The well-trained soldiers sat on the ground, baring their sharp teeth, afraid that if they let go, they would pounce and bite. The woman was Captain Tess, holding a horsewhip in her hand. She was very beautiful, and her half-smile was very charming. Some people say that beautiful women are brainless. Tess is not only beautiful, but also has an IQ that is not as good as that of ordinary people. "Are you Jean Valjean's people?" the woman said in an interrogative tone. "Captain Tess, how do you know that we are Jean Valjean's people?" Demek asked back. "Nonsense, if you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you," a man with a fierce face said, waving his hand. "Catch them." The man's prestige in the crowd was second only to Captain Tess, and he should be the second person. He waved his hand, and the adventurers rushed forward. Jackson handed the pistol to Demek and drew his sword. The remaining soldiers were bare-handed and took up a fighting posture. The two sides entered a state of confrontation. Meanwhile, the battle was raging in the woods. Joseph and his 30 best fighters fought and retreated, and their formation was not disrupted at all. 2 hounds were killed by the soldiers. The other hounds did not dare to go up, and could only bark wildly. "Wait a minute, you guys retreat," Tess said with an unhappy look. "I have something else to ask." The others glanced at the number 2 man, and seeing that he did not respond, they had to stop fighting. Captain Tess's original intention was to ask for valuable information, which would be very useful for her to grasp the situation on the scene. "That man, what's your name?" Tess asked, pointing at Jackson, ignoring Demek. "My name is Jackson, and I'm half Dutch," Jackson replied. "Oh," Captain Tess nodded. "Okay. Mr. Jackson. You came from Jean Valjean's ship, but you still don't admit that you are pirates," Jackson said without hesitation. "We captured the Prometheus. Our commander is Colonel Joseph, colonel of the French army." "Captain Tess, are you satisfied with my answer?" "Huh?" Tess was surprised. "Colonel of France with a reward of 400,000 pounds, it's us," Jackson said arrogantly, thinking that the reward for Colonel Joseph had increased. He was honored. What he didn't know was that in the latest bounty order signed by the Queen of Great Britain, not only Joseph's reward increased, but the names of several officers also appeared on the list for the first time. Lieutenant Demek's reward reached 10,000 pounds, the lowest among the few people. The thief Jackson was becoming well known, and his name was added to the next bounty order. Joseph's team appeared out of nowhere with a high profile and won the attention of leaders of various countries. The popularity is rising. When Joseph's team defeated Howard's coalition, several pigeons had already delivered the news. The news of the victory over Jean Valjean's pirate group and the successful escape was also released by Duke Dumont to his partners through pigeons. His partners then spread the news to the outside world, and even the British Marshal Nelson just learned the news. Until now, almost everyone outside believed that the treasure map was still in Joseph's hands. Duke Dumont did not believe that the treasure map was easily destroyed, and his daughter Becca's testimony was invalid. Mr. Jackson. It is said that there are millions of pounds of property on your ship, and the treasure map of Blackbird is also in your hands? Is this true? Captain Tess asked with interest, like a reporter asking questions. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Captain Tess also wants to take advantage of us? Lieutenant Demark on the side interrupted. Hey, Captain Tess smiled, his eyes full of the shadow of money. The second person and several leaders also laughed. The answer couldn't be more obvious. Even a fool could see that Captain Tess was determined to get the bounty and treasure map of Joseph's team. The other party did not answer directly, and the result would be the same whether he affirmed it or denied it. It's still the old saying, people die for money, and birds die for food. People like Captain Tess who have some people, guns, and some skills all want to try their weight, and never think about the seriousness of the consequences. Catch them, Captain Tess said with a cold face. He changed his face faster than turning a page. If there were no hounds, Jackson might have been able to break out of the siege with his own skills. Under the current circumstances, he had to give up resistance. Because there were still 9 unarmed brothers. So a good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Jackson put down his sword and prepared to be tied up. Captain Tess, you will regret it, Jackson said angrily. Several people were controlled again and taken back to the tent. The sound of gunfire came from near and far. After a while, a Dutch musketeer reported the situation to Captain Tess. Captain Tess and his leader had returned to tent. After listening to the musketeers, several leaders looked at each other, and Captain Tess was confused. More than 200 musketeers, plus 10 hounds, took advantage of the ambush and allowed the opponent to escape unscathed. It didn't sound logical. In this battle, the Dutch lost more than a dozen people and 4 hounds. The opponent was fine, and Captain Tess kept scolding his men for being good-for-nothings. It seems that I underestimated them, Captain Tess had to admit. The second person was a middle-aged man named Tang Jin, who was a sailor and was currently the first mate on the merchant ship Iron Horse. His face was full of stubble and greasiness. He wore a gray striped suit with a vest inside, sat on a chair, and crossed his legs. He had a wooden pipe in his mouth, and looked like he was gloating over other people's misfortunes. He taunted, Miss Tess, look. What did I say? If you command, something will definitely go wrong. 200 people can't beat a few dozen people. You must bear the responsibility. You must pay the pensions for the brothers who died and were injured. I admit that there were some mismanagement. When making the plan, we also agreed and adopted the suggestions put forward by Mr. Tang Jin, Captain Tess said modestly, and turned to the others. The 4 leaders nodded one after another, thinking that her explanation made sense. Yes. When the old captain was alive, we always advocated democracy, including the election of the current captain, which was decided by a vote of all, and the battle plan against the French bandits this time. Chimney, with a white beard, said a fair word, but stopped there. He was one of the 3 major shareholders of the Iron Horse merchant ship. The other 2 shareholders, the old captain, Tess's father, had passed away. Another shareholder was a comprador of the Dutch East India Company. He held a nominal position, but drew real dividends. It is said that the comprador worked in the Dutch colony on Java Island. His role was actually to serve as an official backer and escort a merchant ship Iron Horse. Seeing this, Tang Jin could not help but feel annoyed. It was unfair to put all the blame on the captain. But the fighting power of the French is indeed strong, which has been confirmed. I am afraid it cannot be regarded as my sole responsibility. Right, Captain Tess said. Okay. You are all right. I am wrong, Tang Jin said. You guys chat first. I want to go back to the tent to sleep. As he said, he led 2 men to leave. You can't leave, Captain Tess sneered. Ha ha ha. I won't leave. Miss Tess still wants to keep me alone overnight. Tang Jin's tone was frivolous. Others dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Several big bosses all held empty positions, and they were not as powerful as Tang Jin. At least half of the people on the whole ship were his followers. Forget about staying overnight, Captain Tess said, getting up and pacing. Captain Tess changed the subject again. Mr. Tang Jin. Joseph's army is likely to counterattack. When the large army arrives, our camp will be in danger. Mr. Tang Jin may not be able to sleep well. Yes. We must give full play to democracy. I hope Mr. Tang Jin will stay and work out strategies with us, said a leader. This, cough cough, Tang Jin took off his pipe and coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. He returned to his seat. Then, Chimir spoke and officially entered the meeting. After the strategy was formulated, they operated efficiently under the command of Captain Tess. Before they set out from the Netherlands, they brought a group of experienced trap-setting experts and hunter families. With the efforts of these people, several traps were quickly set around the camp, just waiting for Joseph's team to hit them. 10 years ago, since Miss Tess's father discovered the secret of the island, he had gone to the island twice to capture the dwarfs, but both times failed. This time, Captain Tess, the daughter of the old captain, made sufficient preparations. Not only did the trap experts and the hunter family join, but also a group of bounty hunters were recruited. In other words, the current Iron Horse is extraordinary and has considerable strength. Ordinary pirate ships really don't take it seriously. Within a week, they captured dozens of dwarfs and achieved initial results. This time, the bounty hunters accidentally captured Demark and others. The previous torture and interrogation failed to obtain useful information. Then, the spies discovered the pirate ship Prometheus. I thought it was a competitor with the pirates and had the same purpose. Unexpectedly, I indirectly got the other party's true identity from Jackson. Someone once suggested killing a few captives to feed the hounds, but it was rejected by Captain Tess. This is like playing cards. You must not only have good cards in your hand, but also be able to play good cards. You must also have something that makes the other party afraid. Captives such as Demark are one of Captain Tess's trump cards. This is also her outstanding feature. Joseph's team seems to be far more valuable than the dwarfs. As a collection of adventurers, the entire Iron Horse took on Joseph's team. It is still uncertain who will win in the end. Chapter 120 Clearing the Trap. At midnight, the Iron Horse was anchored just east of the island. The remaining personnel on the ship were still asleep, and there were people patrolling on the deck. The Prometheus circled half of the island and appeared quietly. When they found it, it was too late. The enemy launched a blatant artillery attack. As soon as the horn on the deck was blown, the trumpeter was blown away by the shell. Amid the explosion of boom boom boom, the Iron Horse was quickly torn into pieces. The sailors jumped into the sea and were effectively shot by the enemy's musketeers. A few minutes later, the Iron Horse caught fire and sank into the sea. Rotten wooden boards and hundreds of corpses floated on the sea surface. Some supplies that could be salvaged became trophies. A dozen people were unfortunately captured. The prisoners lined up, and a lieutenant officer's men asked, "Who among you knows English, French, or Spanish?" One of them claimed to know English. The officer called the English-speaking people to him and said, "Okay, I'll keep you. The rest will all be shot." The soldiers raised their muskets. The captives realized that something was wrong and begged for mercy. "No. I don't want to die yet." After a burst of gunfire, more than a dozen captives fell back into the sea. Joseph completely lost his patience with those who dared to touch the tiger's beard. Killing became justified. The sound of artillery fire alarmed Captain Tess and his gang. They were located halfway up the mountain, above the sea level, so they could naturally see the tragic scene. "Oh, God! What should I do?" Captain Tess scratched his head anxiously. "French people, I will never coexist with you," Tang Jin roared. They didn't expect that Joseph's team would directly cut off their retreat. The dozen or so small boats moored on the beach, which were left by Captain Tess and others, could not escape the bad luck. They were dismantled on the spot. Looking at the twinkling lights on the hillside, Joseph ordered the ship to retreat 50 nautical miles. Except for the helmsman, everyone went to sleep. Tomorrow's matter will be discussed tomorrow. Retreating 50 nautical miles is to prevent Captain Tess's men from swimming aboard and sabotaging. It's true that Captain Tess really planned to do so. She has a group of water ghosts under her command, that is, sailors with superb swimming skills. They can swim from the sea to the vicinity of the other party's ship and easily pierce the ship. Unexpectedly, the French did it cleanly and decisively. In the absence of boats, swimming such a long distance, the water ghosts felt that they could not do it. On the beach, Father Chimir said behind Captain Tess, "Niece Tess. I don't know if I should say something or not." "Father, you say," Captain Tess said. "They fought against the British army, defeated Howard's coalition, and defeated Jean Valjean's pirate group. They have stood firm until now. It is impossible that they are just relying on luck, Alice." "Father Chimir, I understand what you mean, Captain Tess sighed. But what's the point of saying this now? Chimiel is cunning and has walked more bridges than Miss Tess has walked. He has long understood the truth and never reminded her. In the final analysis, it is the word greed that is at work. The unrealistic self-confidence, overly good expectations and fluke mentality have harmed these people. Then again, the character of the strong woman is even more stubborn than his father. Once she has made up her mind about something, she will not turn back until she hits the wall. The loss of a ship and 100 people is not a big deal in her eyes. She pretended to be sad to show others that she loves her soldiers like her own sons and how much she cares about them. Back to the camp, Captain Tess found a trap expert, and she planned to increase the number of traps. The others took turns to rest. Captain Tess still had hope for the next war. At noon the next day, the Prometheus lazily docked, and 12 small boats carrying people and equipment landed. 16 cavalry guns landed, as well as a few shells. This made Captain Tess and his men extremely panic. Not only that, they also found that the other side had cavalry. What kind of army is this? The arms are quite complete. Captain Tess looked through a telescope, and he and his men all looked grim. Seeing this, Tess showed a long-lost smile. I swear, when they arrive at the camp, their pirate ship will be ours, Captain Tess laughed. Jean Valjean's ship is a standard warship. It's also very good to get it, Tang Jin also nodded. A surprising scene happened. Joseph's army was assembled, and the flag-bearer signaled to the ship. The pirate ship immediately turned, and at the same time, there was a long cable behind the ship, pulling more than a dozen small boats away from the coast. This move completely cut off Captain Tess's idea of robbing the ship. Everyone was dumbfounded and extremely frustrated. Maybe we can negotiate, Father Chimier suddenly said. The French have not suffered any losses, so negotiations should be possible, right? His last sentence seemed to be a question to himself. The ship was destroyed, and as one of the shareholders, Dad was more heartbroken than anyone else. No matter how heartbroken he was, he had to remain calm. Tang Jin rolled his eyes at Dad and said, we haven't fought yet, so it's too early to negotiate. Mr. Chimier, our efforts and hard work cannot go to waste. Our families are still waiting for our triumphant return. Okay, stop talking, I agree to continue fighting. We'll talk about the negotiations later. Captain Tess said that he and the second in command, Tang Jin, had the same opinion on this point. On the march, 500 soldiers marched in a mighty manner. The French flag fluttered in the wind. The soldiers were eager to see the legendary man-eating tree and the little people, and they were all excited. Only by constantly traveling and adventuring can you see new things. In your country, living in a corner, you will never know how wonderful the outside world is. According to the prisoners, the Iron Horse carried more than 600 people, and the complexity of its composition was far beyond imagination. When he heard that they had water ghosts, Joseph shouted for relief. It was a lucky coincidence that we left the coast last night, but it was a deliberate plan to leave the coast today. It is reported that Captain Tess has a total of 30 hounds under his command, which are trained by the Hunter Group. The bounty hunters from the Netherlands, Portugal, Switzerland, and Scotland have a team of dozens of people. These bounty hunters specialize in hunting down big thieves and earning huge bounties based on the bounty orders issued by various countries. The leader is Colin, a Russian. This time, Captain Tess recruited Colin to join the gang in order to deal with the dwarfs. They wanted to catch all the dwarfs and sell them to all parts of the world to earn huge wealth. Unexpectedly, this effort came in handy. Joseph, who ranks second on the bounty order, was right in front of them, making the bounty hunters itch. Joseph knew that bounty hunters were extraordinary. Father Boki was a 3-star bounty hunter. In terms of single combat, Joseph thought he could beat the priest, but it was not certain if he faced Colin. Colin, the leader of the hunters, was a 4-star bounty hunter. Don't you know how powerful a 4-star bounty hunter is? Some famous thieves and bandit leaders have fallen in his hands. Joseph's nemesis is here. Is he here? Joseph doesn't think so. Then again, no matter how powerful a bounty hunter is, he will feel a headache when facing a group of well-trained soldiers. Joseph's team did not rush to act. Instead, they conducted routine military exercises on the beach. The so-called military exercises usually have a deterrent effect on the enemy. Cavalry Captain Ken and 40 cavalrymen performed horse riding stabbing. The target was the branches of shrubs made from local materials. Each cavalryman was equipped with a round rattan shield tied behind his back, which was picked up during the battle with pirates. With a shield, the cavalry can resist enemy bullets while riding. Brothers such as Wang Jin and Wang Zai helped to raise the branches 100 meters away. The cavalry swept past with a gust of wind and easily cut off the branches. There was also a test gun drill. A row of branches was also inserted a few hundred meters away. 16 cavalry cannons fired in succession, accurately blowing up a row of branches. Seeing this, Captain Tess and others put away their telescopes. Their faces turned very ugly. The French artillery is invincible in the world, and today it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Amid the neighing of horses, the cavalry circled the field and finally formed a queue. Joseph, Goering and Miller, 3 officers, walked to the front, saluted and spoke to the soldiers. The soldiers saluted in return. Soldiers, a lot has happened since yesterday. Joseph made an important speech. Lieutenant Emmerich was imprisoned by the bandits on the mountain. I don't think this is an accident. This is a contempt for our French Empire. For us personally, psychologically unacceptable. His words aroused the spirit of all soldiers to share the same hatred and the enemy, and at the same time shouted, "Long live France!" I, Joseph, now declare that in the name of Emperor Napoleon, we will fight against them and regain our dignity. The troops set off in an orderly manner. When they reached a fork in the mountain road, the bushes on one side moved strangely, and the entire bushes on the other side seemed to be crushed by something. Joseph ordered the troops to stop, and the soldiers watched, their hands holding the guns trembling slightly. The army of the dwarfs appeared, which surprised those who had never seen them. There were thousands of dwarfs riding pigs. The leader came forward and came to Joseph. Joseph dismounted and squatted, stretched out his hand, and the leader shook hands with him. "Hello, friend," Joseph said. The leader of the dwarfs also gestured while speaking, and although they could not understand each other, they could understand each other's meaning. Joseph stood up and said to the soldiers, "Now, our dwarf friends are going to fight side by side with us. Please watch your feet and avoid stampedes." After he finished speaking, he repeated it again out of concern. "Soldiers, did you hear it?" Joseph asked loudly. "I heard it," the soldiers said in unison. Why did Goering and Miller, who were standing in the front row, feel dizzy? In history, there were not many people who could live in peace with the dwarfs. Fighting side by side together, the soldiers found it interesting. In the following march, the two troops looked at each other curiously. It was so weird. They were very close to Captain Tess's camp, and they could hear the barking of hounds. A cavalryman almost fell into a trap. It made people realize that there should be countless traps and mechanisms within a radius of 500 meters. At the beginning, someone suggested that the army should be divided into several routes to form an encirclement. Joseph did not agree. First, the number of people was limited and could not withstand consumption. Second, once the troops were dispersed, they could not gather a complete array. A complete array requires both offense and defense. It is like a mobile fortress. If the opponent has artillery, the situation will be different. It is better to attack in a dispersed manner. However, the opponent is not a professional army and has no artillery. Faced with numerous traps, Joseph ordered the soldiers to take steady steps. Break one by one. Although the process is slow, it is better than rushing to death. The only difference is that the ammunition is limited, otherwise a path can be blasted out. Every few steps, some mechanisms are triggered or discovered in advance. There are rows of nails at both ends of the trees, and it is not certain where an arrow will fly. There may be barbs on the end of the push branch, and the barbs are coated with poison. There are also many kinds of mechanisms that have not been discovered. Before 10 steps, someone has been injured. The dwarfs had fought with Captain Tess and his gang several times before, and suffered a lot. They didn't dare to move forward easily this time. Someone suggested using fire attack, but Joseph didn't agree. Because this island is the home of the dwarfs, once the fire can't be controlled, the dwarfs will be homeless. People expressed their understanding. At this time, a small soldier jumped out and said he had a way. Joseph looked at it and laughed. It was Stephen. "Did I ask you to stay on the boat? Why are you here?" Joseph laughed. "Oh. It's boring to look after children on the boat," Stephen said. When he said looking after children, he meant looking after little John and little Maya. Joseph laughed. "Okay. Tell me what plan you have." Stephen's round head shook his head and said, "Brother, I can fly over." "Well, that's a good idea," Joseph nodded. You are awesome. Stephen, Going couldn't help but praise. The soldiers gave thumbs up. Several officers discussed and decided to use Stephen's magic carpet to fly and clear the way. Lend him the cavalry's shield and wrap yourself up tightly. It is estimated that after a few rounds, the roadblock will be cleared. Chapter 121, A Crushing Defeat. Stephen stood on the magic carpet, wearing a mask, waving to the people like a warrior. The soldiers raised their hands excitedly in response. Some of the dwarfs were surprised and dropped their pigs. They could not accept this reality. There were creatures that could float in the air like birds. How could they know that there was something called a devil in the world? The magic carpet began to fly, and it was not slow. Stephen held a long pole in his hand and hit the place where he flew. It was easy to trigger some mechanisms. Arrows shot from all directions, some shot at the value board, and some shot into the air. There were also wolf-tooth boards and hanging nets that appeared continuously, and the traps on the ground collapsed. Stephen dodged them one by one, which made people tremble with fear. This repeated. The hunter group ambushed on the opposite side found Stephen and gunshots suddenly rang out. The hunter group released 3 hounds. Stephen saw this and controlled the magic carpet to rise. The hounds jumped and jumped on the ground, but they could not reach him. When Stephen came back, he was safe and sound. Go down to the ground and retrieve the magic carpet. Well done, Stephen. You have done a great job, people praised him again. The troops set out and soon approached the enemy camp. Over there, the fact that the other side had a magic carpet attracted great attention from Captain Tess and others. It was speculated that it was a wizard with profound magic power. If it weren't for many people who saw it with their own eyes, Captain Tess would not believe it at all. It has seriously subverted our cognition. The French are not simple, Captain Tess exclaimed. Quick! Quick! Order Quiddle's people to stop them, Captain Tess shouted to the sailor who sent the message. The sailor replied, Quiddle has gone. Quiddle is a retired veteran who has served in the Prussian army and has a lot of experience in jungle warfare. At the edge of the camp, a few dozen meters away, hundreds of Iron Horse members are hiding. Among them, there are dozens of veterans. Once they are within the range, both sides open fire one after another. Bang bang bang, the sound of gunfire continued. A firepower network was formed within a certain distance. The soldiers could not break through for a while. Joseph and others realized that the opponent's fighting style was very much like a group of professional soldiers. If they charged rashly, there would be a lot of casualties. It's time to try our artillery, Going suggested. Well, this is the only way. 16 artillery pieces arrived at the designated position and loaded the shells. However, the opponent was very cunning, shuttling through the forest and constantly changing locations. In this way, it was impossible to form an accurate artillery attack. Miller, the captain of the direct artillery, was at a loss and could not issue an order to fire. Okay. Let the artillerymen fire freely, limited to 2 shells per person. Joseph turned to Miller and said, I believe in their vision. Experienced musketeers are fine, but dealing with mobile targets is a challenge for artillery. After a round of artillery, screams were heard one after another, and the effect was not as good as expected. But it also played a deterrent role. Joseph's army marched another few dozen meters. The leader of the dwarf tribe shouted, and more than 2,000 dwarf cavalry rushed forward. It was too late for Joseph to stop it. Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. Too reckless. The leader of the dwarf tribe did not consider things comprehensively. Immediately, the hounds that were specially used to suppress the dwarf tribe came out in full force. Nearly 30 hounds, howling wildly, rushed into the tide of dwarfs. These hounds were shaped like leopards, with sharp teeth and claws. A single hound could knock down a group of dwarf riders. They would grab a dwarf at any time and eat it like chewing sausages. The piglets rolled all over the ground. The rain of javelins did not do much harm to the hounds covered in linen. In order to defend their homes and rescue their compatriots, the dwarf tribe also fought hard. There were also brave dwarfs who jumped on the backs of the hounds and stabbed them hard with javelins. Especially the chewing dwarfs. Joseph was terrified. Little Tom. Where is Little Tom? Joseph shouted to his left and right. A big soldier ran up to him, stood at attention and saluted, and shouted report. If you don't look at his face, you really can't tell. Wearing a soldier's uniform, he looks burly and tall. Little Tom. You have to save them. Joseph pointed in the direction of the battle of the dwarfs. It is our responsibility to protect the weak. Yes, Sir. It is our responsibility to protect the weak, little Tom repeated. This sentence made him feel extremely proud and honored. As he spoke, he laid down in the shallow grass, on all fours, looking like a wild boar weighing more than 300 pounds. At the beginning, Dr. Allen created him regardless of the indignation of gods and ghosts. In addition to retaining some human physical signs, such as thinking and living habits, other physical signs are close to wild boars. The moment he lay down, the muscles of his limbs instantly burst the soldier's uniform. Be careful, Joseph shouted from behind. A wild boar stepped on its forehooves and rushed towards the nearest hound. The hound had one eye blinded by a spear and was chasing the warrior who stabbed him like crazy. Little Tom knocked the hound away from the side like a hill, and his tusks tore the hound's ribs and belly. The hound fell into the grass and twitched a few times before it could move. On this side, the Angie-type II rifle fully utilized its advantages. It has a long range and high accuracy. The disadvantage is that the ammunition is limited. Currently, only a dozen soldiers with good marksmanship are equipped. First, the artillery fire forced the hunter group to retreat. Then the soldiers fired with the muskets. Before they understood what was going on, more than a dozen veterans under Quittle fell one after another. Only then did they realize that the French people's firearms and equipment were really superior to theirs. Moreover, from the perspective of fire suppression in the later stage, the veterans had no time to shoot and could only hide behind the trees. After a while, they were forced to withdraw from the jungle and move towards the camp tent. Please say hello to Joseph's mother for me, Quittle said hatefully. Joseph's ears itched here, and he felt that someone was scolding him. From the beginning of the battle, Captain Tess's team had continuous casualties, while in the French camp, no one died except for the wounded. As the leader of a team, Joseph must pay attention to the losses and impacts of casualties on the team. Therefore, every step they take has been planned and brewed. This is responsible for the lives of themselves and others. The Battle of the Dwarfs was quite tragic, but with the addition of Little Tom, it was a little easier. In just over 10 minutes, Little Tom had knocked down 4 hounds. First of all, the wild boar had thick fur and fearless claws and fangs, plus the weight advantage. Its ferocity was no less than that of tigers and leopards, and the hounds were no match for the latter. The owners of the hounds took the risk to get close, aiming their guns behind the nearby trees, wanting to kill the wild boars. Joseph's formation also sent out soldiers to conduct sniping. Joseph saw that every fallen hound was full of javelins. It was almost the price of dozens or hundreds of dwarf warriors in exchange for one hound. In one of the tents, Jackson untied the ropes on his body like a magic trick. This little trick was nothing for him, who was born as a chivalrous thief. There were 2 guards in the tent, who were easily knocked down by him. 1 punch each, knocking them out accurately. Hey, buddy, can't you tell? You are really good, Demark praised. What's that? In the army, Colonel Joseph is more powerful and has not been surpassed so far, Jackson told the truth. Before leaving the tent, the dwarfs and the pigeon cage were also released. In order to prevent the dwarfs from being trampled when they went out, each person carried a few. The battle outside continued, and another round of artillery shells hit, and the nearest tent was almost blown away. Captain Tess organized people to fight back. The guards at the door of the tent were withdrawn, and Jackson and others found 4 muskets and waist knives in another tent. After trying, there were only disposable ammunition in the gun, which was only enough to fire once. The first tent caught fire, and soon all the tents were on fire. Looking at the black smoke rising from the camp, Captain Tess and Donkin and others felt helpless. At this time, the situation has become clear. Facing the attack of Joseph's team, Captain Tess's people have been steady and cautious, and no matter how hard they try, they can never break through the opponent's defense. Charged 3 times, they were all repelled. Regular troops always have this advantage, and what they emphasize is coordinated operations. Captain Tess's men are a gathering of heroes. No matter how powerful the heroes are, they will be scattered if they cannot be effectively organized and utilized. Captain Tess had no choice but to lead the crowd to evacuate from the safe passage. Except for this passage, the others are all traps. Joseph narrowed his eyes and saw the clue. He then ordered to block the enemy's retreat route, and the artillery focused on one point. There was uninterrupted bombing in the woods 300 meters away. Father Chimere went first and fled with a few people. The rest of the people were miserable. Some people panicked and ran into the jungle. Not long after, They screamed and were killed by the wolf-tooth board. The second in command, Tang Jin, always wanted to turn the tide and re-establish his prestige. He has always coveted the position of captain. This time, he felt it was an opportunity. Because there must be brave men under a heavy reward. At this time, he bargained with Captain Tess, and Captain Tess and the other two leaders reluctantly agreed to the request that all members share £1.4 million equally. Anyone who captures Joseph alive will receive 300,000. The treasure map is another matter. Brothers, capture Joseph. Whoever captures him will be rewarded handsomely. Charge, some flattering sailors also shouted and cheered. Sure enough, the huge bonus caused a great commotion. Veterans, bounty hunters, hound hunters, and sailors from the former Iron Horse were greatly encouraged. The new distribution method broke the agreement at the time of employment. If they win, everyone will have the possibility of becoming rich overnight. Joseph observed with a telescope. He pointed at the few people who were shouting the most and ordered several gunners to follow and fire. Hundreds of musketeers from Captain Tess's camp launched a counterattack charge from the front. Goering shouted, "Soldiers, form a formation." Soon, the soldiers in the front were divided into 3 columns, still using a 3-gun rotation method to shoot repeatedly. Soldiers holding Anges Type 3 rifles were always the first to hit the enemy. A few minutes later, Joseph ordered the French soldiers to retreat 10 steps as a whole. There were corpses lying on the ground in front of the formation, and many veterans, bounty hunters and sailors were injured or killed. On the French side, only a few people fell. Jackson and others took advantage of the chaos and returned to the team from the edge of the woods. "Brother Jackson, are you ready?" Joseph shouted. Jackson made a gesture, and a soldier handed him the reins of the bay horse. After retreating 10 steps, Duncan saw that it was not good. If he continued to fight like this, he would be wiped out sooner or later. Others also realized that it was not right, and it was no different from sending himself to die in vain. When people die, the wealth belongs to others. Captain Tess was disappointed, and her own people began to lose their composure and retreated in a hurry. On the other side, nearly 30 hounds, except for a few that escaped, were all killed by Little Tom and the Little People. The Little People suffered heavy casualties, but they also won. The leader of the Little People prepared the remaining warriors and launched a charge with Little Tom. Hearing the shots like a tide, Joseph raised the sword in his hand and commanded the cavalry to charge. No matter how Duncan encouraged, he was defeated. A shell exploded 3 meters away from him, and Tang Jin froze in his place, his ears buzzing and his eyes sparkling. The ground began to shake violently, and when Tang Jin came to his senses, a black shadow passed by, and Joseph's sword accurately cut off his head. The head rolled on the ground, and the body fell down 10 seconds later. Chapter 122 Beauty Trap. The fight lasted less than 5 minutes before it ended. Wherever the cavalry went, they cut melons and vegetables like cutting vegetables, and it turned into a completely one-sided massacre. The soldiers' bayonets were stained with blood, and they circled the last dozens of prisoners. "Please ask your Colonel Joseph to come out, we want to negotiate," Captain Tess shouted. The guards around her were all dead. If she was not a woman, she would have been killed by the soldiers long ago. The pistol in her hand had never been fired, and she was directly disarmed. Perhaps, the victory or defeat of the war does not depend on whether she has fired a shot. Joseph rode up to her and sneered, "Captain Tess? What qualifications do you have to negotiate?" A close look at the red-haired woman was tall and pretty, making people feel mysterious. She was covered with a veil. "Colonel Joseph, can we talk?" Captain Tess begged, pointing to the tent. The only intact tent. She pulled off the veil, and Joseph was stunned. He thought, this girl is really tender. Delicate skin, straight nose, blue eyes, slightly protruding cheekbones, her facial features give people a very comfortable feeling. She is definitely a beauty. Her teeth are neat and flawless white, reflecting the luster of scallops. Her eyes burst out with passion, which any man will understand. "Let's talk. Let's talk." Joseph nodded, his eyes rolled, and told his men to wait. Then he turned over and got off the horse, and followed Captain Tess into the tent. At the same time, on the Prometheus, in a well-decorated cabin, the wife of the highest commander performed a miracle. A wall with brocade flowers showed the whole process of the battle like a movie. In the room, there were also Mrs. Anna, Ms. Mona and Princess Eve who were invited. Sushu is the goddess Arsir, and everyone present knows it. Mona, Sushu's old classmate, was not surprised. Too many strange things have happened along the way, and she and others should be used to it. The scene changed, and Joseph followed a red-haired woman into the tent. This tent is a little far from the other tents, independent, and filled with wooden boxes of all sizes. Looking back at those tents, all of them were burned down. The two people had a friendly conversation, and Colonel Joseph was also very gentlemanly and polite to the enemy. There was no sound on the screen, and the scene looked very pleasant. Next, the red-haired girl stretched out her hand, and Colonel Joseph took it in his hand and kissed it a few times. I don't know what Joseph said was funny, but the red-haired girl laughed so hard that she fell backwards. The other hand went to Joseph's shoulder. Anna and Sushu's faces changed. As they were talking, the red-haired girl leaned close to Joseph's ear and said something again. Her eyes were very provocative. It can be seen that Joseph was a little excited and a little excited. The next scene surprised the audience. Colonel Joseph couldn't wait to take off his pants, and the red-haired girl also cooperated to unbutton her waist and turned behind him. Men are not good things, Sushu cursed. How disgusting, Mona suddenly said. Joseph's tall and noble image was completely destroyed in someone's heart. Look. This is what you call a hero, Sushu said sarcastically. Princess Eve felt like vomiting. Sorry, she said, and ran out to vomit. But who would have thought that the scene suddenly changed? And the red-haired girl suddenly had a dagger in her hand. Be careful, Anna exclaimed, staring and covering her mouth. Joseph had just taken off half of his clothes, revealing his shorts, and the dagger stretched from behind and rested on his neck. Don't make trouble, he said. After realizing that it was a trap, he had to accept this reality. He took a breath and said, Ms. Tess, can you let me pull up my pants first? I'm afraid not, Captain Tess replied coldly. Very reluctantly, he had no choice but to follow Captain Tess out of the tent with his pants up. The top officer was held hostage, and the result was unexpected. In public, people knew what was going on at a glance. It was like being caught in bed, or honey trap. It shouldn't be like this. He didn't even have this little life experience. Joseph was so embarrassed. Ms. Tess? Oh, be gentle, let's talk it over, Joseph said. Even though he smelled the orchid-like body fragrance of a woman, he was in a very bad mood. The captives were all in high spirits and gathered around Captain Tess. Veteran soldier Quiddle and bounty hunter Colin stood on the left and right. They tied Joseph's hands first. Stop talking nonsense, we want your boat first. Go to the beach, Captain Tess said coldly. Joseph had no choice but to follow her, his trousers hanging down to his knees, making it inconvenient to walk. Foreign women have the advantage of height, their arms go around the back of their necks, and the dagger is under their chins, effortlessly. If they try to kiss face to face, Joseph needs to look up. The soldiers pointed their guns at each other, and Goring and others all looked confused. They just kept warning each other. After leaving the jungle, Chimir and his men also rushed out and surrounded Captain Tess. Soon there were more than 100 people gathered. They seemed to have won the battle, and now they had robbed the ship and the money, and there were fewer people to share the spoils. It was a miracle just to think about it. Captain Tess planned to take the ship, the treasure map, and then sail away. The agreement was to release Joseph in exchange. In fact, she had no intention of letting this man go. This man who could take off his pants at will was regarded as a shame by all women. Besides, Joseph's head was worth 400,000 pounds. When they arrived at the beach, Captain Tess forced him to let the soldiers stay away first. You idiot. If you want to live, don't play tricks, Captain Tess said. Hurry up and let your people retreat 100 meters. The blade was close to the neck. It was really no joke. On this journey, at least 3 bloody small wounds were cut. The blood mixed with sweat made the wound itchy and hot. Okay. Just do it. Another order was issued, and all members retreated 100 meters. Goering and others were naturally very angry. Only one soldier was left at the scene to pass the order. The soldier was shocked to find that the shorts of Chief Joseph were the pattern of the pirate flag. The pirate flag was on the ironclad giant and was kept as a souvenir. After being made into shorts by Taylor Good, Joseph wore pirate flag shorts, which became a joke in the army for a long time. The signal was sent from the shore, and the flag bearer indicated that the ship should dock. After a while, the Prometheus appeared, towing dozens of small boats at the same time. Quick! Tell everyone on the ship to get off the boat and do as I order, Captain Tess said. Joseph had no choice but to obey. The messenger did it immediately. He had a hard time. His former prestige was shattered, and he wanted to get into the beach and bury his head like a turtle. Seeing the ship, Captain Tess and others saw hope and were one step closer to success. We must celebrate when we get on the ship. I wonder if there is champagne on the ship? Your chest is against my back, Joseph complained. Captain Tess realized that he was too close and moved away. Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe I will castrate you now? Captain Tess said angrily. She thought to herself, this playboy is taking advantage of someone who is about to die. He will cry later. The captain's wife and a group of people have been standing at the bow of the Prometheus for a long time. Captain Bond conveyed the order to the captain's wife, asking everyone to get off the boat. No items are allowed. All items have been confiscated. I don't agree, the captain's wife said. Her cold face was intimidating. What does the captain's wife mean? Captain Bond smiled. In fact, he didn't agree either. But this shouldn't be said by him. Watch the show. Bring a chair, the captain's wife said with a smile. You don't have to do anything. Someone immediately went to get a chair, and the lady suggested that everyone sit down, drink tea and chat. The sun was very hot, and the carpenter Tom and the apprentice quickly built a simple awning with wooden poles and canvas. On the ship was the Zhang pirate ship, which was the Chinese tea that Captain Payne paid tribute to Jean Valjean, the famous TUOT. Since we were drinking tea, we had to light a fire to boil water and make tea. Wang Shoren, who stayed behind, made tea for everyone. Why is there no movement? Captain Tess was waiting anxiously. Veteran soldier Quiddle saw something wrong and said to Captain Tess, they seem to have given up on him. Listen, everyone on the ship. If you don't get off the ship within 10 minutes, your leader will die, Bounty Hunter Colin shouted, and he pointed his gun at Joseph's head. Start counting. The messenger sent the message. After the people on the ship knew about it, they were still talking and laughing. It seemed that they had calculated it well, and the people who threatened them didn't dare to do anything. Having said that, Joseph would definitely suffer. Captain Tess just remembered to take back the dagger. It was useless to hug him all the time. Anyway, he was under control. Queen people, bring the treasure map first, Captain Tess said. If you don't believe me, you can search me. Captain Tess, how many times do I have to tell you before you know? The treasure map was destroyed long ago. Because of this map, at least tens of thousands of people died. Leaving it behind is a disaster. Shut up. Do you think I will believe you? Captain Tess said, and slapped him in the face. Paw, the sound was very crisp. Being beaten by a woman feels different from being beaten by a man. Joseph chuckled. Speaking of treasure maps, Joseph has the most say. He told Captain Tess and a few others about the following experience. It started with a story of the cowboy punk leaving America, and fought wits and courage with Count Richard of the Iron Hook Gang all the way, to defeating the Howard's coalition and severely damaging the Jean Valjean pirates. The bounty order and the treasure map killed many people. Now, Captain Tess is also deeply trapped in it and can't extricate himself. It's so sad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 The Next Robinson. 10 minutes passed quickly. No one on the ship responded. As time went by, people began to eat. Several tables were set up under the deck awning, with fine wine and delicious food. The soldiers also rested on the spot and ate the food they brought with them. Captain Tess and his group were hungry and in an awkward situation. The other side was deliberately delaying time and wearing down their will. Joseph felt bad. It seemed that his people were not going to save him. For the first time in his life, he felt helpless and confused. If he didn't show some color, it would really not work. Captain Tess was angry. Quick! Cut off his ear. She really couldn't stand being fooled. She ordered her men to cut off Joseph's ear. Quiddle approached with a sharp knife, and Joseph frowned. Are you serious? He said. No one answered the stupid question. Colonel Joseph. Lend me your ear. Quiddle laughed strangely, grabbing Joseph's ear and about to cut it. Damn it, Joseph said in Chinese, and the next sentence was in English. Be quick, okay, I will, Quiddle said with a smile. In fact, the officer's wife on the ship seemed to be careless and had been paying attention to the dynamic development. I saw Dad. Little John was sitting next to him, pointing excitedly to the seaside. Dad is not wearing pants. Hey, Little John laughed innocently. Anna turned her head to Little John and said, "Be quiet. Otherwise I will let you go back to the cabin." Little John quickly kept silent. He didn't understand why his mother was angry. Su Shu, who was opposite, was not interested in the conversation between the mother and son. Seeing that it was serious, the goddess didn't want to have a husband with the missing ears. It was also the first time she performed a miracle on Joseph. So she snapped her fingers, snap, just as Joseph gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, the sharp knife turned into a rose. When the rose was pulled, many thorns scratched the upper ear. Not only Quiddle, but also Captain Tess was extremely surprised. Then she was extremely frustrated. Captain Tess reacted and pulled out a dagger to press against Joseph's throat before Joseph could make a move. Unexpectedly, it turned into a rose again. "Tess, baby. Roses for you," Joseph grinned. "No need," Captain Tess said angrily. "Forget it," Joseph pouted. "The wizard is doing something weird again." "Where is the wizard? Where is the person riding the flying carpet? Is there really such a powerful wizard in the world?" "Maybe there is." Goering noticed the movement and waved his hand. Soldiers surrounded him one after another, and there were also cavalry guns. "I don't want to die yet," a sailor suddenly shouted. The sailor ran towards the coast, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. On Goring's side, soldiers immediately went to intercept him. Panic is contagious, and even Colin was at a loss. The rest of the people fled in all directions. Some went into the sea to swim, and more people ran in two directions to the shore. There were more than a dozen people standing there. Among the dozen people, except for those who were slow to react, there were those who were more sober than others. The reality was clear, and no one could escape. On the battlefield on the mountain, the French shot hundreds of prisoners. They would not let any of them go easily. "It's not too late to surrender now," Joseph said with a smile. "I swear by the almighty goddess Esther, if you surrender to me, I can let you live." In fact, what he wanted to say was Almighty God. In Western Europe, it usually refers to Jesus Christ. The goddess Esther was on his lips without paying attention, and he was surprised after saying it. The Dutch didn't know who the goddess Esther was. She looked very mysterious, and they were not in the mood to ask who she was. "Okay. I surrender." Captain Tess threw the rose on the ground and cried bitterly. Colin, a 4-star bounty hunter, had a precise grasp of the situation on the scene. Facing the strongest army, he didn't think he could escape. There was a distance from the jungle. Once he entered the jungle, no one could catch him, and no one was his opponent. Unfortunately, this distance was completely controlled by the enemy. As soon as he moved, he was immediately shot and received by the soldiers. After a series of gunshots, all the escapees, including Father Chimire, died on the beach. "Okay. I surrender too." Colin's eyelids drooped, and his hands were raised above his head. Veteran Quiddle collapsed to the ground. Joseph really fulfilled his promise and did not kill them. However, more than a dozen people worked as coolies for several days, and Captain Tess was exhausted. When she looked for another opportunity to flatter him, Joseph was completely unmoved. "Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. When Tess passed in front of the commander, she deliberately pressed her collar very low, and Joseph did not even look at her. In fact, he had already glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. This scene caught the commander's wife's eye, and a barely noticeable grin appeared on her face. On that day, Joseph ordered the soldiers to bury all the dead. This is respect for the dead. This is their usual style of doing things. Another day of friendly coexistence with the dwarfs, nothing more than having a meal together. The leader of the dwarfs gave Joseph a handful of seeds. The seeds of the man-eating tree. Reciprocity. Joseph presented them with a grandfather clock, a mechanical clock that would have a cuckoo come out to sing when the time came. At the same time, they toured the entire island. This island originally had no name. The discoverer, Captain Tess's father, called it Little Man Island. At the southern end of the island, there was a small valley where they found a wild jackfruit forest with several short-tailed monkeys. They picked a lot of ripe jackfruits. They dried the fruits in the sun and dried them into candied fruits. This temporarily solved the problem of eating. 3 days later, the Prometheus set sail. The little people saw them off on the beach. They left Captain Tess alone on the island. At the same time, they threw her an English version of Robinson Crusoe. A captive translator told Captain Tess, the commander's wife said that she was afraid you would be lonely, so she gave her a famous book and wished you good luck. Tess was mad, screaming, and rolling on the beach with her hair disheveled. Joseph took a last look and returned to the cabin. Alice. There was no way, the lady's order could not be violated. What a waste of the red-haired beauty, he thought. Colin, Quiddle and others were undoubtedly lucky. At least they had a chance to survive. On board, they swore to join Joseph's team. The validity period of joining was until the Mariana Islands. Not only prisoners, but everyone was treated equally. At that time, they could stay or leave as they pleased, and everyone serving on the ship would receive additional severance pay. This made Quiddle and others admire Colonel Joseph very much. The helmsman adjusted the direction and headed straight for Java Island. In the conference cabin, Joseph convened a meeting of the heads of the ship. Colonel Joseph. We are in urgent need of ammunition. Other supplies are also in short supply. I suggest purchasing them at a public port first, Goering said. Yes. Our main supplies are in the Shaka Castle, which has been robbed by the Jean Valjean pirate group. After that, successive battles consumed a large amount of ammunition. The spoils of the Iron Horse are a drop in the bucket for us, Joseph nodded and said. Our tailor can't even get a piece of cloth to make a uniform. The ingredients in the kitchen are only enough for 10 days. The daily wood, paint, and tobacco must be purchased, Lieutenant Miller added. The war consumes a lot of money, and ammunition is the most scarce. The remaining ammunition is estimated to barely support a regular battle. Miss Margaret, as the financial executive, issued a list of purchases. The brains took turns to look at it. Joseph looked at it for a while and felt dizzy. If the warship can be operated normally and everyone can live a comfortable life, it will cost about £200,000. War is a money-burning sport. £200,000 is not a small amount. According to the usual standards of Joseph's team, starting with the food rations, his soldiers must have wine, meat, eggs, green vegetables and dairy products for every meal. Judging from the treatment of navies and pirate ships of various countries, the Prometheus is undoubtedly the highest. The young man Wang Shoren served under General Payne and only ate meat twice a year. Then, Miss Margaret took out another list, a list of lowered standards. This list was detailed. Even the cloth for uniforms had new regulations. The fiber cloth produced by the Jenny loom was cheap and could be replaced. The previous cloth was made of expensive wool. The food standard was also reduced by half, and the food was improved every week. The supply of alcohol was relatively tight, only available during holidays or celebrations. The total amount of the list was cut by 100,000 in one fell swoop. The officers were amazed at Miss Margaret's shrewdness. They voted by raising their hands and agreed on the second plan. Chapter 124 Peter of Perth. According to the nautical chart, on the right side of their route, that is, on the east coast of the Indian Ocean, there is a vast land, which is now Australia. Joseph and others decided to try their luck there. Food is the first necessity of the people, so first of all, they need to raise enough food and a lot of fresh water. Especially horse fodder. After discussion, they decided to reduce the number of horses to 10. 42 horses are too many. Not only do they occupy a large space, but the amount of water they drink is also ridiculous. It is really unaffordable. The extra horses can be sold or exchanged. If it really doesn't work, kill the horses for meat. After all, the day of food shortage has not come yet. On this day, someone found a noise in the kitchen. At first, they thought it was a mouse, so a group of people went to catch it. Finally, a few little people were found behind the oak barrel. 8 little people, 5 men and 3 women with blue hair, were brought to Joseph. Looking at the little people, Joseph opened his mouth in surprise, wondering how they got on the ship. Everyone came to see, and the cabin was crowded with people. Among them, Little John and the girl Becca were the most excited. Little Maya could already walk and stuck her head between her brother and Becca. The little people were definitely teenagers in their teens. 2 of them were not even as tall as a bottle when they stood up. They were all covered in dirt and dust. They huddled together when they saw humans, and were very scared. Curiosity killed the cat. Their parents were also relieved that they could go out. After a discussion, people decided to keep the little people. Miss Margaret was responsible for teaching letters and pronunciation, and Margaret delegated it to Becca. It was unrealistic to return the way they came and send the little people back to the island. They had no choice but to stay. In this way, the young girl Becca had a few more students. Every day, 8 little people, Little John and Little Maya sat in the same classroom. Joseph peeked through the crack of the classroom door. The 2 children were sitting there very quietly, and the little boy sat on their knees. Among them, little Maya would touch the little people from time to time, pick them up and kiss them, treating them as her own children. Seeing them getting along in harmony, Joseph felt very warm and left humming a little tune. 10 days later, Lieutenant Demark on duty discovered the coastline. They had been without water for 2 days. After leaving the Little Man Island, due to too many things, we neglected to store enough fresh water. When we said this, it was the beginning of July 1802, more than half a year after leaving Egypt. A group of blackbirds flew across the sky. Some of them landed on the deck and were not afraid of people. Children were allowed to touch them. The deck was full of people, looking toward the coast. "That's a black swan," someone said in surprise. "I think so. Since the Dutchman William Ulleman came here in 1697, he found a estuary. There are many black swans near this place, which are not found in other places, so he named this river the Swan River." Margaret said that she was knowledgeable and sometimes made people look at her with admiration. The young girl Becca admired her very much. "Well, so, this area belongs to the Dutch colony?" Joseph asked. "Not sure. It is said that the Dutch are not interested in this place. But there are indeed indigenous people here," Margaret said again. "Ha ha ha," Joseph laughed. "In that case, I declare this place belongs to us, he. I suggest that this land be named after Colonel Joseph," someone immediately flattered. As the distance approached, the river mouth was indeed seen. Nothing unusual was found. The boats anchored at the shore, and the boats were launched to take people ashore. People rushed to the river as soon as possible and played in the water. Here, the soldiers took turns to fetch water, and the wooden barrels were filled with water, and then transported to the boats. Carpenter Big Tom led a group of people to cut down trees in the jungle, then broke the bark on the spot, sawed into boards and transported them away. In the open space on one side of the river mouth, more than a dozen simple wooden sheds were built in one day. It is expected to stay here for a while to find food for more than 500 people. This is a lot of food. They came up with a lot of ideas, fishing at the river mouth and hunting in the jungle. But the process is too slow. It would be great if we could find the natives. Joseph and others did not plan to purchase or exchange. It is fast to rely on taxes. Taxes? It is better to say that it is robbery in broad daylight. The cavalry team of 42 horses brought Little John, the devil Stephen and the girl Becca this time. Stephen and Becca were responsible for taking care of Little John, and each rode a horse. Led by Colonel Joseph, they headed into the forest. They walked deep into the forest from the west bank of the Swan River. The new road of exploration was still full of surprises. This land was the location of the city that was later called Perth. It is now the fourth largest city in Australia. It is also the loneliest land, because not long after going deeper, it is the desert. The desert occupies most of Australia. The scenery here is very pleasant. The water of the Swan River is blue and calm, with water snakes swimming around, and occasionally black swans appearing in the grass on the shore. The vegetation on the shore is lush and tropical trees grow. What a beautiful scenery. Jackson took a deep breath of fresh air and felt very comfortable. Well, the Swan River makes the land on both sides fertile, and a lot of farmland can be planted to solve people's food problems, Joseph said. Hey. Everyone looks at things differently, and naturally has different realms. Brother Jackson appreciates the beautiful scenery, which is completely different from Chief Joseph. What's the difference? Jackson was surprised by what Becca said. It's from the perspective of survival, looking at the problem realistically. Becca thought for a moment. Well, makes sense, Jackson nodded. There is a road on the shore, and someone has walked on it before. Judging from the degree of recovery of the weeds on the path, not many people or animals have walked on it. There are flashes in the grass, caused by the refraction of sunlight. Stephen was attracted and found a half-broken glass bottle from the grass. It was guessed that it was abandoned by the earlier explorers. Suddenly, there was a roar of animals in front. It was a lion's roar, and there were also human shouts. The horses stopped uncomfortably. Joseph didn't think about it and ordered to move forward. A soldier drew his knife and wanted to advance. Jackson behind him said, "Brother Joseph, you'd better be careful. With so many of us, can't we deal with a beast?" Joseph responded. It may not be a few, Jackson laughed, and his sarcasm made people confused. Another black soldier continued, "In the African grasslands, lions usually live in groups. I wonder if this is the case here." Oh, so that's it. Joseph rolled his eyes and thought about a countermeasure. The shouting in the distance was getting closer. It sounded terrifying and seemed to be moving towards this side. "Stop talking nonsense. Saving people is important," Joseph said, and then rushed to Becca and said, "Becca, you and Little John, don't move forward." "Okay, sir." Becca held the whip across Little John's chest, which meant that you have to listen to me. Little John became very obedient. The little rascal who used to be able to climb up the roof and tear off the tiles became as obedient as a little lamb. Brine and tofu, one thing conquers another. "Go." Joseph rode in the lead. Just after running a mile, he saw a group of natives confronting a group of lions. Strangely, there was a white man among the natives, wearing a gray sun hat. There were more than 30 natives, all naked, with animal skins around their waists, and all holding long spears. The exposed parts were painted with bright colors. Some wore tooth-bone necklaces around their necks. There were 7 lions in front of them, 2 male lions and 5 female lions. It was obvious that the natives were losing and were gradually retreating. The vibration of the horses' hooves attracted the attention of the natives and the lions. When the lions saw that many people had come, they temporarily stopped attacking and roared softly. The white man shouted, first in Dutch. Seeing that no one responded, the French soldier uniformed the man, who knew him, and said in French, "My name is Peter. Captain of the Dutch. If you want to help, I thank you. If you have other purposes, please leave. I still want to thank you. Oh. If we don't help, you naturally don't have to thank us." "There is something wrong with what you said," Joseph said. "Meeting is fate. That's why I want to thank you," Peter said. "Ha ha ha, you are very good at talking," Joseph laughed, and then waved his hand, and the soldiers raised their muskets on horseback. The natives stepped aside at Peter's signal. The lions felt threatened, and the leading male lion roared again, leading the other lions to attack. The soldiers were not confident in dealing with a huge beast. The horses were frightened again and their front hooves rose. It was the innate fear of carnivores. Joseph took the lead and turned over to dismount, and the soldiers followed suit. Some of them fell off their horses. At this time, the battle was in chaos, which Joseph did not expect. Seeing the lion rushing over with a fierce momentum, Joseph stood still and pulled the trigger. Pa pa pa. After a series of gunshots, the leading lion had never heard of such a loud noise. Not to mention that the chance of hitting the target is not high when shooting in a panic. But the lion was also startled, and it suddenly stopped halfway. Under the action of inertia, it was less than 2 meters away from Joseph, and turned its head and fled. The lion group was also frightened and turned around to flee. The natives saw the opportunity and threw javelins one after another. The soldiers were stunned, but they didn't expect to be easily repelled. Such a good opportunity to show off cannot be wasted. Jackson glanced at Joseph, but he didn't expect to be a step late. Joseph had already drawn his sword, and shouted kill, and took a few quick steps, clang, clang, clang. In just a few seconds, Joseph jumped up, and his sword accurately pierced the middle of the lion's spine. The lion was also shot and felt great pain in his back. He shook his body violently, and at the same time, he roared even more miserably. It was terrifying to hear. He threw Joseph's small body directly into the grass, and he almost fell into the river. "Chase! The lion can't run far," Jackson shouted from behind, and the soldiers chased after him like chicken blood. The girl Becca helped Joseph up, and the brambles scratched her face with a few micro scratches. "Sir, you are so brave." Becca looked at her with admiration again. Holding Becca's soft hand, he said, "It's nothing. Facing danger, I just did what I should do." "How profound," Becca exclaimed. She suddenly remembered the love potion in the hotel that day, and her face couldn't help but get hot. "Dad, can lion meat be eaten?" said Little John on the side, staring at Joseph's hand. Only then did he let go of his hand. Let the child see something he shouldn't see. What a sin. After a while, the soldiers came back happily, dragging back a male lion and a female lion. It is said that the male lion ran 100 meters away and died automatically. A female lion turned back to save the male lion and was killed by the soldiers. The natives' javelin successfully killed a female lion. Peter came over to congratulate him. The leader of the natives respected Joseph very much. It was because of a respect for warriors. With Peter translating the dialect, the communication was much smoother. On the other side of the forest, there was an indigenous camp, and they welcomed the savior to visit. On the way, Joseph told Peter and the leader the purpose of their trip. Peter and the leader claimed that it was no problem and he would spare no effort to help. The leader's father, the old patriarch, had supreme authority among thousands of tribesmen. Just discuss it when the time comes. It was already late when they arrived at the indigenous village. To express his gratitude, the old chief held a grand bonfire party. The lion meat was shared and tasted a bit sour. There was also the meat of horned deer and wild goats, which tasted good when roasted. Chapter 125 Borrowing Seed. The natives sang and danced, men and women together, and enthusiastically invited the soldiers to dance. It was hard to refuse such a generous gesture. The old chief of the Swan tribe was an old man over 70 years old, with a fat body. He exchanged a few polite words with Colonel Joseph and said some words of gratitude. It is said that he has 4 wives, the youngest of whom is only 3 years older than his youngest daughter. The natives practice polygamy. Joseph noticed that there were many thatched houses around, lofts for storing grain, and pens for raising livestock. At the edge of the open field, there were stone rollers and millstones, which showed that the natives were not as backward as imagined. They had the initial form of an agricultural society. During the chat, Peter revealed that the native village was not like this 4 years ago. In February 1798, he drifted here and integrated into it. It was he who taught the natives to grow food crops and vegetables and to raise livestock. He applied all his knowledge. So, you can see the scale of the village today. Well, the era when the indigenous people depended on the weather for food has passed. Hunting is no longer the main occupation. This represents the birth of a new civilization and the beginning of an agricultural society. Joseph praised Peter highly. It's embarrassing to say, Peter sighed, looking melancholy, some backward bad habits cannot be changed by one's own efforts. What bad habits? Joseph asked casually. Peter pointed at the indigenous people sitting on the leopard skin chair, a middle-aged man with a simple face. See. He is the high priest of the tribe. His authority is second only to the patriarch. Most of the time, the patriarch obeys him and thinks it is the instruction of God. Oh. So powerful. Joseph glanced at him, and the high priest felt it and glanced back. The patriarch and the high priest sat together, talking to each other, mysteriously. In the tribe, a young girl is sacrificed every year and deprived of her life. It is said that this bad habit has a long history. It's coming soon. Peter hesitated. What's coming soon? Joseph didn't understand what it meant. Every July 15th, all unmarried girls in the tribe, except the daughter of the tribe leader, are destined to have this disaster. On that day, lots are drawn to decide the life and death of the girls. Oh my God. Joseph opened his eyes wide and moved his fingers. There are still 7 days. Yes. There are still 7 days, Peter said with a wry smile. There is another bad custom, which is against foreigners. At this point, he was interrupted by the young leader who came. The leader led a girl to introduce her to Joseph. Peter translated and said, "This is his sister, 14 years old, Princess Uriah. The princess hopes to dance with a hero who killed the lion. This. I am very willing." Joseph was very happy. Princess Uriah was naturally pure, wearing a wreath on her head, with a white complexion, and not mature. As a yellow-skinned woman, she was pampered and had a skin that was not dark and rough like working women. Seeing her, Joseph naturally compared her with the girl Becca. They were of similar age, but had 2 styles. In the tribe of indigenous people, this was the time to get married and have children. Just like the old-fashioned plot, Joseph, who killed the lion, was very popular with the indigenous women. They indulged in drinking and revelry together. The excitement lasted until late at night, and the drunk Joseph was carried to a thatched house. There was a strong smell of herbs. There were more than a dozen rapeseed oil lamps placed on stone pillars. The stone pillars were 3 feet high and carved with owl patterns. There was a big bed in the house, covered with animal fur. More importantly, there were several strong women. 5 women were waiting for Joseph for some unknown purpose. One of them brought a pottery basin, which was the source of the herbal smell. "Is it the hangover soup?" Joseph asked. He took it and drank it all in one gulp. What the woman was saying was incomprehensible anyway. After drinking the soup, he suddenly felt uneasy. It's bad. Could it be poison? On second thought, it was impossible. He had just saved someone and the other party would not repay his kindness with hatred. Plop, he lay on the bed and lost consciousness. The women had no intention of leaving. They smiled strangely at each other. Pa pa pa, the woman clapped her hands a few times, and the door opened. A dozen underage girls filed in, and the first one was Princess Yulia. The girls were of different heights, weights, and expressions were all shy. They were talking to each other. Princess Yulia started first, unbuttoning her bra and apron, and got on the bed naked. I don't know how long it took. Joseph woke up, only to feel burning and tingling somewhere. There was no one around. He put on his clothes, got up with difficulty, bent over, and his waist and hips were sore. Is there anyone outside the door? Guard. Frank, he shouted. After he finished shouting, he realized that Frank was not here, but on the coast. The door opened, and the native guard poked his head out. After a while, there were chaotic footsteps. Several native girls brought him food. Several girls winked at each other, put down the food and left. Joseph took a casual glance and became suspicious. Do you remember the hangover soup you drank? Of course I remember. He was not sure what happened. It was always strange. So he called the native men who came in and signaled them to eat the cooked meat. The native men ate the cooked meat and rice soup without any reaction. Joseph was relieved and ate his food until he burped. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the door again. First, the old patriarch, then the high priest, Princess Yulia and Peter. Colonel Joseph. You slept for 2 nights and 1 day. Are you feeling well? Peter greeted him. Well, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Joseph didn't know how to respond. He accidentally glanced at Princess Yulia, who was not wearing a wreath, and deliberately avoided his eyes. The old patriarch and the high priest spoke one after another, and Peter translated them one after another. The other party actually proposed to let Joseph and his cavalry settle here and give them the best treatment. And marry Princess Yulia to him. There is hope that he will inherit the patriarch's mantle in the future. Joseph politely declined, and the old patriarch did not force him and asked him to think about it for a few days. Princess Yulia will take care of him all the time these days. Thank you for the kindness of the old patriarch. I don't need care, Joseph said at last. After they left, they still kept Yulia. And Peter. He had a lot to tell Peter. My friend, maybe I thought too much? You said that I slept for 2 nights and 1 day, and I didn't know anything about what happened after I fell asleep. In short, everything here is very strange, Joseph said intermittently. After sleeping for a long time, he still felt very tired, extremely exhausted. Are you talking about borrowing sperm? Peter suddenly said. What? Brother Peter, what do you know? Joseph asked. The Swan people have a bad habit, you may not know. I don't know how to describe it. Peter hesitated and evaded. It was Peter who broke the silence first. The bad habit of the Swan tribe has existed for a long time. They borrow sperm from young and strong men from other tribes to improve the intelligence and physique of the people in their tribe. I have to say that although it is a bad habit, it has also achieved certain results. Are you serious? Joseph almost dropped his jaw in shock. It's true, Peter nodded. No wonder. He touched his body, and the phenomenon of a certain part of his body explained the problem. Then, there was a brief silence between the two. It must be admitted that the so-called borrowing of seeds is the best way to improve the overall quality of the nation. However, this method is no different from that of animals, and is not worth promoting. It violates the original intention of establishing civilization. Peter also said that the soldiers brought by Joseph were all harassed to varying degrees. But no one showed such pain as the commander. Everyone was very happy. Who made him a hero who killed a lion? Since ancient times, heroes have suffered many hardships, as if it was destined by heaven. The two talked as if no one was around, not paying attention to Princess Yulia's expression. Joseph wanted to take the water bowl on the wooden table, and Yulia brought it to him. The tool for holding water was the shell of an unknown fruit. He hesitated for a moment, took the water bowl, and drank a few sips. I'm sorry. Mr. Joseph, I solemnly apologize to you for hurting you. Puff. Joseph sprayed out a mouthful of water. I didn't expect her to speak French. As Mr. Peter said, this is the tradition of our Swan tribe. I hope the Swan River can wash away your shame, she continued. The Swan River refers to the Swan River. Joseph had to re-examine this girl. Hey. Colonel Joseph. It's like this, I taught some of them French and Dutch, introduced them to the outside world. Princess Yulia is very smart, she can learn quickly, Peter explained. Oh. No wonder, Joseph respected Peter. He brought modern civilization to the Swan people, and some people who received education had a change in their concepts. Please accept my apology. Mr. Joseph, Yulia said sincerely, bowing like a Western lady. Okay. I accept. Joseph's attitude finally softened. We will leave in a few days. You guys take care of yourself." After saying this, Joseph handed the water bowl to Princess Uriah. "I'm afraid you can't leave for the time being." Uriah's expression froze, and she bit her lower lip lightly. A blush appeared on her oval face. Then he put the water bowl back on the wooden table. "Why?" Joseph said angrily. "My cavalry is invincible, and no one has been able to stop us." "I'm talking about something else, Mr. Joseph. You misunderstood." Uriah looked at him. "You can leave only if you make sure some women get pregnant." "Yes, Colonel Joseph. This is the rule of the Swan tribe. Otherwise they will not hesitate to use force to solve it." Peter was very helpless. Joseph was even more helpless. He didn't have time to talk nonsense. "Okay. I'll go to a meeting later and let the soldiers vote." After he said that, he stood up and walked out the door. Peter followed him, while Uriah remained motionless, looking full of thoughts. He felt very comfortable when he saw the sun. He strolled around the village, trying to summon his soldiers. He was surprised to find that his soldiers were accompanied by at least one woman, and they looked very intimate. The Swan tribe members greeted the hero one after another, and Joseph nodded to everyone. "I really don't know what to say to my own people. I met Jackson. This guy should be the only one who has not been harassed." On the night of the incident, Jackson did not drink the herb and escaped. A young girl threw herself at him, but he rejected her directly. His love with Princess Eve was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, and it could not tolerate any flaws. After discussing with Jackson, he issued an order to the soldiers to have cavalry training in the afternoon. The purpose of doing so was to deter the Swan family from withdrawing some of their plans as soon as possible, so that peace would be the best. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.